Meet Kaminagi Minato, the protagonist of our legendary tale. Just moments ago, a group of low-tier degenerate hunters dared to provoke him, forcing Minato to unleash the primal power within, erasing them from existence instantly. This saga began centuries ago, when monster towers suddenly pierced the peaceful skies. Without warning, a global catastrophe plunged the entire world into absolute chaos. Legions of monsters swarmed from the towers, ruthlessly trampling humanity under their feet. In those dark days, the total extinction of the human race seemed inevitable. But then the primals appeared, the first generation of godlike awakened transcendence. They stormed the towers, slaughtered the boss monsters, and reclaimed our stolen world. Since then, they have been hailed as saviors, resting eternally in the primal tombs. Fast forward hundreds of years to our young lead, Kaminagi Minato. I'm Minato. As a kid, I was obsessed with the legendary Primal Chronicles. Stories of a swordsman slaying 10,000 enemies with a mere twig, and an archmage who commanded reality without ever chanting a single incantation. I dreamt of godhood until the mark of a chosen transcendent finally appeared. I swore upon this crest to become a legendary hero like the Primals. That was my ultimate quest to dream, shared by every youth in this era. And today, that dream faced its most brutal reality check. The instructor announced the new Hunter graduates, but Minato's name was never called. Hunter qualification exam result: Kaminagi Minato has failed. We regret to inform you that your stats do not meet the current requirements. We apologize for this outcome and wish you luck elsewhere. Blah, blah, blah. Staring at the association's letter, Minato's eyes welled as the successes mocked him. We're going to celebrate. You stay behind and handle the trash, loser. They vanished instantly, treating him like a servant without waiting for an answer. In this world of awakeners, Minato was nothing but a pathetic, failing anomaly. Usually those with a transcendent crest pass easily, yet he became a laughingstock. 3 consecutive years of failure. This was his final shot at a hunter license. Now, his path to becoming a professional hunter was officially dead. Bitterness consumed him. I had perfect theory scores and mastered my aura control. This transcendent crest is just a useless birthmark with 0 skill evolution. I just wanted to be like them. ... he whispered, biting back his tears. Suddenly, a student shouted through the window, "Minato, get to the gate now." Startled, he remembered the event and sprinted toward the school's main entrance. A massive crowd had gathered, buzzing with excitement for a VIP guest's arrival. Everyone stared in awe, praying to one day reach that same elite rank. The rising superstar and a rank hunter, Hazaki Kai, had finally arrived. Fans screamed in adoration as Kai flashed a perfectly practiced charismatic smile. "Hurry up, Snail. You're keeping Lord Kai waiting." The bullies barked at Minato. Kai stepped forward with an air of fake grace and false humility. Now, why pick on the weak?" Kai chided, hiding his true nature. His eyes turned cold as he hissed, "The cameras are rolling, you idiots." Terrified, the bullies instantly backed down. "Sorry, sir. Our mistake." A reporter beamed. "Ready to show your old school some rank power, Kai? Let's use that shot of you slaying the dragon for the front page." He flashed a photo of his legendary dragon kill, making the villain grin with sickening satisfaction. "Impressive, truly," he chuckled. "Now, let's check back in with our protagonist, Minato." He knew exactly who stood before him, Hazaki Kai, a top-tier genius and the monster who bullied him for 3 years. Why was he being forced to follow a degenerate like that? Minato's pulse raced as his body trembled instinctively, paralyzed by a deep, traumatic fear. "And here's the classmate I wanted to introduce," Kai announced. "Wait, what was his name again?" He whispered to his lackey, who hissed Minato back. Kai immediately shouted it out for the cameras. The rising star hunter suddenly wore a mask of fake warmth, acting like they were lifelong brothers. Minato struggled with his stats, so I personally mentored him. What? This bastard's lies were limitless. Minato stood frozen as K.A.'s fabricated story continued to flow in front of the eager press. "I even supported him financially, out of the kindness of my heart," Kai added with a smirk. Minato felt a bitter laugh rising. Support. It was extortion. He hadn't seen a single cent of help. Those years spent under this demon's thumb were a literal hell. Yet he couldn't utter a word. With Ka's high-ranking public image, the crowd swallowed every scripted lie without a second thought. How noble. Young Kai truly has the soul of a top-tier hero, the reporters gushed. Kai pulled Minato into a staged embrace. Just watch. I'll become a legendary transcendent mentioned in history books. You're lucky to have such a benefactor, kid. Why don't you thank the man who saved your life? The cameras flashed aggressively, hunters and reporters alike waiting for a perfect, heartwarming shot. Minato's face turned pale. Gratitude? This was the man who had crushed his very soul. Before Minato could expose the truth, 𝐘𝐁's grip tightened on his shoulder like a vice. You already failed the awakening exam, Kai hissed. Keep quiet if you want to survive the day. That cold, lethal tone triggered a flood of dark memories from his days as a servant. Forced into a corner, Minato bit his lip and choked out the scripted praise they wanted. Kai has always been kind to me. I could never repay his generosity in a single lifetime. His voice shook with every word. Having served his purpose as a prop, Minato was cast aside. All right, duty calls. We're done here. Kai dismissed him, his fake smile never wavering. He pointed toward his trophy display, expertly redirecting the hungry pack of journalists away. Ooh, the boss monster drops. Let's move. The crowd shifted instantly, following the scent of power. A lone cameraman paused. Wait, what about that student? Should we get his full name for the article? Forget it, the reporter sighed. Nobody cares about a nameless degenerate. Let's go. Their words cut deeper than any blade, fueling a silent, burning rage within Minato's heart. In this world, hunters are gods. Crimes are erased by strength, and the weak are forgotten. My name, ... my name is ... he muttered, wanting to scream his identity to the heavens. Suddenly, 𝐘𝐁's voice boomed again, snapping him back. Minato, meet me at the ancestor's tomb after school. Why now? Minato looked up, confused, only to see Kai wearing a suspiciously friendly mask. Want a retake? A retake, you mean? Another chance to pass the exam? Minato gasped. Yeah, I pulled some strings with the association, Kai nodded. Minato couldn't help but feel suspicious. It's for my image, obviously. The final scene will be filmed at the tomb. Don't be late. Kai left him with that final warning. Minato watched him go, sensing a trap lurking in the shadows. Was a retake even possible? Could he really trust a man who treated him like trash? Despite the risks, this was a hidden quest for survival. This time, he would finally awaken his power. The scene shifts to the first ancestor's tomb, where the camera crew is already setting up. The next generation of hunters, humanity's shield against the monsters. The director praised the lighting. The photo shoot wrapped up perfectly. Thank you for your time, Mr. Kai, despite your busy schedule. Kai bowed with practiced grace, hiding his true nature behind the lens of the world. I should be the one thanking you for the headline, he smirked, leaving the press behind as he stepped into the tomb. Inside, his scavengers were already desecrating the sanctuary. Port. Have you located the entrance yet? Right here, boss. A long-haired grunt pointed toward a hidden staircase descending into the abyss. Move out, 𝐶𝐍 barked. But before they could descend, Minato's voice echoed from the shadows. Stop. What do you think you're doing? 𝐶𝐍 laughed coldly. Isn't it obvious? I'm claiming my fortune. Fortune? This is illegal grave robbing. You have no respect for the legends resting here? Minato screamed. Respect for what? A rotting mummy? 𝐶𝐍 sneered. One treasure here buys a lifetime of luxury. I wasted on a corpse. This great ancestor talk is for children. The villain's mocking laughter ignited a blazing fury within Minato's soul. To Minato, the ancestors were gods. He dreamed of becoming a transcendent hero who would leave a mark on history. Seeing such blatant disrespect for the legends, the boy charged forward, fueled by righteous indignation. But a commoner like Minato stood no chance against an A-rank hunter like 𝐶𝐍. With a bored tilt of his head, the hunter effortlessly evaded Minato's desperate strike. Then, a brutal counterpunch buried itself in Minato's gut, forcing a spray of crimson from his lips. You're pathetic, daring to challenge me with that level of weakness. 𝐶𝐍 spat with pure disdain. His lackeys emerged from the pit, their bags heavy with loot. Boss, we found the primary relics. 𝐶𝐍's eyes widened as he peered into the bag, blinded by the radiance of rare items. This aura... It's incredible. This is the jackpot I've been waiting for. He turned back to the broken Minato. Since you're dying anyway, let me enlighten you, loser. I needed a fall guy. You fell for that re-examination lie perfectly. You walked right into my trap. Watching you rot in the library was hilarious. You were the perfect, gullible fool for this job. A failed hunter, desperate and broken, steals the ancestors' treasure and vanishes. A classic tragedy. Tomorrow's headlines are going to be spectacular. The ultimate fall from grace. Wanted. Academy student suspected of desecrating the Great Tomb. That has a nice ring to it, right? What was your name again? Never mind. Goodbye. With a shove, he sent Minato plummeting into the dark depths below. As he fell, Minato's heart burned with unyielding resentment. Is this how it ends? The endless training? The failed exams? Was it all for nothing? To die forgotten and framed? But then, the darkness shattered. A divine warmth enveloped his broken body, and countless celestial silhouettes materialized in the void. A vessel, ... a perfect vessel to manifest our will. We are the spirits of those who slumber here. Minato gasped, his vision blurring. What is this? These voices, ... are these the great ancestors? The spirits spoke in a thunderous harmony that vibrated through his very soul. Young man, you possess the Void Crest. It holds no power of its own, but it can contain everything. Choose one among us. Form a contract. We were all masters of our own eras. Magic, swordsmanship, summoning, alchemy. Whichever path you choose, we will grant you godlike power. Now, speak. What power does your soul crave? Minato's eyes snapped open, burning with a new light. I want the power to never look down at anyone again. An absolute strength to crush those who mocked me. He spoke from the depths of his rage. The crest on his hand erupted in a blinding rhythmic light. Hurry. Which one of us do you choose? Minato roared back. I choose all of you. Give me everything. The spirits recoiled. Such greed. It is impossible for a mortal. No vessel can hold all our power at once. But Minato cut them off with a chilling glare. Shut up. Stop talking and get inside. With a violent surge, his crest forcibly dragged every spirit into his soul. What? How is he doing this? This shouldn't be possible. Such insolence. Do you know who I am? Wait, ... this boy is actually doing it. How fascinating. Fine, use my ultimate move then. It's been ages since I've tasted blood. Wait, where are you touching? Just who is this mysterious player? Suddenly, a glowing magic circle erupted beneath Minato's feet, while a massive explosion in the lake halted the retreating guards. Before their trembling eyes, Minato descended from the heavens, radiating the overwhelming presence of a god. Still alive, you stubborn rat? The long-haired thug spat, though Minato didn't even grant him a glance. Calmly, he reached down and snapped a simple tree branch, stripping away the excess twigs. A stick? You're fighting us with a twig? The gang burst into mocking, hysterical laughter, yet their leader stood frozen in the back, his face devoid of any humor. I'll make sure you never stand again. I'm taking your head right here, the leader growled. His voice was ice. On command, the long-haired lackey drew his blade, thirsting for Minato's blood. I've never failed a single swordsmanship trial. Behold the blade of a true ranker. Be honored to perish by my steel. With a roar, he lunged, aiming a lethal strike. Face to face with death, Minato remained unfazed. A master of swordsmanship, you say? He whispered. In a blur of god-tier speed, he moved, the tiny twig in his hand becoming a lethal weapon. Countless slashes erupted across the thug's body. What? What just happened? He screamed in pure agony. Minato turned his cold gaze toward them and asked, Hey, ... Is that all your master's blade can do? Seeing the tide turn, the next thug began channeling magic. Abyssal gaze of the Emerald Spirit. Tier 72, unlock. The incantation echoed through the air. To Minato, the chant was agonizingly slow. He uttered a single sharp command. Instantly, a violent surge of high-voltage lightning crackled at the tip of his finger. A massive pillar of celestial thunder roared from the heavens, incinerating the arrogant fool into a charred husk. The leader's composure shattered, defeating swordsmen with a twig, casting high-tier spells without a single chant? Impossible. This is just like the legends of the ancient era. Tales of a sword saint who leveled armies with a branch, and a sage who commanded magic without chance. These legendary transcendents were now awakening within Minato. 106 divine souls in total. Your name will be forgotten by history. Only my legend will remain, Minato declared coldly. After his declaration, Minato felt a tidal wave of raw, ancient power surging through his veins. This power is unbelievable. Through the void script, the primogenitor's souls resonated within him. He could feel their sheer ecstasy. Freedom at last. After centuries of slumber, this world shall be my new domain. As the spirits bickered over territory within his soul, Minato remained calm. He knew their legends by heart. Now, the very legends he had read about were living, breathing entities inside his own body. With a literal army of god-tier masters backing him up, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of security. But the spirits had other plans. All right then, let's duel to see who takes control of this vessel. Their spectral eyes flared with intense light, burning with the desire for dominance. Ignoring the chaos, a wine-eyed swordsman stepped forward, his aura instantly drawing Minato's attention. The legendary sword saint who felled 10,000 men with a branch. Are you Hinoki Jiro? The swordsman smirked, stroking his chin. So, my name still echoes in this era. How amusing. This vessel truly is top tier. He turned to Minato with a sharp look. Now, what's your next move? The driver, Minato asked. Jiro sighed, shaking his head. The plea is irrelevant. My concern is how you're going to handle that thing. He pointed toward the horizon. Minato's expression went blank as he walked forward. The leader, sensing an attack, immediately drew his weapon. You dare look down on me, the leader roared, unsheathing his blade in a desperate panic. Before he could even swing, Minato delivered a devastating backhand that sent the thug spinning. He flew back like a discarded rag doll. Get lost, Minato muttered. You're in my way. Minato's eyes locked onto a backpack radiating a sinister, demonic aura while monsters began invading the city. This three-headed wolf boss monster started this entire crisis. Senior, please help us. A hunter dressed like a corporate office worker cried out in total desperation. At that exact moment, the three-headed wolf lunged, jaws snapping toward a helpless man. Just before its fangs could sink in, the hunter leaped high into the air with ease. Exploiting the monster's slow reaction, he activated the heavy hammer skill, punching straight down. A massive shockwave erupted, instantly shattering the three-headed beast's spine into pieces. The surrounding crowd cheered. To defeat an A-rank monster instantly. That's a true S-rank hunter. This was the legendary S-rank hunter, Kisaragi. He simply waved off their excessive praise. Where's Kai? He has an interview. That arrogant rookie is probably slacking off. Someone grumbled in annoyance, but Kisaragi stepped in to defend the rising star. If he succeeds, our guild's reputation grows. Let's file the report and grab drinks. Suddenly, a terrifying, suffocating pressure descended, chilling the very air around them. The S-rank hunter froze. A monster. What is this overwhelming dark aura? His teammates collapsed, unable to withstand the hidden pressure of this new threat. Kisaragi realized even A-rank hunters couldn't stand. This wasn't a normal dungeon raid. Only a monster ranked S or higher could exert such world-crushing pressure. Back to Minato, a grotesque sphere with tentacles crawled out from his backpack. Kai, dazed from Minato's strike, screamed in terror. A monster? What is happening? You dared to violate the sacred tomb, Minato said, his voice cold as death. This tomb sealed a tower in Sekta, very artifact you degenerates tried to steal. The Swordmaster Jiro explained. A void worm that survived the tower's ancient seal. Void worm. Estimated rank. Beyond S, its toxic aura kills everything within several kilometers. It was a legendary calamity in the past, a true apex predator. It seems modern hunters are far too weak to handle such a beast. True to his words, Kai began trembling from the poison. I have to run. Stay still, Minato warned, but the coward ignored his only survival instinct. Before he could escape, the void worm's eyes locked onto its first target. A tentacle lashed out like a spear, snapping Kai's dragon-slaying sword like glass. Just like that. The hunter's life force was drained, leaving only a withered, husk-like corpse. Minato watched without a hint of sympathy for the fallen traitor. Ignoring the dead man, Jiro leaned in, whispering a dark proposal to Minato. Hey kid, give me control of your body. You saw the danger? Witness the true Hinoki sword style. Jiro secretly plotted to take over completely. I'll seize this body while the other spirits are distracted, he thought greedily. Minato knew his current stats weren't enough. After a moment, he made a choice. Fine, take the body. Jiro smirked. Now we're talking. Let's move. Before they merged, the other ancient souls detected Jiro's hidden betrayal. You bastard, that body belongs to me. The other spirits roared in fury. Minato's next words frozen them all. I will let every one of you in. I will master your power. Surpass every single one of you legends. Show me your true strength, Minato commanded as Jiro synchronized with his soul. Well said, kid. Let's go. Jiro shouted as Minato's body blurred. With a single fluid motion, Minato swung his blade from the heavens. A storm of sword light shredded the monster into nothingness. The hunt begins. The makeshift sword shattered under the sheer weight of that skill. But the show is just getting started. Suddenly, a legendary martial artist spirit possessed Minato, channeling a devastating palm strike through his very core. The resulting shockwave obliterated a massive tentacle, lunging for the kill. Surging forward, he snatched a nearby rod, unleashing the ancient spear arts of a forgotten progenitor. From spear mastery, Minato transitioned into high-speed evasive maneuvers that mocked the beasts. Every move, he followed up with an elder's hidden jujitsu, effortlessly slamming the titan's massive frame into the earth. Then, the essence of a god-tier archer surged through his veins. A phantom bow manifested, and with one shot, he turned the monster into a bloody sieve. He cycled through the ancestor's ultimate skills, barely needing to use a fraction of his true potential. He had to hold back, or his perfect practice dummy would have been annihilated instantly. Within minutes, the beast was stripped bare, left with only two pathetic tentacles to defend itself. Before it could strike, twin bolts of heavenly lightning scorched the limbs to a blackened crisp. It was time for the final execution. Minato soared skyward, unleashing a Hinoki Itorio's secret art that cleaved the monster clean in half. Cut to a city skyscraper rooftop under the pale moonlight. A young man's voice echoed in disbelief. Wait, it's already dead. I'm still en route. Is there a new high ranker? The crow's footage shows? A student from the Hunter Academy? Interesting. I think it's time I met this mystery prodigy. That man was Ichihara Midori, the world's strongest transcendent. By the next morning, after a quick warm-up, slaughtering high-rank mobs, Midori pulled out his phone to make a call. Director, it's been a while. About that S-rank boss yesterday? ... It wasn't me. According to the surveillance, one of your own students handled it. Minato Hanagi took it down. He's a 3-time failure, which makes this impossible. I need a favor. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the campus was buzzing. That aura was insane. I couldn't even take a step. One student shivered and his friend nodded. The pressure is still lingering in the air. What if I told you I killed it? Stop dreaming. That was a once-in-a-decade S-rank disaster. The black-haired student sighed, grounding his delusional friend in reality. Wait, rumors say a student from this school cleared it, but that's impossible, right? A monster slayer of that caliber wouldn't be stuck in a dump like this. Meanwhile, our exhausted hero limped to ward class, his mana completely drained. Everyone's talking about it, ... He sighed to himself until a massive bully crashed into him. Out of my way. Move it, loser. The S-rank slayer definitely wasn't a pathetic weakling like you. The bully sneered at Minato, who was too drained from yesterday's battle to even stand. Slaying the boss felt great, but the backlash from channeling the ancestors was tearing him apart. As he ate dirt, the phantom swordsman's laughter echoed in his mind. Ha ha ha, look at you now, Master Jishiro. Just call me Jiro, kid. Snap out of it, Minato. Didn't you swear to surpass us all one day? Of course I did. With trembling legs, he forced himself back up. The spirit roared with laughter. That's the spirit.
Ow!
Show me your true grit. Onlookers whispered, watching Minato shake like he was having a seizure. Meanwhile, Jiro watched ... While waiting for Minato to recover, the spirit scanned the student's hidden stats and auras. He scoffed in disappointment. Modern transcendents are pathetic. Their power levels are a joke. They're barely above average humans. If the tower were to manifest now ... The world would crumble. But then, he sensed a raging flame in the darkness. "Is something wrong?" Minato asked, noticing 𝐑𝐄𝐀's expression turn dead serious. "It's nothing." She felt a massive surge of mana, he whispered. Suddenly, a teacher rushed out shouting, "Minato, quit stalling!" "Sorry, is this about me being late?" Anxiety gripped him. "Students only get 3 shots at the hunter exam in 3 years. I've exhausted my chances. The school won't help. I must register as a commoner. Even ordinary citizens can become hunters through this grueling public registration process." The teacher barked back, "No, get to the stadium. You've been granted a retest." "Wait, what?" Minato stood there, completely stunned by the unexpected news. Students swarmed the hallways, whispering, "A retest? Since when does the hunter exam allow that?" Ignoring the gossip, our hero stood on the track for the first trial, the 100-meter dash. Average record, 3.6 seconds. The all-time high, 2.7 seconds. "I'm not fully recovered, but I have to give it everything." Minato steeled himself. That same meathead bully from earlier watched, with pure disdain, sneering to his cronies. "Don't you know that loser is the school joke? They are only retesting him out of pity." Before he could finish his insult, the starter pistol cracked like a thunderclap. Minato exploded forward like a bullet. 1.2 seconds, the referee screamed in shock. Next up, the 3,000-meter run. Average time, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Record high, 3 minutes, 17 seconds. Minato crushed it in just 1 minute, 17. Trial 3. 2-minute push-ups. Record, 418. Our hero smashed out 8. Then came weightlifting. Average 400 kilograms. The record stood at 620 kilograms. Minato hoisted 1,280 kilograms. The watching students were in sheer disbelief. What is he? He is doubling every world record. Hey, is he some kind of monster? Forget the crowd. Even Minato was reeling from his own explosive power increase. He suspected the ancestors were cheating for him, a look 𝐑𝐄𝐀 caught immediately. "As if we would help." "We are just here for the show," he scoffed. His whisper faded as the scene shifted to the director's high-security office. "Here is Minato's data, Midori." The principal handed a tablet to the blonde elite hunter. Even Midori, the world's strongest hunter, felt a flicker of genuine surprise at the stats. Impressive achievements. I was shocked when the retest request came through myself. His physical prowess is God tier. However, the mana capacity test remains the real hurdle. For 3 years, his mana was unmeasurable, essentially 0. "You might be disappointed." The secretary agreed, sensing Midori was just wasting his precious time on a dud. 0 mana. Interesting. Let us just see what happens, Midori smirked. Intrigued by a hidden possibility, he turned his gaze back toward the arena. Minato faced the final test. A Mananduction turbine resembling a massive jet engine. The goal is simple. Spin these blades using only mana for 30 seconds. The examiner explained the rules clearly. Drawn by his insane performance, students swarmed the field to witness his magic awakening. Average, 1,500 RPM. This was the test Minato feared most. For 3 years, I could not make this turbine budge a single inch. I never even felt a spark of mana within me, till now. Now, I see the circuit. Circulation through the body, channeled by breath, released through palms. Closing his eyes, Minato focused, beginning to manipulate the dormant power within. Seeing his intense concentration, the staff finally gave the signal. "Begin!" Minato unleashed his energy, and the massive turbine slowly began to groan and rotate. Things spiraled out of control as the fan blades accelerated. They spun with such ferocity that a violent gale surged forward. The rotations were now too fast for the naked eye to track. The staffer's internal scream was cut short as the wind blast sent him flying. Suddenly, the overworked engine detonated. The severed blade transformed into a lethal projectile, soaring toward the principal's office before erupting in a massive explosion. Miraculously, the shrapnel screeched to a halt just inches away from the principal's face. "Mr. Midori?" the secretary stammered, her voice trembling. "Ha ha, a second immeasurable rank in history, just like me." Midori laughed, eyes fixed on the arena. Shaking off the shock of the blast, the examiner quickly regained his composure and shouted, "You passed." You've officially shattered every record in the Hunter Association's history. Congratulations. As the crowd roared in celebration, Minato felt a wave of raw emotion. Tears of relief finally began to fall. "Thank you," he whispered. For the first time, he realized the sleeping giant within him. Watching from the shadows of Minato's mind, Jiro smirked. By channeling the progenitor's essence, the boy's true potential had awakened. Finally, after centuries of waiting, a host worthy of the Void Arts has appeared. "What do you think, old friend? This kid might actually turn our shared dream into reality." Amidst the jubilation, a blinding pillar of light suddenly erupted directly in front of Minato. "What now? Another explosion?" Minato squinted, turning toward his companion in confusion. That familiar crushing aura. The smoke cleared, revealing the silhouette of Midori standing tall. My bad. He chuckled, scratching his head. Opposite him, Minato stood paralyzed by pure pressure. It was Lahara Midori, the living legend, and the world's most powerful transcendent. Why was a god-tier hunter here? Before Minato could process it, the golden-haired legend reached out to shake his hand. "Nice work passing the exam, Minato." Thank you." "But how does he know my name?" Minato wondered. "All right, time for your hidden quest. A survival match against the world's strongest man-me." "Wait, what? Can't be serious?" Midori was an anomaly, a transcendent, who had dominated the hunter rankings for decades, with unrivaled strength. His title, as the world's strongest, was absolute and unchallenged by any guild. He could annihilate legions of monsters in a blink. His mere gaze could paralyze even veteran hunters. The man who soloed the great outbreaks of the past decade was now staring Minato down. While Minato trembled, the ancient spirit of Jiro within him began to howl with murderous excitement. "Give me the reins, Minato. Is that really Midori?" The surrounding crowd erupted in frantic whispers. "Simple rules?" Midori grinned. "Land just one hit on me within 60 seconds, and you win. No penalties if you lose. Plus, I'll only launch one attack every 10 seconds. Don't sweat it. I'll hold back and won't use any active skills. Just give me everything you've got." Midori gestured toward a massive arsenal, ranging from mystical katanas to heavy-duty firearms. Minato's brain stalled. The reality of the situation refused to sink in. A hidden test against the strongest human on the planet? This had to be a nightmare. Who in their right mind would approve such a suicidal exam? Minato's heart hammered against his ribs. "Any weapon is okay." Minato gulped. Midori gave a firm, confident nod. "Sure, my body is tougher than titanium. Any blade you bring will likely just shatter on impact." To prove his point, he casually snapped a reinforced steel katana like it was a mere twig. While Minato's face went pale, the swordsman spirit within him was practically salivating with joy. "Hand over your body now? Think a monster like this exists in this era? Maybe this world isn't so boring after all." Jiro's roar echoed through Minato's soul, forcing him to decide. Jiro's bloodlust was peaking. Even the progenitor was impressed by Midori's overwhelming presence. There was no escape. Taking a shaky breath, Minato steeled his resolve for the impossible fight. The duel is starting. Midori is actually fighting. The students scrambled to witness the legendary clash. Minato refused to yield control, fueling Joichiro's mounting irritation. "Give up the body bread," Midori barked, clicking the timer. Minato lunged, blade gleaming. "Are you actually being serious?" The legend scoffed as the reckless rookie dared to strike first. "I must face the peak to become a legend myself." Minato roared, unleashing a devastating overhead strike on his opponent. Midori sidestepped effortlessly, not even deigning to look at him. "Check your socials, kid. Its viral beatdown is being recorded." The blonde hunter dodged every strike like a casual afternoon stroll. The students knew it was hopeless, yet their blood set ablaze. Dodging while on his phone? That's our legendary S-rank Midori. No matter how Minato struggled, he couldn't graze the hunter's cloak. "Incredible. He hasn't landed a single hit." The crowd roared out. Suddenly, one student noticed something chillingly wrong with Minato's movements. His assault didn't waver. His body moved on pure, autonomous instinct. Diagonal slashes, horizontal sweeps, a machine-like flow of cold, deadly steel. Though hitting air, Minato felt a terrifying surge of internal power. "My body moves perfectly, and I don't feel any fatigue." Is this the progenitor's gift? My hidden stats are shifting rapidly. 10 seconds passed. Midori finally decided to go on the offensive. A casual finger flick. Minato's survival instincts barely saved his life. The shockwave gouged the earth. One hit would have been fatal. Easy, he calls that holding back? My head almost exploded. Death whispered in his ear. Minato stared in pure, trembling shock. Midori frowned. I held back, yet I sensed zero threat. Back in the fray, Minato's heart hammered against his ribs. I must remember that feeling, or I'm dead for sure. He reached deep, grasping for his hidden awakening's peak euphoria. A golden aura flared, catching Midori completely off guard for once. Minato vanished, speed exploding, yet his blade still found only air. Too fast, the cameras can't keep up. Students screamed frantically. Midori narrowed his eyes. Something about this rhythm felt fundamentally wrong. He's faster, but nothing like the one who fought that S rank. Does he need a trigger? Or is he hiding his traits? Another 10 seconds gone. Midori slipped under a desperate wild swing. A single flick launched Minato back like a human cannonball. He slammed the wall, spiderweb cracks blooming across the cold concrete. Terrifying, ... The world's strongest superhuman. I'm completely outmatched here. The old me would be dead. I've grown so much. Even with this evolution, passing Midori's test felt like an impossibility. One last charge. Everything I've got, Minato roared, lunging again. Midori's eyes grew cold. I've seen enough. Time's up, rookie. At the 30-second mark, a precise neck chop knocked Minato out cold. He has talent, but he's not ready for my team yet. The true power remained hidden. Jin, let's go. We're done here. What a shame. Not quite what I expected, he smirked, reporting back to his secretary. But suddenly, Minato's voice echoed from behind, but his aura had shifted into something far more primal. Who says it's a disappointment? With that stubborn brat finally asleep, I can finally control this body. Now, let's play a little longer, Josiro growled, his voice dripping with pure, manic excitement. Midori grinned, his eyes wide with thrill. That's it. It's aura. ... It's what made me lose control. Is it a different soul? A hidden trait? Whatever it is, he's evolved into a true monster. Midori analyzed the threat, but the hot-headed beast in front of him launched a ferocious assault. Instantly. Don't just stand there, he roared, swinging his blade to unleash a devastating wave of sword intent. A single strike was all it took for Midori's expression to turn dead serious. His movements had changed. Speed and power were now on a completely different ranking tier. That swordsmanship. Midori's thoughts were cut short as Jiro's blade flashed right before his eyes. Using his superhuman reflexes, Midori barely managed to evade the lethal high-speed strike. But the stronger the prey, the more Jiro spiraled into a state of absolute combat madness. He took a draw-sword stance, unleashing a shockwave that sliced the building, terrifying the witnessing students. Midori dodged, desperately trying to comprehend Minato's sudden, terrifying skill evolution. Gone was the hesitation. Every single swing was now precise, lethal, and calculated. He wielded the sword like a grandmaster, predicting every evasion as if reading a system window. His flow was like a violent storm, unpredictable and fierce. Truly a man who downed S-rank monsters. 40 seconds left, Midori shouted, launching a proactive counterattack to reclaim the momentum. He fired a mana burst, but Jiro slipped through like a phantom.
Oh.
Jiro bellowed, swinging with such force that Midori was forced into a desperate, active defense. Haha, this is magnificent, Jiro laughed, his voice echoing with the joy of the slaughter. Students watched in horror. Could the world's strongest hunter really be forced onto the defensive? They ignored the spectators. The air was thick with nothing but raw killing intent. Bored by the restrictions, Jiro snarled, "Forget the rules. Stop holding back and just kill me. Show me your true power." This provocation finally ignited the primal hunger within Midori's soul. Very well. Midori kicked a weapon rack, sending blades airborne before expertly snatching a massive guandao. Witnessing Midori finally get serious, Jiro's bloodlust reached a fever pitch of pure insanity. Like two apex predators unleashed, they lunged at each other, tearing the battlefield apart. Inside the system, the ancient ancestors watched Josiro's awakening with grim, envious fascination. Joe has fully awakened. Amazing he found someone who can actually match his raw power. I'm jealous. Too bad the brat's physical stats can't handle Jiro's full skill output yet. Should I join too? Shut it, old man. Don't ruin his masterpiece, someone barked back. Meanwhile, Minato watched from his subconscious, memorizing every strike angle and shift in gravity. He whispered the movements, absorbing high-tier combat data from the two monsters clashing above. Back in the fray, the pressure became too much. Jiro's sword finally shattered into pieces. Damn it, Jiro hissed. Seeing this, Midori immediately tossed his own weapon aside. Incredible. Haven't felt this heart-pounding excitement in such a long time. You're unarmed? Use a gun or something? 10 seconds left, what's your final move? In response, Jiro locked eyes on someone in the hallway and lunged like a lightning bolt. His target was the thug from earlier specifically, the high-tier blade strapped to his waist. Borrowing this, he barked, pivoting to meet the world's strongest fist with a fresh blade. A massive explosion rocked the wall as their powers collided in a blinding flash. As the smoke cleared, the two warriors emerged, ready to continue their legendary dance of death. Ha ha! Fascinating. Keep it coming, Midori roared with pure adrenaline. Unnoticed, the shockwaves from their epic clash sent tremors through the entire structure. Collapse was imminent. The duel shifted intensity as both warriors reached the massive industrial fan. With monstrous physical strength, Midori effortlessly hoisted the giant blade and slammed it down with fury. But his opponent wasn't finished. Using the Hinoki's secret art, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. In a flash, the massive fan was sliced into hundreds of perfect cubes. Magnificent, Midori cheered. Meanwhile, Minato gritted his teeth, channeling everything into his final move. At the critical climax, destiny flickered. Minato's blade shattered into 1,000 jagged shards. Seizing the moment, Midori condensed pure mana into his palm, preparing a devastating finishing blow. Damn it, Joicho cursed, his voice heavy with the sting of regret. Refusing to fall, Minato reclaimed control. Not yet. He growled, his eyes locking onto Midori's movements. Before the strike landed, Minato parried Midori's arm with surgical precision, redirecting the lethal force. The sudden high-level maneuver left both Jiro and Midori frozen in utter disbelief. Though he diverted the blow, the price was high. Minato's right arm snapped like dry wood. Take this, he roared, swinging his remaining strength forward in a desperate counterattack. Battles between the strong aren't just combat. They're a search for truth amidst infinite possibilities. Like a high-stakes chess match, every move is profound. Yet this kid carved a new path. He found a hidden route, one that neither Midori nor I could have ever predicted. So he chose his own destiny. Reikiro chuckled, watching Minato evolve, though a shadow of regret remained. Outside, Midori's hand clamped shut around Minato's fist just before impact. Minato bit his lip hard. Curse it. I was so close. I almost had him. Waves of frustration washed over him as his ultimate strike was neutralized. Suddenly, Midori leaned in, meeting the fist with a smile. You passed, he said warmly. Both plummeted toward the ground as the students watched, desperate to know who had triumphed. Ignoring the chaos, Midori landed safely, bracing Minato in his arms. Jin, move out. As he called, his secretary materialized from the shadows like shifting smoke. He passed. This kid is legendary. Now help me. My hand is completely numb. Again, Jin sighed, exhausted by her boss's constant habit of creating dramatic spectacles. Inside the building, Midori's declaration reached the ears of the trembling students. Wait, did he say passed? Does that mean he actually landed a hit on Midori? Cheers erupted as the crowd went wild. Minato blinked awake, hearing Jin's sharp warning. I'm treating your injuries, so don't move. Oh, right, thank you, he stammered. The secretary offered a rare, genuine compliment. Congratulations. You've officially cleared the trial. Wait, what? I actually cleared it? Minato bolted upright, completely forgetting his shattered arm. Right beside him, Midori laughed at Minato's temporary amnesia. Hey now, forgetting the win is just cruel. I might have given you some bonus points, but you've definitely earned this victory. Your relentless assault and that final evasion were top tier. Be proud of your growth. Minato felt a surge of pride, but quickly focused on the most important question. Now that I've passed, what happens next? What's the reward? Even Jin turned to Midori, her eyes filled with curiosity about the next step. Midori looked blank. It seemed he had started this trial on a whim without any actual plan. Night fell. Back home, Minato's mother looked up from the stove. Is someone coming over tonight? Yeah, just one guest, Minato replied, busy tidying up the living room. He wrung out his cleaning rag, scrubbing the floor until it shone. Someone very important was coming. His mother beamed with pride. Today truly felt like a dream come true. He'd passed the hunter exam and even got scouted by the legendary Midori. She always knew he'd awaken. But Midori visiting? Panic immediately set in. Is our house okay? I hope he doesn't mistake it for a dog kennel. Mom, relax. Midori isn't like that. Minato defended his idol. Back in his room, Minato stared at the card, reflecting on everything. Why did he stay silent? What was he hiding? Midori's goofy act didn't fool Jean. Her leglock was swift and brutal. Mercy, I tap out, the superstar cried, slamming the floor in defeat. Win and we're teammates, Midori said. Minato barely recalled the deal. Jane's grip tightened. Minato's confusion only fueled her lethal annoyance. Let's talk at your place, Minato. Far from these prying eyes? They'd discuss his choices and their true enemy. Those words haunted him. True enemy, the progenitors destroyed the tower eons ago. What's left? Hunters just clear rifts now. Was there a darker shadow looming? His thoughts drifted as exhaustion pulled him toward a deep, heavy sleep. Suddenly, Jiro's roar shattered the silence. Minato snapped back, heart racing. The spirits stood gathered. Richiro and the others were all there. What's this? Are you guys deciding who gets my body? Richiro remained calm. We just finished discussing your soul's fate. Minato trembled in terror. Jiro sighed, preparing to explain the situation. Before he could finish, the doorbell rang. Midori had finally arrived. Sorry guys, Midori's here. This conversation has to wait. He rushed out, but the hallway was pitch black. Something was wrong. His heart stopped. There on the cold floor lay his mother unconscious. Rage and panic flared. He lunged forward to reach her side. In the kitchen, a man in black sat casually devouring their dinner. Hey kid, your mom's rude. Where's the Kobe beef for your guest? Minato's voice went icy. Who are you? What did you do to her? Bold brat, do you know who you're talking to? The man sneered. I'm an S-rank hunter. You're coming to the association now. Pack up. The long-haired intruder didn't even look up from his stolen meal. Without a word, Minato channeled mana. His fist surged with explosive power. The S-rank vanished, reappearing behind him like a ghost. Impossible speed. Want to play rookie? He mocked. But Minato's mind went elsewhere. I asked you, what did you do to my mother? Memories flooded back. Her worn shoes, her tireless support for him. Don't worry about me. Eat your favorite meal. Keep training, son. Killing intent saturated the air. Minato's eyes glowed with murderous resolve. Within his soul, the progenitors watched. An S-rank. This should be interesting. I hate following Midori's lead, but let's see his worth. This fight would determine if Minato was truly worthy of their power. The S-rank just laughed. Ooh, scary face. We're almost cute, kid. He lunged, but Minato was different now. The world slowed down. He caught the S-rank's wrist instantly, slamming him into a devastating counterthrow. That's the secret art of the first progenitor, the power Minato inherited. Channeling raw explosive force, he hurls the long-haired freak across the clearing. Finally, that smug grin vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. What just happened? Was that a coordinated multi-skill combo? His Midori fight data only showed brute force and basic sword skills. As the villain falters, Minato's killing intent spikes, turning the air heavy. You're stronger than an Orank, tell me. What did you do to my mother? Hey, simple poison. She was in my way, so I put her to sleep. He laughs like a rabid dog, but Minato remains eerily, dangerously calm. I can't understand why you'd betray your own comrade's family like this. The long-haired degenerate bursts into a psychotic, bone-chilling fit of laughter. You little brat. He blurs with godlike speed, striking from a blind spot. Minato's instincts flare instantly. He leaps, narrowly dodging a lethal palm strike. While raining down relentless blows, the villain reveals his twisted endgame. You aren't a comrade. You're just my next puppet, bound by my will. Weaklings like you are easily tamed by threatening those you love most. Despite his arrogance, the villain's combat stats are truly off the charts. Every word is a calculated taunt, designed to make Minato lose his focus. He pins Minato's foot, thrusting his fingers forward like poisoned daggers. The freak doesn't even care if his own fingers shatter in the impact. Minato tilts his head to evade, leaping back to reset the distance. But the attack connected. A shallow scratch opens on Minato's cheek. His skin begins to burn. Damn it, my face is on fire. A dark, necrotic shadow spreads from the wound. It's a fast-acting toxin. Figures a low-tier villain like him was never going to fight fair. Poison deployed. Body can synthesize thousands of lethal toxins at once. I could release a death cloud for 5 kilometers if it weren't illegal. That specific toxin will melt your internal organs in 60 seconds flat. Join my guild for the antidote, or rot right here on the dirt. Minato stays calm, analyzing the threat. A human biohazard with city-killing range. This is the power of a serpent rank. A literal living disaster. He reaches into his inner soul. Medicine King Wallenstein, are you there? A shy girl in apothecary robes appears. I need a detoxification formula, now. Wallenstein nods timidly. She's the most soft-spoken progenitor in his arsenal. Realizing Minato won't submit, the long-haired freak launches another frantic assault. Scared into a trance? He sneers, thrusting fingers like venomous needles again. Minato mumbles while dodging. That previous combo was Hyoma's divine hand. You ... You copied my secret technique just by seeing it once. Progenitors like Hyoki and Shima watch in awe as Minato mirrors them. The legends he once read about are now awakening within his very blood. Is this all you've got? 'Cause this won't be enough to stop me? The villain's rage boils over into a twisted, hideous laugh. Fine then. This next dose of toxin will have you begging for a quick death. His face contorts with sadistic madness as he swaps to a deadlier poison. Corrosive droplets melt the ground. Kneel and beg, and I might show mercy. Your brain's fried by agony, ha ha ha. Cornered, the lunatic lunges at Minato. Minato blurs like wind, dodging. A counterstrike pierces his chest. Saint's fist, the villain crashes. It's far from over. Face kick. He flies like trash, skidding hard through the dirt, charging again. Sharp claws clash. Finger snap. Chest strike follows. Hidden skill. Kalen's piercing beak. Next, the tyrant's dragon claw. Broken, the degenerate is grabbed. Uprooted and tossed like nothing. Battered, he can't understand defeat. Why didn't the poison paralyze? Minato ignores his pathetic cries. Finisher Melis. Silentius's truth magic. Heaven strikes, the ancestors gasp. He copied our legendary skills. One glance was all he needed. Void energy. My heart's racing. We must train the boy. History's strongest transcendent hunter awakens. Ninjas shadow step across city roofs. Hurry, recruit Minato before others. Midori blocks them with malice. You're the final guild trash. Snap. The intruders are crushed. Midori calls his secretary Jane. Status? Late, the battle's over. S-rank Tanagoro lies broken nearby. Midori applauds Minato's overwhelming growth. Simply magnificent, young hunter. Untouched by S-rank poison, okay? Wallenstein's protection saved us. 5 seconds. You're too slow. Midori explains the guild interference, clearing out the guild posers. So he was a fake? Just another weakling using names. Let's discuss your legendary future. A new dawn? A journey? Mom fusses over his supplies. I'm ready for the awakening. Regarding our son? ... You mean Minato? The father asked, as Midori offered a subtle, knowing smile. Indeed, he possesses immense hidden potential. I'll mentor him personally to become an elite hunter. Mom, Master Midori recruited me. The boy cheered, but his mother's expression clouded with sudden grief. She cut to the chase. This path. It's life-threatening, isn't it? Midori nodded solemnly. Yes, it is. Minato idolized the legendary primordials and craved the hunter's life, but to his parents, it felt like a death sentence. They couldn't suppress the overwhelming dread gnawing at their hearts. Sensing their fear, Midori spoke firmly. I won't lie, this world is rife with extreme peril. I can't guarantee his safety, but I swear to forge him into a warrior as legendary as the ancestors. Midori's voice carried such absolute authority that the mother's doubts finally began to crumble. Master Midori, protect my son. With those words, the scene shifts back to the present. Inside the car, Jean watched Minato say his final goodbyes. Are you certain you can keep that promise? She questioned his resolve, but Midori's gaze remained fixed on the boy. I will keep it, no matter the cost. The farewell neared its end. After receiving his mother's final blessings, Minato turned toward the car. It's late, Mom. I have to go. I'll visit soon, I promise. Make sure you do, Minato. Her eyes were rimmed with red, and Minato's own heart felt like it was being crushed by a debuff. He bit his lip hard to stifle a sob. Sorry for the wait. You've made your choice, Midori asked. Yes. If I look at her again, I'm afraid my resolve will shatter completely. Then let's move. This is a long quest. Rest while you can. Midori leaned back, eyes closing. Minato stared at the lunchbox his mother had pressed into his hands. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, dear. Those were her final words. As he cracked open the lid, his vision blurred with hot tears. Do your best, son, written in sauce. He forced himself to eat, hot tears streaming down his face. The engine roared. The vehicle sped away, carrying Minato toward a mysterious, high-security zone. Welcome to the Inner Circle, a national organization reserved only for the world's most elite. Transcendence. The Great Oracle HQ. This is where your true awakening begins, kid. Midori gestured toward a colossal, fortress-like mansion, just as the sun hit its peak. Inside, a man caught sight of the newcomers. Hey, check it out. We've got fresh blood in the yard. A new teammate. Finally, things are getting interesting. Most were curious, but one red-haired youth scowled. He looked annoyed. Teammate? We haven't even verified if this degenerate is worthy of our rank. We need to see if he actually belongs in the Great Oracle, or if he's just dead weight. Minato stood dazed. The Great Oracle. HQ? What kind of secret system is this? Wasn't this just your guild, Midori? My bad. National security protocol prevented me from leaking the intel. A national-level organization. Minato's eyes widened as if he'd seen a high-rank boss monster. Details later. Head to the dorms and drop your gear. Jean will assist you. Jean reached out, but Minato shook his head. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Heads up, newbie. Time for a proper introduction to the hierarchy. A golden-clad figure plummeted like a meteor, aiming a devastating strike directly at Minato. Minato raised his arms just in time, the impact cratering the earth beneath his feet. The golden-haired attacker cackled, impressed that the rookie had survived his opening gambit. Haha, you actually blocked that? Not bad? Minato gritted his teeth. Who the hell's this guy? With a sudden burst of kinetic energy, the stranger kicked off, forcing Minato back several paces. I'm Hinata Hikotoroi, your teammate and your new rival. Minato could only stare in pure shock. Meanwhile, Midori casually ordered tea, enjoying the show as the two new recruits clashed. A teammate? Is this how you greet people in this guild? Minato struggled against Hikotaro's relentless barrage. Standard procedure. Welcome to the Great Oracle. Consider this your official combat evaluation. Minato's eyes narrowed. A test already? Fine then. Before Minato can even react, Hikotaro lunges forward with a devastating lightning-fast kick. Minato barely manages to cross his arms in defense. First, let's discuss the Great Oracle's true origin. A lecture mid-battle? Minato grits his teeth, focusing purely on survival against the onslaught. One question first, Hiko continues. Your name is Kaminagi Minato, isn't it? Meanwhile, Midori sips tea, pondering Minato's path. From hunter vocational exams to my own brutal trials, then an S-rank clash, and now this. Is the boy's life just one long, grueling test? He questions the secretary, knowing Minato is the one Midori personally scouted for this mission. Jin responds to the inquiry with a mask of absolute calm. Back at the fight, Hikotaro truly intended to explain the world while throwing lethal strikes. Question 1. What is a hunter's purpose? Just clearing monsters from dimensional rifts? Minato answers, earning a sharp kick and 2 thumbs up from the eccentric blonde warrior. Correct. It is glorified pest control. But what of the other disasters? Minato freezes, confused. Seeing Minato's bewildered expression, the blonde youth doesn't seem surprised by his ignorance at all. Yes, there are catastrophes in this world far more terrifying than mere dimensional rifts. Like the monster riot 10 years ago, or last year's massive giant outbreak. Minato stands stunned, his mind reeling for several seconds, before he can even find his voice. Wait, weren't those just large-scale accidents caused by massive dimensional rifts? Hikotaro's response is a heavy strike that sends Minato flying backward across the clearing. That is the propaganda taught to commoners. The reality is far more sinister. He executes a savage axe kick, splitting the tree behind Minato into two perfect halves. With every violent exchange, Hikotaro drops another fragment of the world's hidden truth. It is an interdimensional invasion, equal to the tower disaster of 300 years ago. Hiko nods grimly. Exactly. And their relentless invasion has never truly ended. Something from the other side is still hungering to consume our world. Transcendent powers have faded since the Tower era.
Now what can we possibly do? Minato asks, shaken.
Finally, Hikotaro reveals their secret mission. That is the reason our organization exists. Oracles detect the coming omens. The chosen ones rise to strike them down. We are the great oracles, the world's final line of defense. Minato stares blankly, struggling to process the revelation of this secret, ancient war. As he murmurs, Hiko smiles warmly. And as of today, you are one of us. You're the first rookie to survive my barrage. Welcome to the team, Minato. Welcome to the great oracles, he offers a hand. Glad to be here, Minato stammers. He accepts the greeting as his new teammates break into a round of enthusiastic applause. Everyone, I've acknowledged him. What about you? Figures emerge from the dark forest. Seeing the performance has ended, the observers vanish like mist into the shadows. They move like damned ninjas. Midori grumbles, annoyed by their disappearing act. Hikotaro just sighs. They had to witness your potential with their own eyes. Hiko grins again. Midori, I'll take him. Really? Then he's in your hands. Midori nods. The blonde hunter grabs the luggage. Dorms are this way.
Follow me.
Thanks, Hikotaro. Just call me Hiko. He waves off the gratitude casually. Night falls over the academy. Minato settles into his new private dormitory room. Hiko's words echo in his mind. A super disaster. Invasion from another world. Can I really fight something as world-ending as the tower the progenitors once defeated? Anxiety claws at him as he stares at the ceiling, fearing the coming storm. Suddenly, the progenitor's voices resonate, then simply grow stronger. That is your only path. Fate has finally aligned. The verdict on your destiny is finally here. We'll forge you into the ultimate transcendent, surpassing even the legendary Midori. Minato Kaminagi. Become the sole disciple of all progenitors. Jochiro's chilling seriousness left the protagonist paralyzed, a gravity unlike any before. A disciple. To everyone, precisely. The legacy of every progenitor starts now. Minato hesitated. Why me? Weren't you planning to seize my body? We were, but that would mean a war between us. Progenitor battle royale. Stop joking around, Minato snapped. Jochiro finally revealed their true intentions. Initially, we sought a vessel. But watching you changed everything. Training you is far more captivating. You flawlessly mimicked our techniques against that poison master. Your precision and raw power are still primitive. Mere shadows of our true arts. Yet, you achieved the impossible. You realize the magnitude of your feat? Perhaps it's the influence of the void script, or something deeper. Your trait is absolute absorption. It's passing the potential of any progenitor in history. Rechiro's words struck deep. For the first time, Minato felt the weight of expectation. Memories of his humiliating past began to resurface. The scars of being worthless. He recalled the rank tests, where his maximum effort couldn't even budge a single fan. The inspector's verdict was soul-crushing. This boy possesses zero talent for awakening. Laughter and mockery followed him like a shadow. Know your place, bottom feeder. Absolute trash. Failing the hunter exam 3 times? It's a lost cause. Those cruel echoes defined his life, till the progenitors awakened within his soul. Now, a new chapter begins. The legendary hunter Midori has officially chosen him. You possess immense hidden stats. The potential to become the world's strongest transcendent. Is this real? Am I truly worthy of such a divine destiny? The very legends I idolize now believe in me. heart raced with fear and hope. Tears fell as doubt clashed with determination. Could he truly meet their monumental expectations? Jiro broke the silence with a comforting pat. Why the tears, kid? We share your body now. In your dreams, time and space are ours to command. From now on, one real-time day equals 100 hours of hellish training. By day, fight fate. By night, suffer under our tutelage. Sleep is now a luxury of the past. Are you prepared for this path? Yes, please. Make me strong. With a 90-degree bow, the pact was sealed. One student, 106 legendary masters. Dawn broke the next morning. Hiko found Minato at the washroom, looking half dead. Morning, Hiko, Minato yawned. Whoa, you look like you've been through a war. Just not used to the intensity yet. Hiko smiled, remembering his own awakening. Suddenly, Hiko sensed a shift. An oppressive aura was radiating from Minato's body. Acting on instinct, Hiko launched a surprise high kick. A test of reflexes. Minato dodged it with terrifying ease. Hey, take it easy in the morning, will you? I'm heading to the cafeteria first. Hiko stood there, completely stunned. My kick was faster than yesterday. How did he evade it so effortlessly? At the Prophet's cafeteria, Hiko led the way. Hey, mind if we join you? The girl didn't even look up. She continued devouring her meal in silence. Hiko shrugged and gestured for Minato to sit. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Minato realized she was the girl from the rooftop, the elite classmate Hiko mentioned earlier. Sensing his stare, the black-haired girl finally looked up. Her eyes pierced through his soul. She glared, welcoming me to the great sage with zero warmth or hospitality. Tough crowd, Minato thought, forcing a polite smile. I'm Kaminagi Minato. Nice to meet you. The raven-haired girl cut him off coldly. I don't care. Your name isn't worth remembering yet. Earn my respect first. Only then will I acknowledge your existence by name. Training starts now. We're hunting a prophecy. She pointed a fork at him menacingly. 1945. The first prophetic tome was unearthed 3,000 meters beneath Antarctica's ice. Titled The Book of Apocalypse, the handwriting was crude, like a child's cursed scrawl. It predicted a global assault in 80 years alongside countless other catastrophic omens. The world chose to listen. Why do you think they believed it? Minato blinked, confused. Wait, I still don't even know your name. Why must I? Answer the question, she barked, her arrogance flaring. Don't test my patience, rookie. Minato took a guess, because the prophecies in the book actually started coming true. She looked at him with utter disbelief. Are you actually an idiot or what? If just one apocalypse event happened, the world would already be ashes. Understand? Stunned, Minato turned to Hiko. Hiko, just how many prophecies are out there? Hiko flashed the fingers with a grin. Minato turned pale. We're absolutely doomed. Midori intervened calmly. Relax. We've already neutralized about 180 of them. 180. Minato's jaw dropped at the staggering number of averted ends. He turned back, desperate for the truth. Then why? Why does everyone trust that book? She stared out the window. The man who found it was named Bharat Rousseau. The moment he cracked that cover open for the very first time, ... The first page read, Hello, Bharat. May 17, 1945, 11:35 a.m. Sunny day. Time skip. Sumida District, Tokyo. The atmosphere was thick with impending dread. Security forces had the streets on lockdown. A primary rift had torn through reality's fabric. Minato's squad arrived on the scene, ready to engage the interdimensional anomaly. Halt. This area is restricted, guards shouted, desperately blocking their path forward. Before they could blink, the trio bypassed the perimeter, leaving the guards in shock. Hey! Wait! They yelled. Minato panicked. Is this even legal? It just broke through? Hiko just laughed it off. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl marched forward, eyes full of fury. World War III, the Black Moon, the Great Plague. All averted disasters, even the pandemonium. But the apocalypse isn't alone. Other prophetic texts are scattered across the entire globe. To manage this chaos, the specialized anti-prophecy unit was forged into existence. Threat levels range from level 3 regional danger to something far more catastrophic. Level 2 is national. Level 1 is global. Special grade? That's the end of everything? Minato's eyes widened as the true scale of their mission finally sank in. Wait, ... we're the only ones doing this? You're in the unit now, she snapped. She brushed past the police tape, entering the danger zone without a hint of hesitation. An officer named Kizaragi spotted them. Civilians. What are they doing in a hot zone? He sounded hesitant, his voice trembling as he watched the mysterious group approach. Get back. It's too dangerous, Kizaragi warned. She ignored him, staring at the rift. Level 3, Prophecy. It's a B-rank rift at first glance, but don't be fooled. It's a golden wolf sleigh. A rank monsters are about to swarm this entire sector. Right on cue, the rift pulsed with violent crimson light and tore wide open. A pack of monstrous wolves lunged out from the abyss, hungry for human blood. Kisaragi's face went pale. They're too fast. All units, prepare for immediate combat. With that said, he channeled raw mana into his fist, unleashing a shockwave that tore through the pack. But the ordinary guards? They weren't nearly as leveled up. The moment they clashed, the werewolves absolutely decimated the front lines. Civilians, fall back, he roared. But the black-haired girl didn't need the warning. She was already activating her skill. With a single touch, the ground liquefied into a strange metallic substance. In an instant, the liquid morphed into lethal silver spears, skewering the monsters. Before they could even growl, it was a total bloodbath. Meanwhile, Hiko jumped into the fray, turning the battlefield into his personal training ground. The horde was crushed before they could even spread, leaving Kizaragi completely shell-shocked by their overwhelming power. Who are they? Their combat stats far exceed my own S-rank abilities. But the girl just sighed. Back off. From where we stand, you're the one who needs protecting. Kisarage's eyes widened as he spotted the crest pinned to her uniform. Wait, are you with the government bureau? Suddenly, the air groaned. The rift began to splinter as massive claws gripped the edges, tearing the fabric of reality apart to let a titan through. This thing, it's way beyond a standard boss monster. The S+ rank beastman, 𝐂𝐿𝐴, Hiko and the girl charged instantly. Stop. You can't just rush an S+. Kisaragi screamed, but they ignored him. Hiko delivered a gravity-defying kick to the beast's skull, while spears rained down on its face. 0 damage. The monster's physical defense was off the charts. It didn't have a single scratch. The metal spears shattered against its hide. A physical reflection trait, she gasped. Physical immunity, Hiko cursed as 𝐂𝐿𝐴 lunged, targeting the girl with lethal intent. Gritting her teeth, she condensed the liquid metal into a dense orb, desperate to trigger a high-tier spell. But then, Minato flickered into view, intercepting the beast before it could strike. He buried a single strike into the monster's snout, freezing the titan in its tracks. Then, the beast's internals ignited, detonating its body in a massive pillar of fire. The witnesses stood frozen in disbelief. Only Hiko realized what had actually happened. And it felt like a lightning strike. The 1-inch punch. He'd just one-shotted an S+ rank monster. My gut was right. Minato's hidden stats have skyrocketed overnight. He's become a literal monster. The girl finally snapped out of it, yelling, "Hey, who told you to interfere?" Ignoring her, Minato stared at his fist. Against high-defense enemies, using internal ki is the ultimate counterstrat. Master Gotak's lesson from last night, the absolute basics. The 1-inch punch really is a cheat code. Minato grinned. Since I saved your life, how about a name? Fine. It's Shinomea, unhappy. She huffed. They moved as a unit, clearing the remaining werewolves with ease, thanks to Minato's internal destruction trick. Targeting their vitals from the inside is way more efficient, they realized. Rookie, the outside is clear. We're heading in, uncommanded after the slaughter. Kisarage's voice trembled. Into the rift? You're actually going inside? That's a different dimension. You guys are insane to attempt to crawl now. Ignoring the warnings, Minato dove headfirst into the portal, eager for the hunt. The three vanished into the abyss. Left behind, the S-rank hunter could only stare at their retreating backs in pure awe. Monsters among men. They must be from that legendary secret organization. Inside the rift, they found themselves in a dark, twisted tunnel. A new wave of werewolves was already charging. Without hesitation, An let out a bored sigh and unleashed a barrage of spears, raining death upon the horde. "These are just like the mobs outside. Totally boring," she sighed. Minato, witnessing her sheer brutality, was left in total awe. Sister Akin is a beast. When it comes to massive AoE damage, she's definitely number one, Heiko added, nodding. Suddenly, a gargantuan bear monster lunged toward them. Instead of rushing in, Akan immediately called for tactical backup. "Heiko, take the lead," she commanded. "You got it?" Heiko replied, his eyes burning with excitement. He channeled power into his legs and vaulted into the air, narrowly dodging the beast's heavy swipe. "Too slow, big guy." Leveraging his maxed-out speed and the terrain, Heiko bounced off the walls, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left the bear defenseless. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fray, Minato watched the flawless combat flow with pure envy. Oh, that's actually incredible. Eager to test his own growth, Minato lunged forward, mimicking Hiko's exact movement pattern. "Is it like this?" "Not a chance, rookie," Heiko teased. As the clock ticked down, the party continued their relentless push. The trio tore through the tunnel like a whirlwind. Suddenly Akan paused, noticing the monster density was plummeting fast. "Is this the place?" she whispered. They emerged from the darkness into a colossal open-air arena. Minato's eyes widened as the scale of the chamber hit him. How is this place so massive? Before he could finish, a thunderous roar echoed from high above the trio's heads. Sensing a massive projectile, they looked up just as a gargantuan shadow eclipsed the entire area, plummeting toward them. The Titan crashed down, causing the very foundation of the dungeon to tremble under its immense weight. "It's huge, ... What the hell is that?" They stared up at the roaring bull monster looming over them. Boss identified. The blind bull rank S+. Seeing the monstrosity appear, Akan didn't show a hint of fear. She stepped forward with supreme confidence. Finally, the floor boss. "You're the one in charge here, right?" Without waiting for a response, she triggered her system skill, manifesting a glowing magic circle beneath the beast's hooves. Instantly, a forest of light spears erupted from the ground, skewering everything in their path. Behold El Dorado. Rule number 1. Always hit a strong foe with your ultimate first. Never give them room to breathe. I'll deplete its health bar. You guys just worry about landing the finishing blow? Khan shouted. Heiko nodded, his body instantly surging with blue mana. Haha, your skills are as flashy as ever. Understood? Minato watched their perfect coordination with admiration. But then his expression suddenly shifted to one of concern. Their attacks look amazing, but it's not going to be enough, Minato muttered, catching the veterans off guard. Excuse me? Rookie, are you seriously trash-talking my finishing move? Akan snapped, but the counterattack came instantly. From within the pillar of light, a massive axe-wielding arm emerged, completely unscathed by the magical onslaught. The blind bull gripped its weapon and delivered a world-shattering overhead strike directly into the ground. The impact created a massive crater, unleashing a devastating shockwave that nullified the golden light spears instantly. Akin stood frozen, her face pale with shock. Are you kidding me? It didn't take any damage? In that moment of crisis, an ancient, powerful voice resonated deep within Minato's mind. A talented girl, her casting speed, precision, and raw output are all at the absolute peak. What a waste if such potential were to perish here, the voice of the ancestral alchemist sighed. After a brief pause, the ancient spirit began to analyze the battlefield with cold, calculated logic. Her tactics were perfect for an unknown entity. Against a normal boss, this fight would already be over. But she misjudged the monster's traits. The blind bull possesses 100% physical damage immunity. Minato's heart raced as he heard the revelation. Then what are we supposed to do now? Turning back to the chaos, the enraged bull boss began swinging its axe wildly, shredding the arena floor. Hiko pushed his speed to the limit, desperately trying to land a blow on the Titan's thick hide. However, his twin blades were useless. It's no good. This thing is like a walking fortress. Damn it. We should have brought a high-tier mage for this raid, Akin cursed under her breath. Just then, Minato's aura shifted entirely, and a voice that wasn't his own echoed through the air. The legendary Magistus had awakened. Lend me your body for a moment, kid. Let's show them real power. Magistus awakens. Lend me your body, Minato. Watch and learn, kid. 𝐂𝐃𝐿 invoked a skill, manifesting liquid metal. He fired the molten slag, instantly encasing the Void Bull's legs in iron. Witnessing the sheer power, Akon's eyes widened. How? How can you use my alchemist skills? Wait, ... Was that purely a physical strike? Unbelievable. 𝐂𝐃𝐿 smirked. Foolish girl. You lack flexibility. True alchemist masters all three states of matter. The liquid metal inside the beast ignited, turning it into a furnace. Intense heat radiated until the monster began evaporating into thick mist. It's boiling alive, 𝐂𝐃𝐿 shouted. Khan stood there, completely shell-shocked. Thermal energy over physical force. His tactic is absolutely genius. She thought. 𝐂𝐃𝐿 yielded control. I want her as my successor. Haha, quit joking around, old man. Minato laughed awkwardly. As they spoke, the boss monster was charred into a husk. Mission complete. Void Bull slain. Grade 3 Prophet suppressed. Watching Minato and 𝐂𝐃𝐿, she felt dazed. Logic was being shattered. Every Awakener seal grants a strictly unique and specialized skill set. He looks like a physical fighter, yet uses alchemy. Who is he? Sensing her gaze, Minato smiled and reached out. I'm Hanagi. Minato, don't forget me. Akan just gritted her teeth in frustration. She had no choice but to shake his hand and acknowledge him. I'll do my best. Minato grinned. 𝐂𝐃𝐿 watched them, smiling softly. Minato finally earned her respect. Cut to outside the rift area. As the survivors rested, the rift began to shrink and close. The gate is closing. What happened? Minato's group finally emerged. The hunters in black cheered. They made it. They're actually alive. Our saviors returned. Is the quest over? Minato asked hopefully. Just the debriefing remains. Akan nodded. That was hell, 𝐂𝐃𝐿 added. Kisaragi approached them and bowed. Thank you for saving our lives. We won't pry into your IDs or what happened inside. Thanks. I appreciate the discretion, Akan replied, offering a crucial reminder. Use this emblem in your report. They'll understand. Urgent call. Kisaragi nodded. Rifts like this are rare. We likely won't meet again. Return to your normal life. Akan walked away, leaving him smiling wryly. Time passed quickly, seeing the non-profit association headquarters. The trio arrived back. Stepping out, Akan immediately started complaining. Good grief, I still have to write that boring report. 𝐂𝐃𝐿 checked his phone. Wait, someone's calling for an urgent meeting. Again? Right after a mission? Akan groaned, seeing the third hall. Akan pushed the door open. We're here as requested. Two figures were already waiting. A red-haired youth spoke up immediately. Akan, it took you this long to clear a mere rank 3? Akan snapped back. Suo, stop acting tough. You're not the captain. 𝐂𝐃𝐿 stepped between them. Relax, Director Kurihara. What's the situation? The man adjusted his glasses and got straight to the point. The director clicked the remote, flickering a classified feed onto the command center screen. Eyes on this first, he commanded. This intel just arrived from the specialized analysis team. On screen, a glowing, charred object resembled a burning ember. Akan blinked in confusion. Is that just a piece of coal? Director Kurihara's gaze remained icy. It's a prophetic manuscript. This is exactly how we recovered it. We pulled it from a volcanic rift. Research began immediately. Minato's expression hardened as the weight of the situation sank in. A scorched manuscript? How can anyone even decipher something in that condition? Kurihara adjusted his glasses, his tone sharp. Using advanced AI reconstruction and X-ray imaging, we've recovered a fragment. The full text is still obscured, but one specific prophecy points directly to Japan. The room went silent, for hunters couldn't hide their shock. A brand new prophecy appearing now. No way, Akan shouted. Minato, still a rookie in this world, leaned toward 𝐂𝐃𝐿. Is this really that rare? It's unheard of, 𝐂𝐃𝐿 replied, shaking his head. The research division tracks every prophecy globally with absolute precision. Normally, the appearance of a new prophecy is a statistical impossibility, yet here we are. Suo broke the silence. So, we're the investigation team. Suo cut straight to the point, sparing Kurihara from further explanation. Sharp as always, Suo, usually, veteran guilds handle this. But every high-ranker is currently deployed on other fronts. Henry noticed Midori was still missing since their return. Minato kept his thoughts internal as the briefing continued. I am officially assigning this investigation quest to the 4 of you, the director declared. Mission specs are hitting your mailboxes now. Move out immediately. Wait, right this second. Minato gasped, not having a single moment to recover his stamina. Hiko and Akon, however, didn't even flinch. They were battle-hardened veterans. This is the life of a hunter kid. You'll get used to the sudden deployments. Hiko gave a grim smile. Minato nodded, understanding the stakes. The fate of the world didn't wait for rest. Minato accepted the quest. The red-haired Suo slammed his hand on the table. Understood. Orders received. Suo Shinji and his 3 subordinates are ready. Subordinates? Who are you calling a subordinate? Akon snapped. They quickly departed. Before they cleared the bay, Director Kurihara's voice echoed one final warning. The quest rank is currently unconfirmed. Be careful. If the prophecy triggers, wait for the main raid force. Inside the transport vehicle, Minato stared out the window, brooding over the sudden mission. An unranked quest. But it's just an investigation. Nothing to worry about, he told himself, trying to stay calm. Suo, acting like a natural squad leader, barked an order. You all just finished a mission, right? Recover your stats now. I'm not carrying 3 pieces of dead weight if things go south. Don't boss me around. I'm perfectly fine without sleep. Akon growled, determined to spite Suo. Meanwhile, Minato and Hiko ignored the bickering entirely. In that case, I'm hitting the hay. Me too. Wake us when we arrive. Both men fell into a deep sleep instantly, leaving Akon fuming in silence. Fine, sleep then. I won't close my eyes. She slapped her cheeks to stay focused. But her resolve crumbled within 5 minutes as she drifted off. Hours passed. Night had fallen over the landscape when a sharp voice broke the silence. Wake up, Akon, she jolted awake, instantly defensive. I wasn't sleeping. I was just meditating. Realizing the team had already disembarked, she scrambled out of the car, complaining loudly. Why didn't you wake me sooner? She punctuated her frustration by punching Minato in the back. But Minato didn't react, staring ahead with a look of pure, cold intensity. Look up, he whispered. Akon stepped forward, her jaw dropping as she saw the horizon. They had arrived at the target zone. Floating high in the dark sky was a massive, glowing celestial rune. This is bad, the prophecy, ... It's already reaching its awakening stage. Hiko spoke grimly, his eyes fixed on the skeletal remains encased in crystalline structures below. Akon scanned the perimeter, her voice trembling. That magic circle is colossal. Look at those crimson pillars. The report mentioned 23 of them, right? Suo asked, his voice eerily calm despite the pressure. This is just like 30 years ago, the Wakayama incident. Back then, a rift to another dimension tore the world apart. The crystal pillar erupted in a blinding flash, cranking the tension to the breaking point. They're closing in. We need to move, and we need to move now. Hiko's voice trembled with anxiety, but the red-haired hunter simply unsheathed his blade. We crush them. You're not thinking of defying orders, are you? Unsmirked, even as Director Kurihara ordered them to wait for the main force. Suddenly, a monstrous aura exploded from behind Minato, was finally letting his power loose. Am I right? He asked, his voice dripping with cold determination. Hiko and An stood frozen. Minato's mana signature was leagues beyond this morning. Even the red-haired swordsman had to admit it, the kid wasn't dead weight anymore. Follow me, Suo commanded, diving into the abyss as the team scrambled after him. Don't you dare bark orders at me, 𝐘𝐅𝐓𝐄𝐃 roared in frustration. Deep within Minato's consciousness, the ancestral archmage stirred. This scent, how nostalgic. The scent of forbidden magic, Riro added. The celestial fire scripture of the blood moon. A dark prophecy where the heavens are veiled and hellfire consumes the world. The awakened Sejima, leader of Dark Magus and the butcher of the great genocide. An entire village had been pushed to the very brink of extinction by him. But the monster had prepared a gruesome ritual for his eventual resurrection. Emptying a cask of blood onto the earth, he hissed in 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, I shall return as the Demon King to rule this world. He left behind a cursed grimoire, a blueprint for resurrection through human sacrifice. Mission: investigate and neutralize the unknown rank boss, Bandu Shijima. The resurrected Banu clenched his fist, testing his new stolen power. How pathetic, he spat. Is this all the power a few sacrifices can provide? 1,000 years, and the world is still frail. More lambs have arrived to die. He spoke with chilling calm, even as Minato's squad launched their attack. With a casual wave, a pillar of celestial flame descended, scattering the hunters. 𝐘𝐁, Minato screamed. We're still standing, 𝐘𝐁 grunted back. Suddenly, the protagonist sensed a hidden threat. Watch out, below you. They looked down just in time to see a glowing runic seal beneath them. A hidden trap, triggered within the very earth itself. Before they could react, spectral hands clawed out of the ground, pinning them fast. Despite 𝐘𝐁's elite physical stats, these shadow restraints refused to budge. This wasn't just any mage. They were facing a monster from a different league. Seeing his comrades trapped, Minato charged forward, aiming for the boss's throat. But the sneak attack failed. Ujima slipped past the strike with mocking ease. Minato unleashed a flurry of strikes, but the lich moved like a ghost, untouchable. Impressive physical technique, Brett, the villain sneered, dodging every blow. He let out a hollow, mocking laugh that echoed through the chamber. A rune flashed under Minato's feet, and a massive inferno swallowed him whole. But as the smoke cleared, Shijima's eyes widened. The boy had already escaped. Above him, Minato descended, channeling a high-tier lightning skill at the boss. Shijima simply raised a finger, manifesting a mana shield that absorbed the surge. How fascinating, he grinned. Perhaps you'll be a worthy sacrifice after all. Suddenly, Suo blurred into existence right beside the Dark Magus at god-tier speed. He unleashed a vortex of blade shadows, aiming to decapitate the monster instantly. Miraculously, the enemy dodges. Phew, that was close. I'll kill you now, he sneers, completely unfazed. This calculated evasion doesn't surprise Suo in the slightest. I knew that wouldn't be enough, Suo says, raising his blade high above his head. He flips the sword and drives it violently into the ground. Suddenly, phantom blades swarm the enemy from every angle. Look, it's raining steel. Take your circus tricks elsewhere. I'm no mere swordsman, the enemy scoffs. He thrusts his arm like a spear at Suo. Suo quickly parries with his blade. The clash confirms everything. Impressive. You're clearly the strongest hunter in this group. Watching them, Minato can only marvel at the sheer scale of the battle. This guy is insane. He's nothing like any enemy I've faced before. His aura matches Midori, or even a primordial. What should I do? Minato worries. Suddenly, 𝐘𝐁 and 𝐾𝐁 erupt with a massive surge of power. Shattering their restraints, they shout, Minato, move, and rush to support Suo. But the enemy blocks them. Stay out of my fight, you pests. He waves his hand, summoning 3 colored vortexes across the battlefield. 3 skeletal monsters emerge from the swirling rifts, ready to kill. Out of the way, 𝐾𝐁 and 𝐴 roar, attacking the monsters head-on. Their strikes land, but the monsters stand firm like iron statues, completely unharmed. These things are as tough as the blue bull. Meanwhile, the beast targets Minato. Just like that, everyone is locked into their own deadly duel. Back with Suo, he struggles against a relentless storm of high-speed attacks. Too bad no one can help you, the enemy taunts, making Suo scowl. Help. I don't need any, Suo retorts coldly. With a flash of his blade, he carves a massive wound into the enemy. He recalls a lone swordsman facing a horde. Get back. I'm enough, Suo declares. I only trust my own skills in this world. Across from him, the enemy starts laughing like a total psychopath. I don't need anyone either. That's why I'll destroy everything, he cackles. He thrusts his hands forward with the speed of a machine gun. Bloody cuts appear on Suo's face. Suddenly Minato's voice rings out. Suo, the enemy turns, confused. Why is this brat still here? What happened to my bone soldiers? He looks back and sees the blue bull is already dead. How? Before he can react, Minato's punch sends him flying like a broken rag doll. Fighting alone is too dangerous, Minato says firmly. Let's crush him together. Suo is stunned that Minato cleared the field so fast. Even 𝐘𝐁 and 𝐾𝐁 couldn't defeat their opponents that quickly. Who is this kid? Suo wonders, then shoves Minato aside. Move. I don't need help. I'll take him down myself. Suo's stubborn pride leaves Minato completely shocked and confused. In a second, the enemy closes in and prepares an energy blast. Exactly. I prefer enjoying my kills alone too. He laughs, charging a mana orb in his palm, and firing point blank. Suo reacts instantly, slicing through the hand aimed at him. Minato isn't fast enough. The blast hits him and sends him flying. Suddenly, the severed hand snaps back like it's magnetically attached. It ignites with mana, fusing back instantly as if the wound never happened. Without missing a beat, the two warriors resume their lethal dance. Minato's spirit is pulled into the inner world after a crushing blow. The legendary Jiro speaks. "You're out cold, kid. You've summoned your soul." Minato scrambles up, desperate to get back into the heat of battle. "Stay back," Jiro warns. Outside, Suo's fight turns into a desperate struggle. Suo pushes on, but his vision is narrowing from pure exhaustion. "Skills won't work," Onmuji smirks, reading his mind with ease. "I need no one," the villain sneers. "I will destroy everything." With one Monet-infused chop, he shatters Suo's blade into useless shards. Suo summons another, lunging forward, but the Onmuji evades him effortlessly. Suo's refusal to break only makes the villain's laughter grow louder. "Entertain me more." In the mental realm, the masters watch. Jiro sighs. Suo is elite, yet he's being completely toyed with. "This boss is way above your current ranking tier, kid." The Crimson Mage nods. His magical precision is terrifyingly absolute. If he absorbs you, he'll become an unstoppable S-rank demon king. He's an unidentified oracle who mastered forbidden power by pure chance. "Let us possess your body," Jiro proposes. "We'll end this massacre." Minato refuses. "No, this isn't a tutorial anymore, it's a real raid. I have to overcome this using my own strength to survive." A fierce, excited grin spreads across Minato's face. The mage worries, but Jiro suddenly erupts into a boisterous laugh. "Fine, we yield. Show us how you'll surpass the old legends. Use everything we taught you. Evolution starts, now do it your way." With a firm pat, Minato's hidden stats begin to surge wildly. "Watch me, masters." He charges back into reality as blades clash. The Onmyoji is finally getting bored of Suo's predictable survival tactics. "Is that all you've got?" he asks, with a cold yawn. A powerful upward strike sends Suo flying helplessly into the air. Trapped midair, Suo watches as the villain charges a finishing blast. "Game over," the villain mutters, locking his ultimate skill on target. Suo grits his teeth, bracing for the inevitable death screen. Suddenly, Minato's hand grips the hilt. "Lend me the lead, Suo." Minato hurls Suo to safety, standing alone against the incoming annihilation. In that heartbeat, the very air around them begins to tremble. The Onmyoji fires a pillar of destruction, aiming to vaporize the kid. Minato counters with wolf-slaying dual arts, his blade light tearing through magic. The strike slices clean through, severing the Onmoji's hand once again. The villain stares at his missing limb, his arrogant mask shattering. "What kind of skill is that? Who the hell are you?" Minato smiles, radiating power. "Kaminagi Minato, the one who'll surpass you." The Crimson Mage turns to Jiro. "Can he actually win this?" Jiro watches the clash. "We're about to witness a legend awaken." Jiro spoke calmly, his thoughts racing behind a cold mask. Minato was no fool. Perhaps he'd awakened new traits during that slumber. Jiro smiled, sensing a legendary performance was about to unfold. As the duel intensified, Suo watched the rookie with narrowed eyes. Who exactly was this kid? He recalled his own arrogant words from before. He'd claimed Minato wasn't needed, yet now he was the one sidelined. His pride was shattered. On the field, the Onmoji retreated to reset his distance. With a sharp gesture, he summoned crimson energy spheres that launched like homing artillery. Sensing the danger, Minato leaped aside in a desperate dodge. But this wasn't a simple projectile attack. The spheres curved midair, relentlessly locking onto him. They won't stop until they hit. He slammed his blade down to break. He dropped into a low, focused combat stance. A heavy stomp shattered the earth, raising a massive stone shield. The Black Master's dragon stance. The Onmoji gasped, but immediately resumed his relentless magical barrage. Using a rock as a shield? Impressive for a brat. Minato stomped again, sending a powerful tremor through the entire battlefield. Countless boulders levitated into the air, forming a perfect defensive wall. The crimson orbs detonated against the debris before they could touch him. Using the fragments, he activated Blink and Flash, appearing behind his foe instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, He swung his blade toward the enemy's neck. As if he had eyes behind his head, the 𝐑𝐄𝐀𝐄𝐑 tilted away. The blade grazed his cheek, drawing first blood. The enemy's gaze darkened. What is this kid a 𝐘𝐅 awakener? He retreated and activated a massive yin-yang array across the ground. A colossal pillar of energy crashed down upon the battlefield. Caught in the blast radius, Minato was violently hurled backward. He guarded just in time. Stick to the basics, he whispered to himself. Using airborne debris as platforms, he launched a high-speed aerial assault. Upon landing, he didn't strike. He instantly flickered to a new position. He blurred through the field, seeking an opening. The 𝐑𝐄𝐀𝐄𝐑 was utterly baffled. Swordsmanship, physical arts, magic. He's mastered every single tier. He's not a threat yet, but just how many skills does he have? Even Jiro and the red-haired mage were speechless. This surpassed simple monster hunting. This rookie was evolving at a terrifying, monstrous speed. Anxiety filled her heart. Meanwhile, back at the front lines. Pushed to his limit, the 𝐑𝐄𝐀𝐄𝐑 took a deep breath. Interesting, but not enough. Forbidden art. Asura's bone. A three-headed, six-armed skeletal titan emerged. Perched atop the skull, the foe glared down at Minato. Amusing little ant, but playtime is over. This is the end. The skeletal giant swung its massive palm to crush him like a fly. Inside the mental realm, Jiro screamed, "Minato, run now!" As the crisis peaked, Minato's mind turned to ice. Still not enough? He's right. My current power isn't enough to win. I need more. He recalled his Magic Master's core lecture on the essence of power. Fireball, the Hinoki sword style, the path of flow and force. Wave Slasher, a devastating strike of the hard sword style capable of cleaving any foe in two. In that split second, cast aside all doubt and fear. Fix your gaze only on the enemy's threat of life. Guided by the echoes of his master's wisdom, Minato infused his blade with fireball magic, igniting the Wave Slasher into a roaring inferno. Let's settle this, Bando. He whispered the name of his original creation, 10,000 miles of blazing aura. With a thunderous overhead strike, his blade carved through the massive skeleton and the boss himself in one clean arc. His focus remained locked on his opponent's life force. Everyone perceives life differently. To me, it appears as a fragile thread waiting to be severed by my steel. But what about you, kid? Bando's life burns like a sickeningly brilliant candle flame. No, I need more. I'll devour that flame with my own. Blazing or activate. Staring down at his bisected body, Bando's eyes filled with pure, unadulterated shock. One hit. That was all it took. Impossible, he choked out, as Jiro watched in stunned silence. Unable to process the sheer power on display. He fused my magic with your swordsmanship. The red-haired mage cried out. But then? 𝐾𝐿IC the alchemist materialized behind them, his voice laced with intrigue. Intriguing is a transcendent awakener. A rare breed capable of wielding any skill with absolute fluidity. I thought it was luck, but he's actually merging top-tier abilities. He's evolving beyond our expectations. He began chuckling to himself, prompting the others to inch away. What a total creep, they thought. Creepy or not, 𝐾𝐿IC's assessment hit the mark. They couldn't ignore the truth of his words. If he was right, then they had drastically underestimated Minato's true potential. The mage's expression turned grave. Is this safe? Can we really keep training a monster like him? Jiro let out a confident smirk, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Of course it is. Don't you want a front-row seat to watch history being made? To see how far he climbs? Back in the fray, Bando lay severed in two, yet the monster refused to stay down. The pool of blood beneath him began to boil violently, churning with dark energy. The 𝐑𝐄𝐀𝐄𝐑's flesh knit back together instantly. Close call. But next time, kid. Aim for the head. That was a near miss. But now, it's over. Power began to coalesce within his palms. He didn't realize it yet, but those were the words of a dead man. Suddenly, Suo, who had been lurking in the wings, decapitated him in one swift motion. I forgot you were there. To ensure no further regeneration was possible, Suo reduced the monster's head to unrecognizable scrap. Suo moved quickly, catching Minato just as the exhausted boy collapsed into unconsciousness. Flickers of memory flashed through the dying 𝐑𝐄𝐀𝐄𝐑's mind, a long-haired boy shielding a shivering child from the cold. It's so cold, the younger one whimpered, while his brother whispered words of comfort. Just hold on until sunrise, Haru. When the sun comes up, I'll find us something to eat. But the light had already vanished from the boy's eyes. Why did I end up like this? Bando wondered. He let out a hollow, self-deprecating laugh. Being alone was fun, ... But it sure gets lonely, doesn't it? With those final words, his physical form dissolved into drifting ash and smoke. I'm not lonely, Suo replied coldly. Suddenly, the sky above began to fracture like shattering glass. Then, in a flash, Heiko and Akan rushed over as their own foes vanished. Seeing Minato's lifeless body, Akan screamed his name. Is he alive? She cried. Relax, he's just out cold, Suo reassured her. His calm voice brought a wave of relief over her panicked face. Thank God. But guys, we have a bigger problem, Hiko interrupted, pointing at the crumbling sky. The barrier is imploding. If the village's energy causes a blowout, we're finished. Suo's gaze hardened. If this thing collapses, it'll crush everything inside into cosmic dust. When it breaks, we must unleash our ultimate skills to blast our way out, he commanded, his mind racing. Things were looking grim. Even with our current strategy, we were pushed to the edge. No one was at full health, leaving us with zero options. He gritted his teeth in frustration. With Minato unconscious, the ancestors seized control of his body to unleash a final surge of power. Rest well, Minato. We'll handle the rest, Riro said with a confident smirk. High above, the sky barrier shattered completely, releasing a devastating shockwave across the battlefield. Below, the hunters ignited their mana to withstand the crushing atmospheric pressure. Hyoki, first sword style, Heavenbreaker. Reisiro whispered as the rescue team finally arrived to witness the barrier's destruction. Captain, the barrier's collapsing. Did we arrive too late? The scouts cried out in shock. Suddenly, a massive pillar of azure light erupted from within, piercing through the darkened sky. The unexpected spectacle left the reinforcements stunned. Unable to comprehend the scale of the awakening, the captain's eyes widened, recognizing a legendary sword technique executed without a moment's hesitation. Who did this? Makoto wondered. Switching perspective to the Peru airspace, Midori, the world's strongest hunter, received an urgent report regarding Minato's squad. A rookie suppressed an apostle of unknown rank? That's a promising development. Midori chuckled while communicating with Captain Makoto back in Japan. Having just slain a dragon, Makoto replied, The highest threat I've faced was rank 2. This one's rank 1. Impressive. It seems they're evolving much faster than I expected, Midori noted. Midori sat atop a moving jet, radiating the casual aura of a true apex predator. Makoto's voice turned serious as he continued the briefing. The key player suppressing the apostle is the recruit, who joined us just 2 days ago. Kaminagi Minato, he scouted him. But who or what is he exactly? Makoto questioned. Midori's answer was firm. He's the one who will end every last apostle. He is our salvation. The weight of Midori's words left Makoto speechless. He clearly expected greatness from the boy. If you're curious, meet him yourself. Now hurry back, Midori suggested. Without you, there's no one to challenge me. I'm dying of boredom here, Makoto complained. Midori laughed and signed off, then turned to his assistant, Ichihara, target locked. Special grade apostle. Dawn of origin. The source of the East Halm suicide curse. A haunting silhouette appeared ahead of a woman, suspended in midair by a phantom noose. Wait for me, Makoto. I'll finish this quickly. Midori activated his combat skills. Scene shifts to a medical ward. Minato finally gasped and regained consciousness. Oh, you're finally awake, Minato. A nurse greeted him as he stirred. Where am I? Minato asked. The Hunter Clinic. You been out since the mission ended? Minato was stunned. Had he really been unconscious for that long? He tried to access the ancestral system, but the interface wouldn't respond. Your vitals look stable, so I'm relieved, the nurse said, checking his charts. She pulled back the curtain, revealing Suo standing there, staring intensely at Minato. The heavy silence made Minato uneasy. Had he been watching him this whole time? Where are Hiko and An? Minato asked, trying to break the tension. They've been training like demons since we returned, Suel replied coldly. They're furious about their lack of power. But your strength is terrifying. Who are you? You took down a rank 3 and a rank 1 in just 2 days. Those skills and that growth rate, ... it's impossible. What kind of monster are you? Tell me, ... how do I become as strong as you? Suo almost screamed in desperation. Before Minato could find the words, Captain Makoto suddenly burst into the room. Sorry for the intrusion. You're Minato 𝐂𝐿𝐿, right? Yes, sir. Minato wondered who this stranger was, while Suo froze, stunned by Makoto's sudden appearance. Brother, I'm over here, Suo called out, but Makoto seemed completely deaf to him. He walked past coldly, not even sparing his own brother a single glance. Stopping before Minato, the man didn't say a word. He just swung his blade instantly. The strike was so powerful that the wind pressure nearly ripped the room apart. Luckily, Minato's reflexes were god tier. He evaded, clinging to the ceiling like a spider. A test. Minato's brow furrowed. Normal trainee would have been cut down by that lethal strike. Makoto nodded, impressed. You passed. Passed what? I'm the captain of the Suo squad. As Makoto spoke, his sheer presence felt like an elite boss monster. Minato glanced at Suo, instantly deducing the complicated family bloodline between the two. Minato, after seeing you survive that rank 1 disaster, you're officially joining my squad. The sudden recruitment shocked them both, but Suo's eyes flared with bitter burning resentment. His own brother was personally headhunting Minato. The realization felt like a physical blow. Even I wasn't allowed in that squad. Suo's expression darkened with pure envy. I'll brief you on the mission. Follow me. Makoto turned, ending the conversation. Minato followed awkwardly, glancing back at Suo, feeling the heavy tension in the air. Suo was trembling with such rage that his clenched fists began to bleed. Meanwhile, in the training hall, Hiko and An were desperately pushing their physical limits. Damn it, no matter how hard we grind, we can't close the gap with Minato. An spat through gritted teeth, while even the energetic Hiko remained uncharacteristically silent. Just then, humanity's strongest hunter, Midori, arrived back from his overseas mission. Working hard? I'm back. I brought Peruvian chocolate and some luxury alpaca rugs. He bragged about his souvenirs with the carefree attitude of a higher-ranking degenerate. Seeing him, the two trainees rushed forward as if they'd found their legendary savior. Midori, how long are you staying in Japan? An asked, her voice filled with urgency. Midori blinked, surprised by their intensity. About a week. Why? Then please, train us. We refuse to be left in Minato's dust. Her eyes burned with absolute determination. Midori paused, sensing their fire. I didn't think these kids had this much spirit. Minato, your awakening has lit a fire in them. He smiled. All right, you two. I'm in, Suo muttered, appearing suddenly. An was shocked to see his grim face. Minato is being monitored by my older brother, the red-haired boy explained coldly. He's already been scouted as a temporary member for the elite Suo squad. Hiko and An stood frozen in shock. He's already reached that level, they thought. Even Midori was impressed. Makoto had moved incredibly fast to secure such a talent. Suo looked at the floor. It's because I'm still pathetic compared to Minato's growth. Elsewhere, Minato hurried to keep up with Makoto. What kind of briefing is this? It's about our next hunt. We deploy tomorrow at dawn, Makoto replied sharply. Suddenly, he stopped and asked, Hey Minato, are you and Suo actually close? Minato paused to think. They had only known each other for a few days. Well, we survived a death match together. That usually builds a pretty strong bond. He trusted me with his sword. Minato smiled warmly. I'd say we're friends. My brother doesn't care about me at all, Suo lamented to himself elsewhere. But Makoto whispered to Minato, I worry for him. We've just never seen eye to eye. The only way he'll look at me is if I risk my life to evolve. He doesn't need to be the strongest. I just want him safe. Minato stood frozen, moved by that raw sincerity. You two are incredibly close, aren't you? Makoto realized. I had to surpass Minato to truly earn his respect. Suo's resolve hardened. I will defeat him one day. But for now, I only worry for my brother. Minato, oblivious to the weight of those words, smiled with pure trust. A bond forged in blood and duty. Overhearing this, Akan felt a chill. Suo never shared his private life, but his devotion to his brother was legendary. His loyalty was absolute. Mention a single word against his brother, and Suo's rage would erupt instantly. I respect him more than anyone. Every action, every drop of sweat, was just to catch his brother's eye. Suddenly, a can launched a barrage of spears at 𝐾𝐄𝐀𝐿. 𝐾𝐄𝐀𝐿 danced through the air, dodging with effortless grace. As the duel intensified. A touching backstory indeed. But now, remember the 3 iron laws of the strike squad. 1. Be swift. 2. Be proactive. 3. Surpass your own limits. On the front lines, Suo's unit is the undisputed strongest. They keep their numbers small. Only 7 elite members slash at any given time. Quality over quantity is their creed. They only hunt rank 1 threats or higher. That's the legend of the Vanguard. Honestly, the captain accounts for 90% of our power. The rest of us are just there for backup. Jakaru, a temporary recruit in Suo's squad, spoke up. Hey, don't sweat the small stuff yet. Captain Suo will end this in the blink of an eye. He tried to reassure the group, but Minato wasn't even listening. He was glued to his phone, making Jakaru snap in frustration. Put that thing away. I'm sorry, I just need to message some friends. Minato scrambled to explain. Jakaru's face softened slightly at the boy's frantic energy. Everyone's been blowing up my phone. ... But actually, these orders came from the primordials. Meanwhile, in the training hall, 𝐾𝐄𝐀's group felt their phones vibrate. A message from Minato had arrived. Minato sent something? Let's see. But as they read the screen, their confusion turned to instant fury. What? Who does he think he is? An screamed. 𝐾𝐄𝐀 stood shocked, while Suo's face turned deathly pale with rage. What kind of insanity was this? Sensing the chaotic aura, Midori rushed over to investigate. What happened? Without a word, they shoved the glowing screen into Midori's face. The messages read, A guide to becoming stronger for Hanada Hiko and Suo. Midori's eyes widened with interest. He scrolled down, his expression shifting from curiosity to awe. Incredible. ... These weren't just tips. They were precise. Personalized blueprints for ultimate skill evolution. Midori had to admit it. You kids just received a god-tier gift. So, will you follow it, or refuse? I'm doing it, 𝐾𝐄𝐀 snapped. Suo growled. I'll make him regret looking down on us. Is he seriously provoking his own allies? Suo's breath came out in white mist as his power surged. Not enemies. Friends, Midori corrected. But in their hearts, they all shared one thought. Minato, you're going to pay for this? Miles away, Minato let out a sudden sneeze. Someone, somewhere, was definitely cursing his name. Minato, look alive. We're almost there, Jakaru warned. Minato wiped the frost from the window to peer outside. Below them, the world had vanished, were soaring over a jagged frozen mountain range. Sharp ice pillars pierced the clouds. A rank 1 prophecy, the glacial epoch. A global catastrophe threatening to freeze the entire planet. Its reach was expanding at an impossible rate. Without immediate intervention, the world would become a tomb of ice. A code-red emergency. This nightmare was erupting in 17 different locations simultaneously across the globe. Many countries faced total annihilation in urban centers. They were lucky. This one appeared in the wilderness. It's spreading faster than the reports claimed. We don't have a second to lose. Commander Kismana's voice was ice cold. Captain Makoto stood up, his presence commanding the room. The choppers can't go any further. We drop from the tail now, minimize damage to the surrounding villages. Protect the civilians at all costs. Remember the 3 laws? Swift, proactive, surpass your limits? Yes, Captain. As the squad roared in unison, Minato felt a seed of doubt stir in his mind. In the battle against Banu, I survived because of Jiro, in this internship. ... Will my own power be enough? I'll sharpen my skills alongside these elites. This time I'll clear the quest with my own strength. My first rank 1 Oracle mission. Little did I know, a soul-crushing regret awaited me in these mountains. 10:17 a.m. Team Swu successfully touched down in the heart of the frozen peaks. The moment they landed, Yaku was already shivering uncontrollably from the biting sub-zero winds. Teeth chattering, he cursed the cold. Shouldn't an Awakener's constitution handle this frost better? Vice-Captain Kasi checked her watch. -37 degrees. Much colder than the initial briefing suggested. This zone is massive. We'll need to find a place to rest soon, 𝐶𝑉 muttered. Minato turned toward Yaku, his mind racing with questions about their current objective. Hey Yaku, was this Ice Age oracle found in the sacred archives? Yaku shook his head. No. This oracle was predicted by a non-combat member using a unique trait. It's the first rank 1 threat detected this way. That's why Team 𝐶𝑉 was deployed for this mission. Minato nodded as 𝐘𝐂 approached, noticing the heavy tension visible on the young hunter's face. Nervous, Minato? Caution is good, but don't let the pressure crush your spirit out here. Yaku patted his shoulder with a grin. She's right. Just relax. We're the strongest unit for a reason. Japan has 8 units, but Team 𝐶𝑉 only handles rank 1 oracles. We're on a different level. Don't get cocky, Yaku, 𝐘𝐂 snapped. Fine, my bad, he laughed, raising his hand. Yaku activated his radar skill, casting a golden aura that rippled through the frozen air. Targets acquired, 2 o'clock, 200 meters, we've got company. Understood, 𝐘𝐂 nodded, her presence flickering as she prepared to engage. She vanished, reappearing instantly beside Makoto. Captain, I've scouted the area. Targets confirmed. 30 monsters detected. Their power levels range from S rank to C+. 𝐘𝐂's blade held a severed demon head. All right, everyone.
Let the hunt begin. Wipe them out.
Makoto gave the command. The team charged forward, clashing with the ice demons in a chaotic melee. Minato watched their perfect coordination from the rear, his heart pounding with fierce competitive fire. Incredible. Their combat flow is leagues above us, trainees. This is the pinnacle of hunter mastery. No matter how hard he looked, their teamwork was flawless. They were truly the top-tier elites. His blood began to boil. Minato stepped forward to address the captain with newfound determination. Makoto cut him off with a smirk. He already recognized the burning desire in Minato's eyes. S-rank trash won't stop you. Go show them what you've got. Understood, Captain? Minato lunged, delivering a devastating axe kick that shattered an ice demon into 1,000 shards. Suddenly, an unusually powerful ice demon bypassed the front line. Charging directly toward the group. Watch out. We've got an elite mob breaking through the formation, 𝐘𝐂 shouted. The monster lunged with lethal speed, but it didn't stand a chance against the protagonist. Minato unleashed his custom skill, Flame Pillar, incinerating the demon with a massive arc of fire. A fire tribute sword. Yaku watched the devastating display of power in total shock. Nearby, Makoto's blade moved like a blur, dicing the remaining ice demons into frozen dust. The captain realized the truth. So that blue light from before, it originated from him. Time passed. The group gathered for a breather inside a temporary shelter carved from the ice. Any new pings on the radar, Yaku? 𝐘𝐂 asked, her eyes scanning the dark perimeter. Yaku slurped his noodles. All clear. There's no boss monsters within a 10-kilometer radius. Then we camp here tonight. Wait. ...
What?
Where did Minato and the captain go? Outside, Minato sat alone in the snow, reflecting on the evolution of his awakening. During the Bando fight, I successfully fused 2 skills. If I did it then... ... I can do it again. I just need to focus and evolve my elemental traits. He closed his eyes, attempting to merge the volatile powers of lightning and water. Just as the young hunter reached his peak focus, Captain Makoto materialized behind him like a phantom. Quite the dedicated recruit we have here, he remarked. The sudden voice shattered the silence, making Minato leap out of his skin with a startled yelp. Did I disturb your quest? Makoto asked sheepishly. No, sir, Minato replied, desperately trying to steady his racing heart. Talk about a heart attack. Nearly scared the life out of the poor kid for no reason. Shifting gears, Makoto sat down beside him. Is this your first official deployment? How are you handling the hunter life? Minato beamed with excitement. Everything is perfect so far. Makoto nodded, his expression softening for a moment. Then, a trace of longing crossed the captain's face. He was clearly counting the seconds until he could return home to his cat. The powerful captain shielded his face in embarrassment, while the young hunter sat there, completely caught off guard. Wait, what? Minato was momentarily lost in translation, confused by the captain's strange obsession with his pet. Realizing the truth, he laughed. Oh, so you're a cat person? What kind of breed is it? Is it a rare type? Eager to show off, Makoto whipped out his phone. Look, but don't get too close to the screen! Minato screamed internally, but seeing a cat that shared Makoto's intense gaze, he couldn't help but nod in approval. "It's adorable. What's the name?" "Aribe Manzu," Makoto replied, a name that immediately made Minato think of a fluffy steamed bun. Strangely enough, the cat looked grumpy in every single photo. "Are you sure you actually missed this thing?" "Not really." Every inch of his gear was covered in fur, and his skin was riddled with deep scratches. It vomits everywhere and hates being held. Every day at home is a battle for survival. She's like a person who won't open their heart. Just like Shinji, Makoto laughed, leaving Minato feeling nothing but pity. Is every cat owner this much of a masochist? He wondered silently as Makoto's gaze turned wistful, filled with a deep, hidden longing. One day, I hope I can talk to Shinji like this. Hearing such raw honesty, Minato paused, deep in thought. I'm an only child, so I can't fully grasp that complicated sibling bond. But why not treat Shinji exactly like your cat? Makoto blinked in surprise, then offered a faint, realizing smile. You're right. Meanwhile, Minato stumbled upon some hidden videos while scrolling through the captain's gallery. Wait, there are videos too, he shouted, quickly hitting play on a file. Makoto's voice cooed through the speaker. Who's a cute kitty? Here's a snack. Ah, that hurts, Orbe. Daddy's little angel. Yes, you are. Hearing this, Minato felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment wash over him. Are you a cat, Dad, or a babysitter? All right, let's test that theory on you, Minato. Practice time. Makoto wore a terrifying expression, as if he intended to train the memories right out of Minato's head. No, please, Mercy, he screamed internally. Luckily, Vice Captain Kaz appeared just in time to save him. Captain Minato, break's over. Back to camp. We move out at first light tomorrow morning. That night, the Sioux squad slept soundly, unaware of a mysterious awakened figure scaling their mountain. Hey, stop right there. You'll freeze to death in those clothes. Are you an awakened on a quest? A guard called out, and the youth in summer attire simply gave a slow, deliberate nod. Correct? I have a mission here. Fulfilling the prophecy is my top priority. The scene shifts to Minato's subconscious. As always, his grueling midnight training session had begun. Today's quest? Archery. Focus must be maintained for 25 hours. We never know when the enemy might strike. Does it hurt, Minato? Pain is the key to absolute concentration, the celestial ancestor, Magid declared. He forced Minato to keep his bow drawn, eyes locked on an invisible target. Meanwhile, the legendary swordsman Richiro watched in a fit of rage. By the schedule, today was supposed to be his turn. Hey, today is for sword mastery, you old fool. The silent mage Melchas ignored the noise, calmly gesturing for Richiro to be quiet. Minato's focus was unbreakable. He's tuning out the chaos. His hidden stats and concentration have evolved tremendously since day one. Magid noted with pride as Minato finally spoke. I'm fighting alongside legendary hunters. I'll do whatever it takes to reach their level. Target spotted. Minato released his grip. The arrow pierced the bullseye perfectly. Magid's eyes gleamed with pride. Excellent, remember that sensation. Archer training is over. Minato collapsed. Thank you, but the swordsman lunged instantly. Done. No. Get up. We train until dawn. Morning came. Minato looked like a ghost after their torture. Makoto rallied the guild. Move out. It's time. Today, we end this prophecy for good. Day 2. 20 massive icebergs blocked their path. Jakaru yelled, Scatter! Kasai identified them as B-rank monsters. Inside his mind, the light ancestor watched, bored. Nearby, the hulking chef chuckled softly. His teammates are surprisingly strong. This is better. I am Leilach. Kudo remained silent. Melchos noticed his grim expression. Kudo stroked his beard. I'm unsure. ... I have a bad omen. Outside, the mobs died. Area clear, Kasi reported. Makoto turned to his radar. Boss detected. 2,000 meters and closing fast. 10 seconds. Wait, tit's already here. A four-armed masked goddess emerged, wielding 4 deadly blades. Boss. Unnamed god Canis, rank unknown. Its aura was suffocating. This pressure is insane. Everyone, engage. The squad launched a coordinated system link attack. Light chains snared all 4 of the monster's arms. �K𝐄𝐲 slashed deep at the boss's heel. A fire mage blasted its head with a pillar. Useless. �K𝐄𝐲's sword chipped against its iron-like skin. No damage. Our best combo did nothing. Minato dove from the sky like a comet. Jochiro's voice echoed in his soul. Abandon fear. Strike only the enemy's life thread. Strike first. Its ultimate skill. 10,000 flame ki. Minato poured everything into his strongest hidden move. The smoke cleared. His attack left only a tiny smudge. Not a scratch? Minato froze in shock. The boss swatted him away like a fly. Yaku screamed. Minato barely survived the impact. The squad was crushed, a rank 1 disaster. This monster is on a completely different level. Captain Kazi cried, "It's all on you." "Don't worry." Makoto drew his black blade. Yaku pulled Minato from the death zone instantly. "Fall back. Will only be in the captain's way." The boss sensed Makoto's terrifying murderous intent. The boss, 𝐾𝐄𝐿, unleashed its ultimate skill. Swinging its massive blade to fire a beam of annihilation, Captain Minato screamed in terror, but his panic was entirely misplaced. As the light faded, Captain Makoto stood tall, his blade halting the monster's giant weapon. "Impressive. You're strong." Makoto nodded. "Told you so?" Yaku cheered. Suo's squad was truly a one-man carry. �K𝐄𝐲's voice trembled. So this is what the vice-captain feared, Minato realized. Refocused on the carnage. Seeing its strike fail, the behemoth swung its right arms at Makoto, but he parried effortlessly. Then, with a flicker of steel, he severed the boss's left arms, a feat that left Minato reeling. Jiro smirked. "Hey, for an awakened of this era, the kid's got some serious teeth." "Switch with me, Minato," Risira barked, his bloodlust surging as he toyed with joining. "No way." Minato snapped back, eyes glued to Makoto's sheer dominance. Staring down the armless monster, Makoto didn't even flinch as he prepared his final strike. "I wanted my team to experience this hunt," Makoto sighed, "but you must die now." Sensing the storm, the support mages immediately deployed their highest-tier barrier to shield the party. Captain Makoto unleashed his skill, Fire Dragon God's radiant crimson tide. A colossal flame incinerated everything. The boss shrieked in agony, its massive body nearly cleaved in two by the overwhelming heat. Minato stood in awe. A fire slash? Its output was leagues beyond any skill he'd seen. Without that barrier, I'd be ash. Is this the true power of a high ranker? "Forgive me," Makoto muttered. "It's just a job. The world needs protection." �K𝐄𝐲 let out a confused meow.
Ow!
The captain's shift in tone was as strange as terrifying. Minato's mind raced. Now this was worlds apart from Jochiro's swordsmanship. The gap was a bottomless abyss. "Incredible," he whispered, his eyes filled with a desperate hunger to reach that level. With a final stroke, Makoto split the monster. Magnificent. The team cheered in unison. But the celebration died. In the blink of an eye, Makoto's left arm simply vanished. Ignoring the bloody stump, Makoto whipped around, eyes widening, as he saw Yaku, standing with a gaping hole through his chest. An invisible projectile had pierced Makoto's limb and cored Yaku. "Yaku," Minato screamed. "Move, you idiot," Yaku wheezed, using his last strength to shove Minato to safety. More invisible strikes tore through Yaku. Minato watched, paralyzed, as his mentor was shredded. Minato went pale. Yaku spat blood, cursing his radar for failing to detect the incoming snipes. "Captain, ... Sorry, Yaku thought. But I know you found that bastard. Kill them, ... The light faded from Yaku's eyes as his body went limp. The veteran was gone. Makoto gritted his teeth, burying his grief in rage. But the invisible onslaught wasn't over. A sickening thud echoed as another member's throat was violently obliterated by an unseen force. Hisano screamed. Makoto instantly suppressed his trauma, snapping back into commander mode to issue orders. "Take cover," he roared. "It's an enemy skill." The survivors scrambled for debris. Only a handful remained. Casey, a one-armed warrior, Minato, and their crippled captain. The warrior ignored his missing limb, eyes on Makoto. "Captain, your arm," he shouted. Makoto's expression was dark. Even their strongest mana shields had been bypassed like tissue paper. This attack was absolute destruction. It erased everything it touched from existence. Gritting his teeth, Makoto surged forward, pouring mana into a high-speed charge. Behind them, the cleaved boss began to regenerate. Damn it, it can revive too. We have to finish it. Minato, pull yourself together. Move. The survivor barked. But Minato was catatonic, his mind shattered by the sight of his fallen comrades. Please, save them, revive them, he begged, but the healer only shook her head in despair. Forgive me, no skill in my system can revive your fallen comrades. Minato froze in silence for several seconds before whispering their names. Vero, 𝐑𝐄𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐍𝐄𝐃. Ellison. Their names echoed in his mind, triggering memories of a vow he once made. Back in the duel with Bando, I was weak and relied on 𝐂𝐽ichiro's power. But this time, I will clear this quest with my own strength. Please, help me. His face was a mask of pure despair. Understood, Rosiro nodded, his eyes burning with fury from that cowardly sneak attack. Meanwhile, Makoto charged the enemy, his mind cold and analytical. Jakaro's detection failed to track that strike. With a 3-kilometer range, the enemy must be even further out. A single shot took my arm and pierced Jakaru's shield. This monster's rank equals my own. Captain Makoto usually suppresses his true stats to let his guild level up. But now his perception reached out, pinpointing the target beyond 3 kilometers. No shadow could hide them now. The faces of his team flashed before him. Jakaru Hisano, Kawa's Maroni. I won't let your deaths be in vain. Makoto unleashed a solar chain strike. But as the smoke cleared, the golden-haired assassins stood completely unscathed. It seemed those dark orbs orbiting his body acted as an absolute defense. The blonde hunter smirked as Makoto closed the distance. Impressive speed, Captain. Finding me so fast, .. You truly are the fire captain. Flames were absorbed. Makoto's brow furrowed. With 2 arms, you might have one, but fate is cruel. Now perish. As he spoke, the dark orbs began to vibrate with lethal intent. Makoto swung his blade, sending a tidal wave of snow into the air to blind his foe. Seizing the split-second opening, the swordsman surged behind the assassin, his blade whistling toward the man's throat. But the impact felt wrong. Makoto pulled back, glancing at his broken steel. His blade tip had vanished, and a fresh wound gaped at his waist. Those orbs had struck from behind. Hey, ... You really thought you had my head, didn't you? But you're the one on the brink of death. The degenerate sneered at the kneeling, broken captain. Gritting his teeth against the agony, the captain forced himself into one final attack. But blood loss had drained his agility. His movements were sluggish and heavy. The blonde hunter sidestepped effortlessly. Too slow. And utterly useless. He slammed a boot into Makoto's open wound, forcing a guttural cry of pain. Makoto countered, smashing his hilt into the enemy's chest and blasting him back like a cannonball. I wonder why you're holding back now? You attacked from a distance with such force? ... But now you've stopped. That skill is broken, but you can't use it continuously, can you? Makoto exposed his weakness. The assassin simply shrugged, admitting the truth. I'm drained, sure, ... But look at us. Our conditions are worlds apart. You're the one bleeding out, Captain. Makoto's breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. Makoto spat blood and glared. Disadvantage. You forget the 3 laws of the SWU Guild. Rule 3. Overcome your limits. Suddenly, a violent heat erupted from his very core. Is he cauterizing his own flesh with mana? The assassin's eyes widened in shock. Fire Dragon's Tide. Flame Slash. Burning your life force. Fine. Let's see who dies first. More void spheres materialized. Watch me. ... Don't you dare look down on my comrades. The captain's roar echoed across the field. Meanwhile, Vice-Captain Kassi's battle raged on. Their combined skills failed. The giant boss monster was completely unscathed. Damn it. I can't solo this. She gritted her teeth, her mind racing before she screamed out in frustration. Minato looked back. Seeing the boy still paralyzed in despair, she lost all hope. This is bad. Witnessing Yaku and the others perish broke her spirit. Her will to fight vanished, and honestly, who could blame her? Before joining the non-profits as a hunter, she was just an ordinary student. But just as she surrendered to despair, Minato surged forward like a gale. With a single, devastating kick, he shattered the enemy leader into 1,000 fragments. This was the legendary skill of the primogenitor, Melchia's. "Minato, leave the rest to us," the group shouted. Meanwhile, Makoto's life-or-death struggle against the assassin intensified. Makoto unleashed his signature radiant light slash, carving 2 lethal arcs of energy through the air. But that sewer rat was fast, ducking just in time to evade the lethal sword key. He had to move. His black spheres couldn't tank that much damage, and the destroyed terrain was already regenerating. Even with manual control, my black orbs have their limits. The assassin hissed under his breath. Deciding to end it, he swung his arms, launching 2 abyssal orbs straight at Makoto's heart. Fortunately, the captain's reflexes saved him. He lunged sideways. This was the opening he needed. Now, Makoto thought, seizing the moment to close the distance with the speed of a predator. He swung his blade with fury, severing the assassin's arm clean off. "The tables have finally turned," Makoto roared. "Have they?" The bastard countered with a brutal knee to the gut, making Makoto's vision go white with agony. With the blow landed, he stemmed the blood with one hand. "You think losing an arm means you win? You've got a hole in your gut. I predicted you'd track me once I fired those orbs. You played right into my hand for a face-to-face clash. You're strong, and your movements are perfect. But you're far too easy to read. That's your downfall. You die today. Your defeat was written in the stars from the very beginning." He reached into his side pouch, revealing a grimoire marked with a mysterious circular seal. The Book of Apocalypse. The moment Makoto laid eyes on that cursed relic, his heart froze. "No, is that ... the Book of the Apocalypse?" He stammered, his eyes wide with terror. The assassin ignored the question, his voice dropping to a chilling, low whisper about something else entirely. "If a guild exists to stop prophecies, didn't you think one was built to ensure they actually come true? I am the 12th apostle of the In the Warlock. I am the one who will fulfill this prophecy." Makoto listened to this madness in disbelief. Fulfill the prophecy? But why? What do you gain from this? The assassin's response was cold and mocking. He snapped the book shut with a laugh. "If I told you, would you forgive me? Perish." Makoto screamed, slashing again. The blade carved a deep wound across the villain's chest, taking one of his ears with it in the chaos. Seeing the assassin fail to dodge his desperate strike, Makoto felt a spark of hope. Asterisk, I can win. He's out of mana and can't use that skill anymore. Asterisk, he's at his limit. Makoto, the Red Dragon, ignited his blade with a towering inferno for one final, decisive strike. But in this world of degenerates, victory is never that simple. "That's enough," the assassin muttered. With a confident smirk, he reached into his back pocket and pulled out a mysterious, glowing vial to consume. Blinding light exploded from his body. Before Makoto could react, his own severed arm, now restored, blasted him backward. "What? The arm I just cut off?" Makoto gasped. The assassin stood fully healed, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. "A sacred relic. Too precious for a degenerate like you, but I had no choice but to use it." With those words, the warlock lunged forward, restarting his relentless assault. Seeing the threat, Makoto fired another radiant light slash, but the flaming blade was instantly neutralized by 4 abyssal orbs. Taking advantage of his restored limbs, the assassin unleashed a literal hurricane of strikes upon Makoto. Asterisk impossible. Full recovery? A sacred relic? Those national tier artifacts are supposed to be guarded by world powers. Asterisk, those are relics from the Tower era. How can their organization use them so recklessly? Makoto's thoughts shattered as another bone-breaking kick to his ribs sent him flying across the battlefield. Makoto's mana was spent. He finally collapsed, unable to stand any longer. The assassin sneered, "Not yet. I still have work to finish. I won't stop. ... Makoto reached for his shattered blade as memories flooded back. "You're an only child, but try treating him like that stray cat." Minato's old advice echoed in his mind, bringing a faint, determined smile. "You were right, Mina. Tot." Realization finally dawned on the captain. A surge of hidden stats erupted. He gripped his sword for one final strike. But evil was relentless. Dark orb disintegrated Makoto's hand instantly. "Farewell, Makoto Swu. The assassin's cold voice rang out in the silence. 10 spheres manifested around him. Then, Minato finally stepped onto the battlefield. The sound of shattering ice stopped the assassin cold. Minato's voice boomed. Hey, ... Did you just make my descendant cry? Makoto looked up. Minato? Even the rancor sensed something terrifyingly different. The boy was no longer prey. He had become a true apex hunter. Fear gripped the enemy. His only hope now was a cowardly threat. Don't move one step and I'll kill him instantly, the assassin screamed. Suddenly, his arm flew off. He hadn't even seen the blade move. I never looked away. How did he strike me? He panicked. Minato's blade twisted and shattered from the sheer force of the skill. Vichiro sighed. I'll forge new gear. Just send him to hell. The alchemist's voice was like ice as he prepared his skills. He activated transmutation, turning the shards into a deadly arsenal instantly. A blue glow erupted. The assassin's severed arm began to regenerate. A total reset. His arm, it's growing back. Vichiro frowned in disbelief. Melchias recognized the trait immediately and explained the hidden boss mechanic. Inverse logic. A relic must be granting him this high-tier regeneration. It keeps healing him, but every skill has a definite limit. Agreed, Magit muttered, drawing her bow with lethal precision. She buried an arrow in his forehead. It healed in mere seconds. The assassin blinked, still confused by how he was even hit. How do we stop him? Just keep killing him until he stays dead. The villain sensed Minato's insane power and summoned a sphere wall. Mott took control of Minato's body, firing 3 arrows simultaneously. Miraculously, every single projectile found its mark with perfect accuracy. One pierced his eye. 2 more punctured his heart directly. He slumped. Mott scoffed. You think those tiny bubbles can stop me? The assassin's soul trembled. He'd already lost several lives in seconds. Damn it! He abandoned defense, launching a desperate barrage of black spheres. But the entity within Minato began to manifest a god-tier footwork. He blurred forward, weaving through the orbs to seize the villain's wrist. A brutal kick shattered the enemy's jaw, nearly snapping his neck. The coward tried to recover, but Minato's palm strike crushed his face. Then came a relentless storm of fists, a rain of pure destruction. Those spheres erase everything they touch, a perfect counter for ranged attacks. But they're useless when you're blinded in a close-quarters execution. Too easy. Devastating shoulder strike connects. Shockwaves explode through the enemy's back. He's launched. How many lives left? Degenerate. Does it matter? Minato approaches him coldly. Makoto trembles. Minute. Is that you? Healer activates. No, he's someone else now. Progenitors inhabit him. Urgent business calls. He charges. The progenitors. Makoto whispers. Artifact healing can't save his broken confidence. He dodged. Impossible. He's a monster. A spear pierces his heart instantly. He dies again. The spearman turns back. Will he loop? No, she replies calmly. He regenerates, slipping the spear's deadly grip. I see the trick now. He nods. Ellerson dive kicks, flattening him into the dirt. Annoying. Where will he respawn next? He regenerates, realizing he's totally outclassed. I must kill Makoto and flee. Kill him and escape right now. Terrified, he lunges toward Captain Makoto. Minato's waiting. It's a slow. Vichiro sneers. Watch carefully, Makoto. Learn this. One sword strike shreds him into pieces. The assassin's mind begins fracturing apart. The prophecy. But terror consumes his soul. I won't fail, he screams internally. He grabs a vial of golden sand. Vichiro severs his arm in a heartbeat. Seal broken. Sands of time. Minato's trapped. I won. Regeneration blocked. The blonde assassin finally exhales in relief. A holy artifact. ... What's the plan? Sparks fly. His healing factor is gone. Across the field, nothing breaks this cage. He mocks them. I'm escaping. You can't kill me. Were you watching? Rasiro's voice booms. Makoto looms directly behind his back. Visions flood him. Legendary swordsmanship awakened. Is he a genius like me? Find your own master, Midori suggests. I followed the strongest legend's path. Kid, you've surpassed every limit. A hulking master grunted, "You've surpassed my limits. Go find a teacher who can unlock your true potential." Once again, I realized my own mediocrity. Dozens of masters abandoned my training in just 1 month. From today, you will study under the strongest swordsman I know. Meet Hinoki Ichika, my final mentor. For 3 years, I refined my craft under her guidance. Back then, young Makoto found a secret manual at home and asked, "Master, what is this technique?" Ichika glanced at it and sighed. "That is a lost art. Even I cannot replicate it. It was unique to the founder, Heioki Jiro." "Only for the founder?" Makoto muttered to himself before Ichika turned to him. "Koto, I have nothing left to teach you. You have inherited every secret of the Hinoki one-sword style." Stunned, the young captain asked, "Master, how do I become even stronger from here?" She simply shook her head. "Who knows? Your talent is almost ... too vast. Despite your training, the bud hasn't bloomed. Seek other styles, or find your path in true battle. But forcing that flower to open while you still live will be your greatest challenge. One day, a superior swordsman will appear. Stand your ground. That encounter is a once-in-a-lifetime destiny." Reality snaps back into focus. Finally, those cryptic words make sense. "Thank you, Master. Now I understand." Deep within Minato's mind, the ancestors felt the sudden shift in Makoto's soul. "What is he planning?" Melchias asked, sensing Minato's growing anxiety. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of aura erupted from both Makoto and Minato, piercing the heavens. Simultaneously, at the Apostle HQ training grounds... Midori, training the fresh recruits, froze as a massive presence washed over him. This power, what is it? A thunderous boom followed, jolting Akon and Hiko from their sparring. "An explosion?" Akon gasped, scanning the horizon. Midori didn't wait. He smashed through the wall and vanished toward the battlefield. Even the dark mage assassin felt the air around Makoto turn cold and lethal. Amidst the abyssal chaos, a mere swordsman should be helpless. "So why do I feel like I'm already dead?" His face turned ghostly pale. Meanwhile, inside the mental realm, Jiro, the legendary founder, realized exactly what was happening to Makoto. "Minato, if a human is a flower, true blooming happens in a heartbeat. During one's golden physical peak, when supreme techniques are perfected, and the ultimate truth is grasped. That moment is now. Watch closely." Minato's eyes widened in realization. Focus returns to Captain Makoto. A lifetime of memories flashed by as the bud of his hidden talent finally burst open. Though his hands were gone and no blade remained, Makoto slowly raised his arms, mimicking a perfect phantom sword strike in the air. The bloom was complete. Hinoki's secret art. Unconscious void. The dark barrier didn't stand a chance. No sword, ... no hands, yet he cut me. The assassin stood frozen as his body split in two. The dark spheres remained, utterly useless. "Exquisite," Jiro cheered. "I felt this coming all along. My perception of the blade has shifted. Even among the clouds, I feel like I've reached the apex. Have I finally stepped into the realm of the gods? Family, friends, comrades. I've surpassed every limit to reach this pinnacle of strength. Even if this is the end, I'm sorry, forgive me. I am truly satisfied." Within the mental space, Minato approached the captain and reached out a hand. Makoto looked up, momentarily stunned by Minato's presence. A soft smile crossed his face as he reached back to meet him. "So this is it. My death isn't an ending, but a legacy for the next generation." The captain nods his final thanks. Outside the barrier, the dark mage is extinguished. The phantom cage dissolves into nothingness as Minato lunges toward Makoto's collapsing body. Through the void brand, my soul finally synchronized with Captain Su's fading essence. Captain ... He chokes back a sob. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupts from the heavens. Descending within that celestial glow is the world's apex ranker, Midori. Sensing Makoto's life force flickering like a dying ember, he tore through the sky to reach this battlefield. Makoto. His roar echoes as he catches the falling warrior in a desperate embrace. But it's too late. The light in Makoto's eyes has already vanished into the abyss. Su Makoto, age 23. The legendary silent apostle has fallen. Midori gazes at his best friend's lifeless body, overcome with grief. Makoto, damn it, why? Memories of their shared past flood his mind like a broken dam. Back in the training hall, Midori once asked, "Hey, why bother being a captain? You're the second strongest in the entire guild. Your hidden stats are off the charts. If you went all out, no one could keep up. Wouldn't it be easier to just hunt solo?" Midori tosses him a recovery potion. Makoto laughs. "You think I'm not a team player?" Midori smiles. "You're a star that shines brighter and further than anyone else." "That might be true," Makoto says, pulling on his gear. "But there's something more important." Just then, the rest of the squad arrives, their faces bright with hope. "Captain, I passed the rank to swordsmanship trial. It's all thanks to your training." Yaku cheers. Kusiro bows deeply. "I can finally be useful now." "I wanted you to be the first to know, Captain." "Let's celebrate with a feast," Yaku yells. In that moment, Makoto finds his answer for Midori. "I love them, and if we fall, I want to leave something behind for my comrades. Meeting them, it makes me truly happy to have lived this way." Back in the present, Midori whispers through his tears, "I saw your squad on the way here. 2 survived. You fulfilled your duty as a leader perfectly. You did what I never could. You fought well." As Midori weeps, Minato's mental consciousness begins to fracture. The inner world plunges into total darkness. "It's so cold, so dark," Ellerson whispers, looking up. Magi, the archer, remains silent. He knows the weight of this trauma all too well. Melchius watches Minato's trembling back, sensing the crushing guilt within. He's drowning in it. He thinks this tragedy happened because he was too weak. Every great ancestor knows this pain, the agony of losing those they swore to protect. Hearts break and turn to stone after seeing too many comrades walk into the light. Most warriors close their hearts forever behind these scars. Jiro steps forward, calling Minato's name. "I shouldn't have fought." Minato sobs, his voice breaking with pure despair. "My heart feels like it's being ripped out of my chest. If I had just stayed a tool for the ancestors, maybe no one would have died. I should have just been a weapon." His mind understands the logic, but his soul screams in agony. But that handshake. Captain Sue's hand was so warm. It's like a burning flame. I can't let that fire go out. I might not surpass the ancestors today, but I'll get faster. 1 second, 1 breath at a time. I won't let anyone else die. His resolve ignites sharper than any blade. A new light pierces through his mental darkness, shattering the shadows of doubt. In the waking world, the boss is dead. The blizzard clears, revealing a silent, frozen peak. The Guild HQ extraction chopper descends through the clouds to collect the survivors. One by one, the bodies of the fallen heroes are recovered and brought aboard. A soldier approaches Midori. "All members accounted for, sir. It's time to head back." "Go ahead," Midori replies, his voice cold as the mountain air, walking home alone. Sensing Midori's need for solitude, Kasi relents. "Take care of yourself, then." The chopper ascends, carrying the cold remains of their fallen brothers back to headquarters. Midori watches them vanish, then dials a restricted line. "It's Midori. Kodo has been eliminated." The enemy. 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. Postpone the debrief. I'm going on a hunt. Mankind's strongest warrior turns away, the last trace of a smile vanishing into the shadows. 1 month later, Nagano Province. By a mountain stream, Minato and Shinji clash in intense training. Shinji ignites a crimson aura, lunging forward with a devastating high-tier strike. Minato's reaction is instant. He parries the blow aside with cold, practiced precision. He counters with a 𝐘𝐁𝐃 palm thrust, forcing Shinji into a desperate defensive guard. The shockwave surges through the water. Minato realizes his rival is ignoring the impact's recoil. Shinji thrusts for Minato's heart in a blur of motion. Minato's hand snaps shut like a trap around the red-haired boy's wrist. With a fluid Aikido motion, he sends Shinji hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. Defying gravity, Shinji snaps a kick toward Minato's neck before his head can hit the dirt. Minato blocks the strike effortlessly, but the air crackles with the intensity of their spar. As Minato leaps for a finishing blow, a thunderous voice commands, "That's enough." The sharp command cuts through the forest air like a blade. Like puppets with their strings cut, both hunters immediately drop their combat stances. Standing there, is Ichika Makoto's master. 1 month ago, their guild's collapse shattered the hunters' ranks. At the funeral, Shinji stood frozen before Captain Suo's portrait, lost in a sea of grief. Later, Minato found him in the halls, eyes hollow as he packed his brother's final belongings. "Minato," he croaked. Suddenly, a soft meow echoes through the cold, empty room. "Oribe," Shinji froze. "You knew, ... my brother had a cat." "I knew nothing," he whispered. "Not until I started clearing out his life today. His favorite foods, the books he read, his secret thoughts, it was all a mystery to me. I never truly knew him until he was already gone." Minato eyes a small book. "Is that his diary?" "Yeah, a hunter's final memento. He left it for me. I expected mission logs, but it's full of ... me. Every entry, every day, his focus was always on his little brother's safety and growth. December 12th, cold weather. I hope Shinji stays warm. July 7th. He topped the hunter exam. I'm as proud as if I'd won myself. December 12th. He's been recruited. I'm terrified. September 19th. Tried some amazing watermelon today. I wish Shinji could have some too. October 1st. He's on a dangerous scouting mission. Please, let him return to me safely. The weight of those words breaks him. Shinji collapses, clutching the diary to his chest. Tears stream down his face. Only in death do we realize the true price of love. Minato steps forward, his voice low and steady. "Captain Makoto never stopped talking about you and Oribe. You were his whole world." Wiping his eyes, a new fire ignites in Shinji's gaze. It's a thirst for power and revenge. "I'll get stronger. Strong enough so that he never has to worry from heaven again." Determined, they sought out Makoto's legendary master, Ichika. She stares at them in disbelief. "What's this? 2 brats?" Shinji speaks clearly. "Suo Makoto. He's gone." The world stops for her. After a long silence, she exhales a heavy morning breath. "I see." "Train us!" they shout in unison. Now, their brutal evolution begins under Ichika's iron fist. "You're not bad," she muses. "Minato has the edge, but Shinji, your potential is terrifying." "Thank you, Master. The path to the absolute top starts right now." "Master Ichika, what about my progress?" the general asked eagerly. Ichika sighed. "Your martial arts are flawless. Honestly, you should be teaching me." She kicked 2 wooden blades toward them with a sharp fluid flick. "Show me your steel," they roared, fueled by a hunger for absolute power. Meanwhile, in London's shadows, a refined man walked the moonlit streets. He stepped into an alleyway when a cold voice shattered the silence. "Are you one of the 12 apostles from the Book of Revelation?" The watcher paused, a smirk playing on his lips. "My turn finally?" "Location of your comrades. Speak, or your life ends here," Midori threatened. "Don't be so impatient," the watcher sneered, refusing to back down. His staff pulsed as grotesque. Beating hearts sprouted from the wood. But the outcome was already written in blood. A flash, a crimson spray, and Midori emerged from the dark untouched. "I told you I'd kill him," he muttered, handing over a blood-stained ledger. 7 left, the man in glasses noted, clutching a stack of prophecies. The scene shifts to a hidden traditional fortress, the non-profit headquarters. Deep within, the highest-ranking officials gathered for a top-secret briefing. "Are these the books Midori seized?" the elderly matriarch inquired sharply. She was the Grand Overseer, the ultimate authority in prophecy defense. "Yes, ma'am," Io replied, bowing deeply before the powerful elder. "These are the fragmented books of prophecy held by the 12 apostles. Originally 1 volume, now torn into many 𝐘𝐁𝐃, added solemnly. Overseer Yo flipped through the pages, her eyes narrowing at the text. "Eliminating enemies is fine, but his methods are becoming reckless." Makoto's death had clearly pushed Midori over the edge into vengeance. "Our move?" Kitamori asked. Yo just smiled. "Let the boy hunt. He won't listen anyway. I'll just have tea ready for his return." They moved on, the weight of the missing hero hanging heavy. "Regarding Suo Makoto's position, we have a massive hole to fill. We officially propose forming a new elite squad," they declared, bowing. Yo remained silent, lost in thought as the Tokyo sector flickered. In a massive underground tunnel, an army of armored phantoms gathered. A rank to prophecy event, the uprising of the Mystic Dawn rebels. The non-profit strike team was deployed immediately to neutralize the threat. Direct combat is suicide. We need long-range suppression now, soldier screamed. Blades up, these monsters have high magic resistance, another hunter warned. The mage gasped as her spells shattered against their enchanted armor. Captain Suzuna, we're being overrun. We need backup. The squad cried. Hibiki Sasuna, the white-haired commander, didn't even flinch. Instead of drawing her weapon, she looked at her secret ace. Akon, take them. Understood, she replied, activating her high-tier alchemy. Seniors, get back. This is going to get messy. A mass of liquid exploded forward, surging toward the armored ranks. Gasify, she whispered, as the fluid turned into a lethal, suffocating fog. But the true terror was only just beginning. Akan triggers her liquefaction skill, instantly condensing lethal gas onto the soldiers' heads. She activates ignition, unleashing a hellish heat that turns the fluid into searing agony. Die. She shifts to solidification, clenching her fist to seal their fate. The liquid petrifies instantly before erupting into jagged, crystalline spikes. These lethally sharp pillars tear through the nearby ranks with terrifying precision. A gruesome web of impaled bodies remains. Target eliminated, Akan coldly reports. Captain Hibiki applauds the slaughter, eyes gleaming with genuine admiration. Poison, suffocation, and extreme heat. A quadruple threat trait is too rare to waste. Join my squad permanently, she asks, lifting Akan's chin with a smirk. Akan gracefully brushes her off. I'll consider it, eventually. The male squad members watch, desperate for a talent like her to join. A powerhouse who's also adorable? She's the perfect recruit for our guild? If she joins, I can finally retire? Hibiki dreams with a goofy grin. Her team stares in disbelief. Was that her true motive all along? Moving out, Akan immediately contacts Minato via the system link. Minato, Lesson 7 is complete. I've mastered all 3 states. Send the next trial. Her eyes burn with ambition, while Minato just chills with his cat. That fast? The alchemist 𝐘𝐿 shouts from within his mind. She cleared 7 already? 𝐘𝐿, prep the next 3 skill evolutions. Minato demands more power as the alchemist dives back into his grimoires. Sending it now. Don't fall behind, Minato replies, fueling her fire. Meanwhile, in Saitama, Heiko has already reached the 8th level of training. He's facing a rank-to-profit quest. The Earth Eater Sphinx boss? But the boss is a joke. One devastating kick from Heiko shatters its core. Lesson 8. Destruction Strike Mastered. He stares at his glowing fist. Todorokio, the local captain, can barely contain his shock at the display. Join the Todoroki Guild, Heiko. The crew tosses him up in celebration. I've got so many offers. Which path should I choose? Heiko muses. Back to Akan, she declares to Minato. I won't let anyone surpass me. I'm not slacking off either, Minato grins. We're both evolving fast. I've got full faith in your potential, he adds warmly. Akan turns away, her face flushing as she tries to act indifferent. The cat mimics her attitude, driving the red-haired alchemist to tears of jealousy. Stop yelling. You're scaring him. Minato scolds, leaving Akan baffled. Is there a lover's spat going on? She pivots to more serious intel. Heard the rumors? A new elite squad is forming to replace Team Suo. The captain will be handpicked from the top-ranked performers this season. Any idea who's leading? Minato asks, intrigued by the power shift. I heard Heiko mention the Hanagi squad. Sound familiar? Minato freezes. Wait, did you just say me? Why would I be captain? Akan turns serious. To erase every prophesied disaster, that's the ultimate quest. And it's a dream we both share. A leader needs an iron will to guide others. You have that hidden stat? Minato stands speechless, shaken by the weight of her absolute trust. Before he can reply, Hibiki calls out, Akan, move out. Mission's over. Think it over, she hung up. Minato sat brooding alone. The captain offer felt heavy. What's his deal? Ika asked. He's weighing the leadership offer. Just do it, Ichika shrugged. He's the perfect fit, Shin agreed. Inside, the primordials watched him. Any advice? Melchis asked. Silence. We're warriors, not leaders. Command was a foreign skill. Melchis sighed at their uselessness. You too. Joshiro snapped. He looked to strategist Ron. Not yet, Ron said calmly. A better teacher is here. A wooden sword struck the rock. Stop moping. Spar with me. Footwork drills. Minato leaped down. He walked on water's surface. 3-step ripple. Ichika was stunned. You're a monster, kid. Geniuses take months. It took seconds. Sleep training with legends paid off. Ichika's killing intent flared suddenly. Purple mana coated her blade. An energy slash tore forward. Minato dodged. The rock split. Focus or die, she warned. Leadership thoughts vanished instantly. He gripped his sword tight. So she's the one, Joshiro realized. A powerful, transcendent, Melchius noted. My brother's bloodline, Joshiro corrected. He analyzed her every move. She trained Makoto, Joshiro admitted. Ichika unleashed the serpent's coil. Zigzag energy slashes trapped him. She's actually being serious. Purgatory Sword unleashed a storm. Inside, Joshiro's excitement peaked. A brand new technique. Minato narrowly escaped the Void Strike. Ichika paused in pure shock. Incredible instinct? ... You dodged that? Your Hinoki one-sword style. It's a mere image of the Founder's own blade. Tell me, Kidar, you still chasing Makoto's ghost? Ichika's words sliced through Minato's heart like a cold blade, leaving him breathless as his inner turmoil surfaced on his face. Nearby, Shinji watched the exchange in silence, his expression clouded by a web of complex and unreadable emotions. Is that what you're thinking, Minato? Gripping his wooden blade until his knuckles turned white, the young hunter steeled his resolve. Yes, he whispered to himself, because I witnessed it. I saw his true power with my own 2 eyes. Captain Makoto was a legend. An absolute wall. Can I ever hope to stand where a man like that once stood? Minato's heart wavered in the wind. But Ichika saw right through his doubts, as if reading a hidden system window. You don't need to be his clone, she barked. Suddenly, she unleashed a massive water elemental vortex that spiraled toward the heavens. Behold the Hinoki style's secret art. The Tengi's skyward dance. As the spray settled, she locked her sharp predatory gaze onto Minato, her presence radiating overwhelming authority. The techniques I use weren't born from the Founder. Later masters evolved them, forging their own paths through blood and sweat. The power gap is vast, yet they never stopped. They kept pushing and creating new legacies to bridge that heavenly distance. Ichika trailed off for a heartbeat, the weight of the past hanging heavy in the air between them. In the silence, flickers of her old memories with Captain Makoto began to resurface, vivid, painful, and bittersweet. I never knew him as a leader, but his greatness is undeniable. You can't expect to match a legend overnight, kid. But if you forge your will in the fires of constant training, you'll reach those heights. Isn't that the path? Hanagi Minato, stop chasing his shadow. Ask yourself what exactly is the legacy that he entrusted to your hands. Across the training ground, the very atmosphere seemed to shift and sharpen. Recalling that final, firm handshake with Captain Makoto, Minato's eyes flared with newfound conviction. The future, he declared firmly. Her blood began to boil with excitement. A solid answer. Then I shall sharpen your blade for the sake of that future? Come at me, Minato. With a roar, the 2 warriors clashed once more, their wooden swords blurring in a symphony of strikes. Shockwaves rattled the training ground as energy collided. 2 weeks passed in a flash, shifting the scene to the Hunter headquarters. Captain Todoroki and Ibiki were currently scanning a high-priority candidate list on their tactical tablets, their faces grim. The hulking, orange-haired warrior spoke up, his deep voice vibrating with serious intent. So, this is the roster for the new unit's captain, Shinomi? Shinomi took a long, slow drag of his cigarette. Precisely. Usually it's our call to recommend names. But the higher-ups are playing a different game this time. Minato's name sat at the top, a dark horse recommended by none other than Master Ichika herself. Little did they know as they debated the future, a lethal threat was already moving within their walls. A shadow whispered into a hidden device from the garden. Infiltration successful. I've slipped through the gates without a single hitch. The selection starts in 3 days. Soon, I will be the one leading this new unit. Just wait, Master. The voice belonged to one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, the infiltrator known as Eva. How did he breach the sanctum so easily? He possessed a terrifying S-rank trait called the Body Snatcher. This sinister skill allowed him to perfectly hijack the physical form and memories of anyone he brutally slaughtered. His mission: seize the captain's seat and dismantle the organization's power from its very core. Ichihara Midori was hunting them down like dogs. Half the apostles had already been erased from existence. We can't kill that monster in a fair fight. Our only choice is to spark chaos from within this guild. All for the prophecy, the shadow hissed. Fast forward 3 days to the grand arena of the headquarters. Shinonomi stood before the gathered elite candidates, his crushing presence commanding absolute silence from the crowd. Listen up. The captain's selection for the new unit begins now. For grueling trials will determine who is worthy. The first 3 rounds will call the weak, leaving only the top 4 hunters standing for the final showdown. Score high 3 points for first, 2 for second. The one with the highest total points takes the captain's crown. The Grand Commander is watching from the office. Fight as if your souls depend on it. Show us your heart. Sir, yes sir. The candidates' collective roar shook the very foundations of the massive stadium. Minato felt the crushing weight of the pressure. These are the monsters I have to beat to move forward. But suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a gaze, cold, lethal, and filled with bloodlust locking onto him. 8 candidates stood ready. Minato scanned the competition, his mind calculating the hidden potential of each rival. Shock rippled through the crowd, a mere rookie like Minato standing among the elite. It was unheard of. Is that the kid Midori scouted? What's your take? The brown-haired hunter whispered to his teammate. Koki Haruki of the Yaguruma Guild waited.
Ash!
Beside him, a hunter in a cap smirked with pure sarcasm. 2 months in, and he wants the captain's mantle? Absolute comedy, spat Asahina Saru of Team Uriya. Nearby, a long-haired beauty chuckled. Ooh, still an intern? This kid has some serious guts. Watch it, Sunbai Aromo snapped, her voice laced with irritation. Who gave you permission to call me little? 2 months, and he's already here? What a freak, muttered Hayaji of the Macabre Guild, eyes narrowing. Behind them, a tech specialist checked the system database. His eyes widened as the hidden stats loaded. Cleared a level 1 oracle without a scratch. Hinoki recommended him. This is getting interesting. Sakazaki Osuke of Team Surasaki adjusted his glasses. Word is, the rookie's already mentoring others. Shikamin of Team Todoroki crushed a chocolate bar, while a green-haired hunter watched Minato with growing dread. The green-haired man's gaze trembled. Is that really On's legendary tutor? He looks... dangerous. A cute type? I hope our character tropes don't clash, mused. Ooh, name of the Tsubiki Guild. Warning, an apostle of Eva had already infiltrated the group. Meanwhile, Minato centered his focus. Anxiety gnawed at him. Every other candidate was flanked by their veteran captains for support. Minato stood alone. His master Ichika was missing for the most ridiculous, bottom-tier reason imaginable. That morning, a system ping revealed Ichika had simply overslept. She wasn't even close to the tower. If you fail before I arrive, I'll drop you into a live volcano, her message threatened. Reading the text, Minato felt a chill run down his spine. His master never made empty threats. He recalled their brutal training sessions. The trauma alone was enough to make his knees buckle. She isn't joking. When that woman makes a promise like that, she definitely follows through. Wait, she does that all the time. Minato braced himself. I have to pass this exam, no matter what. Suddenly, the booming voice of Elder Shinomi snapped Minato back to the high-stakes reality. The official exam begins now. Meanwhile, miles away, a frantic scene was unfolding on the road. 2 figures raced toward the arena. Well, only Shinji was actually putting in any physical effort. Master Ichika sat perched on his back like a queen, casually holding a cat while Shinji sprinted. Master Ichika, the red-haired swordsman gasped. Are you sure this qualifies as high-intensity training? Mush. Faster, she barked. If we miss Minato's big moment, I'll never forgive you, Shinji. Terrified of her wrath, Shinji ignited his aura and surged forward like a human comet. Back at the arena, the atmosphere grew heavy as the first trial of the awakening commenced. It was a familiar test. Mana output measurement. For a powerhouse like Minato, this was child's play. As Minato released his energy, the system interface began to flicker violently under the massive pressure. Shinomi stood frozen. Rank 1. Kaminagi Minato. Minato sighed. Damn, I broke the machine again. My bad elder, the protagonist muttered, scratching his head as the device let out a final spark. The other candidates were paralyzed. The manometer shattered. Asahina gasped, his face turning pale. Asahina had ranked 5th. Beside him, the strategist Sakazaki began to analyze the impossible result. A limit break case. You only see stats like this in top-tier hunters or ancient monsters. When a true genius awakens, their core mana output defies the laws of standard measurement. He's a pure mono specialist, just like you, Sakazaki noted. Glancing at his orange-haired teammate, Shikamine's eyes lit up with predatory excitement. A fellow monster? Now things are finally getting fun. The results were locked. Minato took 1st, Sonop secured 2nd, and Sakazaki followed in 3rd. Ignoring the murmurs, Elder Shinoname stepped to the center to announce the next phase of the exam. Trial 2. Hand-to-hand combat. You are authorized to select your own opponents for this duel. First knockdown earns 2 points. Now before he could finish, Shikamine's hand shot into the air. Minato, let's go. Shikami's voice echoed with absolute unwavering confidence. He was the guild's premier solo specialist, boasting physical stats that broke all limits. At age 2, he was caught in a catastrophic monster outbreak from a dimensional rift. Miraculously, while still in his crib, he slaughtered the beasts to protect his mother. That's his legend. Captain Hibiki glanced at Todoroki and began to tease him. Todoroki bringing Shikami here? Isn't that just plain cheating, you fox? Is it a crime to deploy my strongest hunter? Todoroki countered with a grin. Shikami lacks mana talent, yet his raw physical stats are freakishly superhuman among awakeners. Since joining, he's mastered martial arts, making him an untouchable god of hand-to-hand combat. The captain flexed his muscles proudly, making the silver-haired girl beside him sigh deeply. Stop posing. It's embarrassing. Still, she was curious to see the fight's decisive outcome. Factually, among everyone present, Shikami possessed the most refined and lethal close combat abilities. Will this arena end up as a crater? Shikami thought, cracking his knuckles. Before the clash, he loomed over Minato. Tell me, did you really train 𝐘𝐄? Minato blinked in surprise at the question, then gave a calm, subtle headshake. Not exactly training, just advice. Shikami scoffed. Advice? To a top-tier genius like him. 𝐘𝐄 is a natural-born prodigy. He'd be legendary even without a degenerate like you. Shikami's voice dripped with venom, yet Minato merely smiled. You're probably right about that. Minato's nonchalance clearly irritated him. You're a weird one. Whatever, just come at me. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted around Shikami as his flame soul skill fully activated. He dived forward, launching himself with the explosive force of a high-tier boss monster. The sheer pressure of his takeoff obliterated the ground, sending shockwaves through the air. To Minato, a deafening boom echoed, and Shikami was instantly right in his face. Too fast, Minato thought, barely ducking as a devastating strike whistled past his head. That single swing unleashed a shockwave of pure energy that sliced through the atmosphere. The earth shattered behind them. Beautiful, Shikami. Give it everything. Todoroki roared while flexing. Todoroki cheered as Shikami's arms became a blur, firing endless energy blades everywhere. Like a ghost, Minato flowed through the chaos, dodging every lethal strike with precision. His eyes narrowed, analyzing Shikami's movements as if reading a system window's hidden logs. Sensing an opening, Minato seized Shikami's wrist and executed a flawless, high-velocity counter-throw. Using the high-path technique, Minato redirected Shikami's overwhelming momentum back at him. The impact was catastrophic, Shikami's body carving a massive crater into the arena floor. Debris rained down like dropped items as the spectators watched in stunned, breathless silence. Even Minato was shocked, reflecting his own power created that much destruction. It's incredible. You're truly talented, Shikami, Minato praised, but his words only fueled the other's rage. Veins throbbed on Shikami's forehead. To him the compliment felt like a soul-crushing mockery. You mocking me, bastard, Shikami snarled, twisting midair to regain his footing instantly. His lightning-fast recovery left the other hunter candidates watching in complete and utter awe. He recovered that fast. After an impact that literally liquefied the ground, the green-haired hunter muttered, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and fear. Sakazaki analyzed the data on his terminal. It's his hidden stats. They're totally off-limits. His physical durability has evolved far beyond the constraints of any normal human hunter. Shikami snapped, unleashing his full power and charging like a berserk beast towards Minato. Minato remained calm. Counters aren't enough to drop him. Time to try something new. Focusing his intent, Minato began channeling overwhelming power into his legs for the finish. Springing off the rubble like a bolt of lightning, he closed the gap instantly, unleashing Master Ellison's photon kick. The strike buried deep into Shikami's gut, a blow of pure devastation. It folded his body like a broken shell, but the onslaught was only beginning. Pushing off the earth with crushing force, he launched a second brutal drive into the same spot. Master's ultimate skill, echoing ruin. Minato's thunderous strike charred the brute, sending him ricocheting off the walls. When the dust finally settled, Shikami lay broken, eyes rolled back, and body steaming like a scorched engine. Master Shinomi moved in to call the verdict. Match over. The winner is Kaminagi Minato, plus 2 points for the underdog. Deep within Minato's mental realm, Masters Ellerson and Gontek shared a triumphant high fave. Meanwhile, the blonde scout, Hisagi, watched with predatory interest. His physical prowess is insane. He completely outclassed Shikami's raw strength. Sakazaki, I thought his mana was his only over-limit stat. Sakazaki stayed glued to his monitors, his mind racing to analyze the anomaly before him. Minato is a wild card. If he's not eliminated now, he'll become a massive wall in my path. Dark thoughts clouded Sakazaki's calculated expression. Eventually, Shikami groaned back to consciousness, his entire nervous system screaming in agony. Nearby, he found Minato already weaving threads of healing magic. Stay still, Minato warned coolly. I'm patching your broken remains back together. Shikami stared at him, terror flickering in his eyes. This guy, he's a total monster. Broken mana stats, god-tier physicals, and now, a healer trait too? Is there anything you can't do? Minato fell silent, the ghosts of Makoto's fallen squad flashing through his mind. The bitter taste of powerlessness from that Golden Assassin's massacre still haunted his soul. No matter how high the rank, some skills just can't bring back the dead. A shadow of grief passed over Minato's eyes. I have my limits, he muttered. You're stable. Pick it up. Shikami sensed the sudden shift in his aura. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the arena, drawing every eye to the distance. What now? Shikami gasped. Minato didn't blink. The final showdown of the duel phase, Shikami froze. The final match already? Exactly how long was I out for? Minato shrugged. Only 5 minutes. The other matches were total wipes. Match to saw Koki dominate Iryu with a ruthless sleeper hold. Then, Asahina faced off against the shadowed Sonop. It was a one-sided slaughter as Asahina crushed her with overwhelming brute force. The rest of the pack finished fast, but the final pair is still locked in a stalemate. Minato's gaze shifted to the center, the strategist Sakazaki versus the fiery Hisagi. Hisagi unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Sakazaki, you think you're so special, don't you? Stable stats are useless. Without an over-limit trait, you're just another replaceable pawn. A jack of all trades will never have the king's aura needed to lead a guild. Sakazaki parried the storm, his expression icy and detached despite the pressure. I think you misunderstand my definition of a leader. Hidden stats and on-in-a-million geniuses are outliers. When average hunters follow a chosen one, they just become collateral damage. True leadership is about tactical adaptability, raising the team's survival rate by even 1%. That's the captain I'll be. I won't let my team end up in a body bag like Makoto's. He flashed a chilling, mocking smirk as he prepared his final move. Hearing that provocation, the hot-headed Shikami couldn't contain his rage, his knuckles cracking with lethal intent. I heard that you four-eyed snake. You enjoy poking at people's wounds that much? Don't listen to him, Minato, he growled, looking ready to initiate a high-tier duel with Sakazaki instantly. Minato quickly intervened to stop the escalation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hisagi activated her soul-radiating physical arts. A golden aura erupted, enveloping her body as she transformed into a high-speed vortex. Charging forward, She unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, forcing Sakazaki into a completely passive and desperate defense. Sakazaki was sent flying back by the impact. Hisagi, sensing blood, didn't stop and pressed her advantage. But suddenly, the calculating strategist raised his hand, signaling a surprising forfeit in the heat of battle. I surrender. Hearing this, Overseer Sennonomi shouted, "Stop. The winner of this round is Hisagi." Looking at Hisagi, it was clear she couldn't accept such a hollow victory through a cheap forfeit. She hadn't even unleashed her full power yet. Damn you, Sakazaki. You jumped back on purpose, didn't you? Her friend Sanup rushed over to restrain her. Hisagi, calm down. You've already won the match? Sakazaki stood up calmly, dusting off his gear while sighing. Good grief, what a handful. I'm not a fan of violent women. Since this exam is a marathon, I've decided to preserve my stamina. After all, this selection process is still in the early ranking stages. There's much more to come. He wiped his glasses, thinking, I could have crushed her instantly, but I won't reveal my trump cards to Minato. He glanced at Minato with the chilling gaze of a true antagonist. Thus, the second duel phase concluded. Sennonomi stepped forward to announce the next phase. Listen up, candidates. Take a 30-minute break. The third trial begins soon. Aside from the top 4, everyone else will be eliminated immediately. So give it your all. Minato, hearing the news, thought to himself, a break, finally. Master and Shinji are taking forever. Did those two get lost in this massive dungeon complex? Elsewhere, Shinji was gasping for air, like a dying beast after their grueling cross-country sprint. Are we there yet, Master? Why are we at the headquarters rear garden instead of the exam hall? Ichika ignored him, approaching an ancient tree with a frown. Someone recently lost their life here. The lingering traces of aura are faint but skilled. A high-ranking hunter was slaughtered by a monster. The swordsman behind her flinched in shock. This was a high-security zone with maximum protection protocols. How could an intruder bypass the gates? This area should have been perfectly hidden from any threat. Ichika shook her head. Perhaps not. The group calling themselves the 12 Apostles knows us too well. It's no surprise they found this place. They are hunting us from within the shadows. What are they truly after? Shinji muttered. Even Master Ichika lacked the answers to that dark mystery. Her expression hardened into a battle-ready mask. Move out, Shinji. We need to reach the exam grounds now. Ichika kept her darkest discovery hidden from her disciple to avoid breaking his morale just yet. The victim was likely a captain-tier officer, yet no emergency signal or system alert was triggered. Things are getting interesting. It seems Midori isn't the only one seeking blood for Makoto's death. Time flew by, and the scene shifted back to the captain's selection exam site during the lunch break. Candidates were gathered in small groups, eating and discussing their strategies for the final awakening trial. As Minato sat with Shikami, he spotted Shinji and Ichika approaching. Over here, Master, Shinji. Seeing his bright face, Ichika deduced that her troublesome student had survived the first 2 ranking trials. I'm relieved. Looks like I won't have to kick my own disciple into a volcano today. The surrounding hunters felt her overwhelming presence and immediately shifted into a state of high alert. Look, that's her. One of the special squad elites, Hinoki Ichika, the legendary powerhouse. Sakazaki adjusted his glasses, analyzing her stats. The aggressive Hisagi, however, found the sudden tension annoying. Why are you losers explaining her resume out loud? Just mind your own business already. Shinji scanned the dwindling crowd of candidates, cold sweat dripping down his face as he whispered to Ichika. Master, something is wrong. You said a captain-tier hunter was murdered. But why is everyone so calm? All 7 high-ranking captains were present. Ichika's sharp instincts didn't fail her. Sensing the anomaly, she smirked and signaled Minato. Hey kid, we need to talk. The trio retreated to a secluded spot, ensuring no eavesdroppers could intercept them. Master Ichika revealed the grim discovery, sending a jolt of shock through Minato. An apostle is among us in disguise. Minato's outburst nearly blew their cover. Keep it down, you degenerate. Shin, the swordsman, snapped at him immediately. Master Ichika remained calm, analyzing the data. The probability is near certain. Traces at the scene prove a captain-tier hunter was purged, yet everyone is here. The conclusion was clear. The intruder possesses a high-level mimicry trait. Cold sweat trickled down Minato's face as the gravity of the threat sank in. This is a code red situation. Minato's voice trembled with sudden realization. Inside the guild sworn to prevent extinction, a captain was replaced by an assassin. Without a decisive strike, the body count will only continue to rise further. This betrayal could trigger the final prophecy of mankind's absolute annihilation. Gripping her blade, the battle-hungry master suggested purging everyone present to be safe. No way. Minato and Shinji roared in unison, stopping her bloodthirsty plan. After a brief tactical analysis, Minato summarized their next objective clearly. During this selection quest, we must hunt down the hidden apostle and kill him. Minato's mind raced. He was calculating the hidden stats of their elusive enemy. A gathering of all ranking captains was a rare high-stakes opportunity for them. They had to unmask the traitor before the trial ended. Ichika nodded in agreement. Remember, these apostles are the monsters who murdered Makoto. Don't forget that. Fury ignited in Minato's eyes as memories of fallen comrades fueled his resolve. Beside him, Shin's aura flared with a murderous intent that chilled the air. However, identifying a master of disguise among elite hunters was no easy task. Minato initiated a mental link to contact the ancestral spirits in his world. "What's your take?" Minato asked the spirit, wearing a classic detective's coat. "I am Ancestor Ao. I need to investigate the crime scene for clues." "But the trials are ongoing," Ao muttered, exhaling a puff of spectral smoke. Minato suggested a quick reconnaissance mission during the upcoming lunch break interval. The detective ancestor shook his head. "That would alert the hidden boss monster. If this apostle matches the power tier of the one we previously fought, they could trigger a massacre. We must stay here as the ultimate deterrent." "Understood. We'll wait until the final round concludes," Minato conceded with a nod. Then, he turned to the other masters with a burning question in mind. How did a captain tier battle happen at HQ without the ancestors sensing anything? Joshiro, the master swordsman, stepped forward. "It's entirely plausible, kid. Listen up. We were stationed at the Sacred Mountain for a whole month, after all. That mountain's aura disrupts energy flow perfect for high-speed skill evolution and training." Melchius added, "The enemy's stealth trait is likely S-rank, masking their presence perfectly. This confirms we're dealing with a top-tier apostle-level threat right now." Ancestor Ao groaned. "Hey, stop stealing my lines. I'm the detective here." "Shut up and find the killer already," Ryuichiro barked back, ending the bickering. Ao's expression shifted to a cold, analytical gaze. Minato asked Ichika this one thing. Could the traitor be hiding among the new candidates instead of the captains? Minato's question shattered their narrow assumptions instantly. Exactly. Successors are suspects, but captains remain suspicious. Ichika vowed to stir chaos during combat. Minato grinned, but reality crushed his dreams. Round 3. A brutal written theory exam. They were locked in isolated testing booths. Phones confiscated. Silence. Minato's plan failed. No fighting, just complex organization rule questions. He knew absolutely nothing on the paper. Questions covered profits, outbursts, and mysterious disappearances. Name every agency notified during urban disasters. List the permits for training hall access. These basic rules felt like alien gibberish. This is a captain's trial. Think Minato. Time expired. The system revealed the scores. Minato froze. 0 points. A total disaster. Shikami groaned in disappointment right behind him. "Only for slots am I out. That Four Eyes got a perfect score. Annoying. Still, you're rank 1 overall. Impressive work. I hoped my combat stats would carry me. I'll spectate. Captain needs loyal followers. A guild needs 7. Find 6 more. Recruit from these candidates when you win. If you need a vanguard, pick me. Good luck." The hot-headed hunter then departed. "Thanks, Shikami," and Ao's voice rang out. To the garden, Minato was utterly stunned. "Evidence first, Minato. I am a detective. The hunt begins. We're tracking an apostle." Night fell over the silent academy grounds. At the crime scene, Ao took control. A detective's eyes see the hidden truth. Ancient bloodstains and footsteps glowed clearly now. "Just as I deduced," Ao whispered grimly. "I've identified the victim and the killer. A captain was murdered and secretly replaced. It's one of the 12 apostles." Jochiro hissed. "I feel the prophecy book's dark aura." The mage asked, "What's the plan now?" Al began to explain his tactical strategy. Suddenly, he sensed something and retreated instantly. Leaves rustled. Shadow approached Minato's back. A figure appeared, radiating a deceptively warm aura. "Hey kid, what are you searching for?" she asked. Minato froze, caught off guard by her sudden presence. "Who am I?" "Just an old woman passing through this place." "Can you answer me?" she spoke calmly. Though her identity was a mystery, her aura felt strangely reliable to Minato. With a heavy heart, he began to share the truth. "I think a murder happened here." His words made High Manager Yo pause in genuine shock. Did he spot the hidden traces? "You're a talented candidate from the captain's exam, aren't you?" "So, have you found the culprit?" she inquired. Minato gave a firm, decisive nod. "Yes, I know who it is. It wasn't just a guess, but catching this invisible killer won't be easy." Manager Yo frowned, her confusion deepening at his mysterious explanation. "I don't follow. Shouldn't you just eliminate him as quickly as possible?" Minato explained the enemy's tier was too high-end. There were likely 2 of them. Catching them together was vital. "I'll settle this tomorrow. Please, just watch from the sidelines without interfering." Minato stared her down. After a tense silence, Yo smirked. "Interfering isn't a job for a frail old woman like me. I hope your little plan succeeds, kid." With that, she turned her back, ready to vanish into the shadows. A thick mist swirled around her. Before she could disappear, Minato called out his name. "Kaminagi Minato, that's my name." The High Manager nodded. The fog consumed her entire form. Then, in the blink of an eye, Minato was back at the crime scene. Meanwhile, Yo moved through the darkness. Her assistant, Kitamori, noticed her boss's grin. "Manager, did something interesting happen?" "Oh, it's nothing but that boy. He's closest to the truth, and he's already planning his next move. I can't wait to see his performance. Tell Tenon to back him up if things get dangerous." Kita bowed in agreement. Yo reflected on their chance encounter, sensing the gears of fate turning. "I sensed a strange aura and investigated. Who knew I'd find such a jackpot?" Kita's eyes widened in disbelief. Yo noticed her reaction. "Something the matter?" "No, it's rare to see you have such high expectations for a rookie." "It's because of those red eyes, .. Yo whispered, her true thoughts hidden behind a veil of mystery. Morning arrived. Minato walked calmly up the mountain trail, prepared for the inevitable. Suddenly, Shikami ran up and slapped his shoulder. "Hey Minato, heading to the exam together. Today's test is more about leadership traits than just raw individual power. Sakazaki will probably lecture us about group tactics, but don't worry. I've got your back completely." Minato flashed a bright, squinty-eyed smile at his friend. "Thanks, man. But by the way, why did you intentionally fail the written exam?" Shikami froze instantly. The air around him grew heavy with a murderous chill before vanishing just as fast. Shikami turned back with a smirk. "Well, let's just say my plans shifted mid-game. I figured playing the subordinate would give me more freedom." "Freedom to slaughter every promising rookie at once?" Minato's brow furrowed. Realizing he was caught, Shikami didn't even bother to lie. "Exactly. I'll just kill someone and take their place if I have to. Besides, yesterday's test was insanely hard. My skill only copies the host's existing knowledge. The real guy would have failed anyway. So, does that mean your plan was a bust?" Minato pressed him. Shikami let out a frustrated sigh. "I really screwed that up. I should have just killed Sakazaki and taken his spot instead." He stopped walking and groaned. "Humph, I thought so." As he spoke, 4 captains emerged from the forest, surrounding him completely. Behind them, Captain Todoroki was bound tightly by heavy, cold iron chains. He was gagged, unable to speak, as the trap finally closed in. The massive warrior's eyes were vacant, mirroring a soul that had completely surrendered to the abyss. Captain Hibiki smirked, her voice dripping with ice. "Greetings, 12th Apostle. Care to introduce yourself to the guild?" Eve, the 9th Apostle, chuckled with chilling friendliness. "I am Eve. As for my skill, you've already seen its evolution. I can mimic the form of anyone I slaughter, assimilating their memories and every hidden stat they possessed. Among these candidates, this vessel was the strongest after Minato. So, I purged him and claimed his power." Hibika's eyes narrowed. "So your hidden quest was to dismantle our ranks from the inside?" Eve nodded, a twisted grin forming. "Exactly. But since I've been exposed, Why don't we all just die together? But first, I'm curious. Which one of you hunters actually saw through my perfect camouflage? Captain Hibiki glanced toward the protagonist, the man who's been standing right beside you this entire time. Kaminagi Minato, the one who orchestrated this entire trap. Hearing this, Eve's face contorted as he unleashed his aura. He erupted into a terrifying laughter, his body surging with a violent, toxic green mana. Locking his predatory gaze onto Minato, he hissed with murderous intent. Just who the hell are you? Rewind to the previous night, the moment the passionate Shikami was marked for death. Captain Todoroki had been hyped, announcing that Shikami was selected for the new captain ranking trials. Shikame was ecstatic. A regular captain? For real? Is this finally my moment to shine? It's official, Shikami. This is top secret guild info. The others won't be notified until tomorrow morning. Todoroki confirmed, his words igniting a blazing fire within the young hunter's heart. Is that why you called me out to the field at this hour? Sorry if I'm shouting. I'm just fired up. Keep it down, or we'll be spotted. Haha. The two shared a rare moment of boisterous laughter. Todoroki turned serious. In my evaluation, your CQC stats are the highest among all non-captain hunters. You're a powerhouse. I know you'll become a legendary captain. I'm betting everything on your growth. The massive warrior extended a fist, a silent oath between master and disciple. Tears streamed down Shikami's face. Master, I won't let you down. Just watch me reach the top. He slammed his fist against Todoroki's, his spirit soaring toward his new destiny. But fate was cruel, in a horrific flash. Shikami's body was butchered into pieces before Todoroki's eyes. A chilling voice emerged from the shadows. Pathetically weak. Is this the peak of Taiyo's elite strength? Perhaps it's not that you're weak. It's just that we apostles are on an entirely different tier. I suppose I should thank my master for these boss tier items that granted me such overwhelming power. I am Eve, 9th of the 12 apostles. I look forward to your continued ... cooperation. The blue-haired monster activated a forbidden skill, channeling a ghastly green light into Shikami's mangled corpse. Todoroki wouldn't stand by. Rage exploded as he lunged at the intruder. He triggered his diamond body trait, his entire form hardening into an indestructible, metallic statue. His right arm tripled in size, crushing Eve into a gory smear. How dare you touch my student? Shikami's face was a mask of agony, tears and blood flowing as he screamed in despair. Suddenly, Shikami's playful laughter echoed from behind. Whoa, one-shotting an apostle? That's my master for you. Todoroki froze, his heart stopping as he turned toward that impossibly familiar voice. Shikami, you're alive. Before he could finish, his diamond-hard torso was cleaved clean in half. Wrong. I'm Wand. I've successfully hijacked this brat's physical vessel. He produced a vial containing soul dance beads, a dark tier artifact used for necromantic summoning. He scattered the beads over Todoroki's remains. Instantly, the dead captain's eyes snapped open with unnatural life. Eve smiled with satisfaction. Perfect. From now on, master, you're nothing but my loyal puppet slave. Answer me if you understand. Understood. I will obey, the hollowed Todoroki replied. Without warning, Eve delivered a brutal backhand, snapping the puppet's neck in a sickening full circle. Remember, my name is Shikami now, not why. Got it? The two degenerates erupted in twisted laughter. This entire nightmare was laid bare before Detective Ao, revealed through his true stage ocular skill. The detective's stage skill activates, rewinding the crime scene like a cinematic playback. It requires absolute conviction and proof. One sharp deduction, and even the distant past resurfaces. This broken ability is a game changer, can even predict atrocities before they happen. But the penalty is absolute. One wrong theory, and the skill vanishes forever. This means that until this very moment, he has never missed a single mark. The scene shifts deep into the corridors of Minato's subconscious. Mage Melchius looks on with sorrow, a vile skill that swaps souls to puppet the dead. She whispers in horror as swordsman Jiro finally realizes the truth. 2 killers. Disgusting, Jiro scoffs, brushing back his hair with pure, biting sarcasm. Suddenly, Minato erupts. A massive surge of energy shocks even the primordials. Minato's roar echoes through the void. I'll never forgive you. Back in reality, A violent aura cloaks his body. The hunt begins. He lunges like a lightning strike, activating reflexive light-piercing fist. A thunderous punch lands square on that puppet master's face, sending him tumbling like a ragdoll. However, this villain, why is no low-tier mob? He recovers instantly, digging his heels in and scarring the earth with 2 massive trenches. As he stabilizes, a chilling, mocking laugh rings out across the battlefield. Ouch, Minato. I thought we were brothers in arms. Is this how you treat a friend? He sounds delighted, as if that devastating strike didn't leave a single scratch. Minato grits his teeth. Damn it, still not strong enough. Villain Y stands tall, effortlessly shattering Minato's aura with a disappointed sigh. You're getting soft. Mental games won't work against the real deal, kid. Minato knows he's hit a wall. It's time for a change in strategy. Remembering Captain Makoto's struggle, he decides to let the primordials take the lead. You're right, I'm not the one who beats you. Minato's hair shifts to brilliant azure. Mage Melch's voice resonates clearly within his mind. Good job stalling, Minato. Leave your rage and regrets to me now. The Mage of Truth, Melchus Silentius, has officially taken the stage. Villain Y isn't surprised. The satellite notification already warned him of this transformation. A total personality shift, huh? Fine then. Let's play for real. Kaminagi Minato, the apostle of death, howls toward the darkening sky. The atmosphere warps instantly as abyssal clouds swallow the sun. Y unleashes his dark mana, manifesting a massive void-black sphere in the heavens. From the void, an army of bandaged mummies rains down like a plague. This is his hidden legion. Life is boring until the final breath, right? The orange-haired psycho grins wildly. Let's make this a show to remember. Inside the mindscape, the primordials watch the falling nightmare in total disbelief. The detective quickly analyzes the escalating threat. He's an empty vessel, using that artifact to puppet every soul he's ever stolen. Y laughs. Each of these corpses has the same physical stats as I do. The game begins. Captain Hibeki's gaze turns sharp and lethal. 100 puppets, each one as strong as Shikami. This is bad. The blue-haired boy pales in terror. What do we do now? This is impossible. He clutches his head, screaming for Captain Hibiki in pure desperation. But Minato doesn't feel fear. He only feels a burning, unstoppable rage. He didn't just kill them. He crushed their pride. Could a human truly be this depraved? The Archmage Melchus smirked as she watched Minato. You've changed, she whispered. The ancient bloodline stirred. She glared at Y. You've severely underestimated me, degenerate. The moment those words left her lips, ... golden lightning tore through the sky, obliterating the mummies into a shower of gore. This was the ultimate skill. Heaven's wrath. Y stood frozen. His undead minions were wiped out before the quest even began. Melchos's mockery echoed. Did you summon these puppets just to watch them fall? Simple logic, I'll just destroy them before they even hit the ground. The mummies erupted in flames, falling like dying stars, their combat power hitting 0. Panic seized Y's heart.
Just what kind of monster was he facing now?
Some hunters train years for such precision, yet she landed every bolt with accuracy. 0 misses. Unbelievable. Deep within Minato's mental sea, the real lesson began. Melchus decided to use this moment to awaken the protagonist's true potential. Minato, watch closely. This is how a mage conquers. I'm ready, he shouted. She had erased an entire army of corpses with a single, devastating move. Even knowing her strength, Minato was floored. This is absolutely legendary, ... She's using my body, yet executing divine tier skills with perfect efficiency? Melchus paused, her gaze softening as she looked at the young hunter. You once craved power. Others just wanted to exploit your hidden traits. But now you've tasted growth. You're finally climbing the tower for yourself. Ambition is natural. Honestly. Your talent has even the ancient ones intrigued. You survived a hellish betrayal. You carry the will of the fallen with you. You've fought for those he desecrated. You've turned your grief into a blade. That's why we like you, Minato, she smiled, sensing his awakening soul. Outside, Y stared at his precious collection now, nothing but piles of black ash. Fury boiled over. The villain lost all reason, lunging like a rabid dog. Shut your mouth. What do you know about true power? The weak are mere fodder. That is the iron law of this reality. He ignited his dark mana, rushing in for a desperate, final strike. Before he could strike, gold thunder crashed down, forcing him to retreat. Melchos's voice echoed coldly. Many fools believe that.
I wanted to.
Double quotes. Until monsters from beyond the tower toyed with us like mere insects. Our hearts burned for the weak, Minato. You still lack that absolute authority. I saw your frustration during training. You smiled, but your soul was fraying. But remember, you're not alone. We are your system. We are your strength. You will reach the apex. Whenever the dungeon darkens, we will be your light. Direct your rage at the one who hurt you. Let's end this prophecy. With a cold, decisive gesture, she pointed at Y instantly. Minato's body erupted into a storm of golden lightning. The bolts shredded the necromancer's limbs, tearing him apart like a broken marionette. The threat vanished instantly. The surrounding guild members stood there, utterly speechless. Is that ... really Minato? The green-haired hunter stammered in shock. Shinonomi's gaze trembled. He's just like Midori was, pure-blooded monster. As the smoke cleared, Melchus looked on with a knowing smirk. Melchus seized control of Minato's frame, her voice turning razor-sharp. Gaze upon the abyss between our power levels. I have endless questions for you. My guild's top interrogators will ensure you spill every secret. Why wasn't a fool? He recognized Melchus's overwhelming rank immediately and conceded the gap. My current stats can't match yours, but my superior predicted this exact scenario, he admitted. Y smirked, revealing a hidden trait. Behold, my ultimate trump card, the secret to my survival. Malignant energy erupted from his core as a cursed sarcophagus breached the Earth's surface. Centuries ago, legends shattered the great tower. Inside lies Ryukiro, the ancestor who slaughtered thousands. The lid creaked open, revealing the preserved physical vessel of the legendary swordsman Jiro. Within the mental realm, the spirits recoiled. Jiro stood frozen, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. No, that is my own physical body, Ryo screamed, his voice echoing through the void. Simultaneously, the mage unleashed a Tier 5 lightning strike, aiming directly at the downed Waiyan coffin. Joichiro watched the devastating magic descend, his heart hammering against his ribs in pure terror. Melchus, cease fire. He nullified my lightning with zero effort. That vessel is the real deal? Y merged with Jiro's corpse as a dark aura exploded. This vessel, it's magnificent and truly divine. As the legendary swordsman's body reanimated, Minato felt a paralyzing chill crawl up his spine. This killing intent mirrored the pressure from Midori at the training grounds, but far more suffocating. No, this was deadlier. This monster surpassed every boss monster he had ever encountered before. With a simple snap, the decimated mummy army stitched themselves together, rising for a second wave. Let Phase 2 commence. Y chuckled. Minato's face hardened as he prepared for the final clash. Stay focused, Minato, Melchus whispered. Remember, you aren't walking this path of revenge alone. On command, Master Ichika's elite squad charged, intercepting the tide of undead monsters head-on. Y scoffed at the interference. More trash hunters? Are these pathetic weaklings actually your comrades? Minato's brow furrowed in rage. The mockery stoked the embers of fury burning within his soul. That tone is identical to HIS, Minato realized. Y watched the carnage with twisted, sadistic amusement. Pity, Y sneered. My puppets possess hidden stats far beyond your feeble human imaginations. From his perspective, the situation was exactly as he described, a slaughterhouse for the living. Hisagi unleashed a flurry of awakened strikes, but her fists barely dented the mummy's cursed armor. The undead countered with brute force, shattering the ground and leaving a massive smoking crater. Her knuckles bled from the impact. Asterisk, is this a physical enhancement trait? My full power hits failed. Asterisk, do these degenerates each possess unique class skills? This power scaling is impossible for mere puppets. Hisagi's eyes widened in horror as she scanned the evolving ranks of the relentless undead legion. Even the veteran Asahina broke into a cold sweat while facing the relentless high-tier onslaught. The green-haired scout retreated in tears, pursued by a horde of high-ranking bloodthirsty ghouls. He wailed in despair, but hope remained. The elite guild captains finally entered the fray. Seeing her subordinates on the brink of death, Captain 𝐼𝐁𝐄𝐃 stepped onto the battlefield. Removing her headset, a violent surge of violet mana enveloped her entire physical form. "Sound manifestation," she whispered. Her aura shifted, condensing into a legendary burning phoenix construct. The massive avian of pure energy took flight, casting a shadow of doom over the battlefield. With a celestial cry, the phoenix dove, incinerating the undead ranks in a sea of fire. The scout watched with tearful gratitude, but 𝐼𝐁𝐃's expression remained grim and focused. Despite vaporizing dozens of enemies, the captain sensed the underlying danger hadn't faded at all. "This is wrong, .. she mused. Asterisk, how can these corpses still trigger their original awakened skills? She narrowed her eyes, calculating the grim odds of surviving this escalating dungeon crisis. Suddenly, Captain Todoroki shattered his bindings, activating his diamond skin trait and launching skyward. Clasping his hands like a massive sledgehammer, he aimed a devastating blow at the terrified scout. The impact was so violent the entire battlefield shuddered under the force. A literal earthquake split the earth. 𝐼𝐁𝐃 wasn't shocked he broke those chains. She shrugged as the enemy scanned the carnage, grinning with pure sadistic joy. "Ha, simply magnificent. In this chaos, only leaders survive." Meanwhile, inside Minato's mental realm, after hearing those boasts, Minato turned to his legendary masters. That is what he claims. What do you all think? The ancient ancestors sighed, exhausted by such pathetic low-tier trash talk. Minato smirked at the mage. "Alshas, let me take over for a bit." The mage swapped places, and Minato's hair shifted back to obsidian black. Staring coldly at the enemy, he asked, "No one survives, you say? Don't underestimate my comrades." Cut to Hiko surrounded by a mummy swarm. Hiko didn't flinch. One versus an army just like Lesson 7. He spoke with absolute calm. Suddenly Hiko's energy erupted into a golden dragon, binding the mummies tight. The young hunter leaped onto the dragon, unleashing a barrage of devastating kicks. Targeting their heads precisely, the progenitor of Holy Fists, WCH, nodded in approval. Hiko has a fascinating build-draw muscle, blended with serpentine flexibility. His current strategy focuses on rapid single-point penetration strikes. It's good, but not peak. He needs an unstoppable, wide-range cleave to dominate. Right before their eyes, Hiko's body became fluid like a serpent, constricting a mummy's jagged frame. He spun violently, shredding the monster. He whispered. Elsewhere, the alchemist Akan refused to be outdone by the mummy horde. "I won't let Hiko take all the credit," she muttered. Her master's advice. Alchemy is the art of turning flaws into perfection. Creating cheap weapons in battle is mediocre. Alchemists go further. True alchemists are beings who grasp and transcend every forbidden taboo. With a sharp wave, she activated her skill. Triple Saint Punishment. A skyscraper-sized golem emerged from the earth with Akan on its shoulder. This was the Stone of Truth, even Meanies, the result of her 8th trial. She sighed at the horde. "Time to shatter your awakened puppet bodies." On command, the golem delivered a massive kick, obliterating the mummies instantly. On the other side, swordsman Shinji gripped his blade. "I'm no genius, but I have talent." With 2 fluid strokes of his sharp blade, he cleanly decapitated 2 mummies lunging from the shadows. Leaping midair, he unleashed Hyoki Heaven Descent, a red wave bisecting 5 enemies. They were split instantly, but his deadly onslaught was far from over. He charged forward, activating Flower Gold Slash, weaving dozens of lethal energy beams. It bloomed like a deadly crimson flower, shredding the monsters into mist. From afar, Master Yika raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that's a decent combo." Mixing techniques has limits, but Minato's influence is sparking miracles in Shinji. Minato is still leagues ahead, she mused, casually sitting on a corpse pile. Suddenly, a pillar of hellfire erupted in the distance. And so, it begins. "Minato faces a 12 apostle," she cried, eyes locked onto the towering inferno. Suddenly, she recognized a figure within the flames. It was our legendary founder. "Hinoki Jiruma," she screamed, watching her ancestor clash with the main character. Back at the epicenter, Minato faced the apostle Y, who possessed Jochiro's body. The enemy drew his blade, activating a hidden skill. Hinoki-style Wavebreaker / A surge of emerald mana erupted, coating the blade in a lethal, glowing aura. The sonic strike tore the earth apart, yet Melchi's possessing Minato remained completely unfazed. With hunter-like grace, she pivoted, letting the devastating blow graze empty air. She countered with a thunderbolt, but the apostle parried it with a desperate swing. Melchius narrowed her eyes, assessing the corpse puppeteer's pathetic power output and rank. Still insufficient, she thought. Suddenly, Y unleashed a tier skill. Fractal disintegration. Geometric grids of sword intent wove through the air like a deadly web. The ground shattered into cubic debris. Melchius landed lightly on a floating earth fragment. Minato remembered this skill from his awakening exam battle against Midori long ago. I've mastered this move myself. This is a real life-or-death battle now. A shadow of doubt crossed the hero's face as he scanned the battlefield. The fractal slash had left the terrain riddled with jagged, bottomless abysses. Hisagi, the blonde teammate, lost her footing and plummeted toward the dark abyss. Asahina lunged forward, catching her hand in a desperate last-second save. But an emerald blade flashed, severing Asahina's arm in one brutal, swift stroke. He screamed in agony as Hisagi fell. Melchius watched the tragedy and sighed. Suddenly, a golden barrier enveloped the survivors, teleporting them safely from the zone. While leaping between floating ruins, Melchius called out to the soul within, "Jochiro, what's the plan? We are running out of time here." Jochiro bit his lip, turning away from the glowing system interface behind him. He lay down dismissively. "I'm retiring for today. Do whatever you want." With permission granted, Melchi's gaze turned cold and lethal.
"That's understood, then."
Her voice dripped with killing intent. Below, Apostle Y initiated Hinoki style. Cloud flow. He raised his blade to the heavens, channeling a massive amount of energy. A pillar of emerald light struck like a divine meteor. Boom. A deafening explosion thundered, threatening to burst the eardrums of everyone nearby. The blue-haired coward hid his face, praying he wouldn't be vaporized by accident. Even Captain Hibiki gasped. This level of destruction. It's beyond human limits. The apostle reveled in the sensation, feeling the primal ancestor's stats flowing. He laughed like a degenerate maniac. This vessel, this power... It is glorious. I need more. I'll squeeze every secret skill from this legendary hunter's brain. He roared, activating the indomitable trait, but his swing was suddenly stopped cold. Melchius had closed the gap instantly, catching his wrist with a bored expression. Y froze in horror. Inside the mindscape, Jochiro yawned. God, this is pathetic. Melchius didn't disagree. She looked the apostle dead in his panicked eyes. You're right. Even in this body, you're nothing but a low-tier slug. Terrified, the apostle leaped back to create distance, his mind racing. This is a primal ancestor. Just need to extract more skills. More power. Sweat poured down his face, no matter how much he lied to himself. He knew Minato's overwhelming power was about to end his miserable existence. He surged his consciousness forward to infiltrate Melchius's mind. Whatever he witnessed there triggered a sudden, uncontrollable flood of tears that left him utterly paralyzed with shock. Those tears fell because the raw, agonizing memories of Hinokijiro's previous life were still burned deep into his neural pathways. Merely catching a glimpse of those fractured memories. Unleashed a tidal wave of madness. This was the same power that had once cleaved the legendary tower in half with a single strike. Despite achieving such godlike feats, he had grown cold and hollow. Inside his mental world, he collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. What kind of monster body is this? It's far too powerful. Could a human mind even process this level of evolution? Jiro's memories were a visceral nightmare, filled with the shadows of slaughtered men and fallen boss monsters. He had cut through oceans and even split planets. Where else could he possibly find strength? His soul was literally beginning to fracture. He spoke with a face consumed by panic. His mental stats were far too weak to sync with Joichiro's legendary skill evolution data. Hearing this, the swordsman Joichiro merely growled with icy indifference, then let it shatter. Break your limits or die. Standing right behind him, the progenitor Ellerson let out a heavy sigh, her voice sharp with a final warning. Hey, if his soul collapses and he loses control, every single person on this battlefield is going to die. The words had barely left her lips when a dark omen manifested, as if her warning had triggered a curse. a violent and foreign aura suddenly erupted from him, pulsating like a mana core on the verge of total detonation. Witnessing this catastrophic surge, Ellerson could no longer maintain her stoic composure. Drenched in sweat, she screamed, "His soul is actually breaking apart. We're all dead if we don't move now." Just as the progenitor feared, the degenerate necromancer had completely lost control of his stolen vessel. He threw his head back and let out a primal roar, his body radiating a Rankes SS aura of pure destruction. The shockwave was so massive, it triggered an earthquake felt as far away as Takasaki City in Gunma Prefecture. On a street within the city, an S-rank hunter immediately ordered his guild subordinates to begin an emergency evacuation. He frantically checked his system window, his mind racing. What is this monstrous mana signature? He wondered in terror. Is it coming from Nagano? It's over 100 kilometers from the epicenter? What kind of world boss monster has awakened now? He asked himself. Back at the center of the chaos, under the weight of that suffocating aura, every single undead thrall was crushed instantly into the dirt. They couldn't move an inch. Even Hayo's party had to use every ounce of strength just to keep from collapsing. What is this? This pressure is overwhelming, the group whispered, their faces pale with dread. Shifting to Minato's mental interface, he turned toward the legendary swordsman with eyes full of desperate concern. Joichiro remained cold and detached, staring off into the distance. I already told you the rest depends entirely on Melch's. The mage didn't waste a second. Understood. With Minato's current physical stats, one decisive strike will be enough. She slowly pulled back her sleeve, revealing a pale arm covered in glowing runic seals swirling like divine bracelets. This was the mark of truth. Nearby, the progenitor alchemist, 𝐾𝐄𝐿, finally broke his silence. "Listen to me, Minato," he said, his voice echoing with ancient authority. "She can't hear me, but you and Tsunomiya must watch closely. Whether it's magic or alchemy, we all seek the world's ultimate truth. This is the moment you finally touch that hidden reality. I wonder, can that ultimate body of yours actually withstand a fragment of the truth?" 𝐾𝐿 mused with dark curiosity. Meanwhile, the entity possessing Jiro's form had descended into a state of total, mindless degeneration. He could only mutter a single, repetitive command. Die. ... Die. As his soul splintered into a million jagged pieces, only the broken remnants of a soul remained within Hinoki Jiro's shell now. But the body moved on pure predatory instinct, like a beast hunting its prey. This was the discarded shell Joichiro left behind. It was a grim reminder of a forgotten power of the state, known as the unyielding truth. From the perspective of the horrified onlookers, the scene was shifting into something far more dangerous. Black mana condensed into a thick mist, erupting into a colossal obsidian vortex that pierced the very heavens. Inside that swirling storm, Joichiro's form became a lethal blur, spinning with the speed of a violent turbine. He unleashed a barrage of black sword intent, so sharp it seemed to sever the atmosphere itself. No one could escape. The destruction began to expand, threatening to swallow all of Japan, ... Or so it seemed in that terrifying moment. Jiro's frame convulsed violently, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy like a beast stripped of its shackles. Nearby, the mage Melch's watched with a piercing gaze. So, the degeneration has reached this critical stage? She whispered a forbidden chant, preparing her ultimate truth sealing art, the Maga Hemet Protocol. This seal exists because the world cannot contain such overwhelming power, scaling directly with the target's hidden stats. Suddenly, a violent crimson aura erupted, swallowing Minato's entire form in a hellish glow. With eerie calm, Melch's reached out. A single touch to Joichiro's arm brought his frenzied advance to a dead halt. Even with his consciousness shattered, a flicker of pure shock crossed Joichiro's hollow expression. As Melch's gripped his hand, a look of profound realization dawned upon the mage's face. "I understand now," she murmured softly. "So this is the final answer we've been seeking." Perhaps sensing a long-lost familiarity, the madness in Joichiro's eyes began to flicker and slowly recede. Tightening her grip, Melch's channeled her mana and unleashed her ultimate skill. The radiant flame of Inan Milam. A blinding supernova erupted from the pair, forcing every hunter nearby to shield their eyes from the glare. When the light faded, Joichiro's physical vessel had crumbled into ash. drifting away like stardust before their eyes. In those final, fleeting moments before the physical form vanished into the void, the mage whispered a final farewell. Rest now, old friend. We shall meet again at the cycle's end. Within Minato's mental sea, the ancient ancestors watched the screen in a heavy, respectful silence. Witnessing this dramatic display of mourning from the sidelines, Rikiro broke the tension with an annoyed shout. Hey, cut it out! I'm literally standing right here. The legendary swordsman scoffed, reminding them that while his vessel was gone, his spirit remained eternal. Meltia simply shrugged, turning to the protagonist. Well, did that little demonstration help your skill evolution at all? The scene shifts back to the scorched battlefield. Minato reclaimed control of his body as the surrounding crowd erupted into thunderous, joyous cheers. He actually downed that boss monster. Someone yelled, while Master Ichika bristled like a threatened feline. Use your damn sword, Minato, she barked. What was the point of our hellish training if you won't use it? She shouted with a face that was a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. Nearby, Heiko stood paralyzed, no matter how many times he saw Minato's power. It still defied all logic. I thought I was a goner, Hiko muttered. Just how high are your hidden stats, Minato? Even the stoic swordsman, Shin, could only stare at the young hunter in stunned silence. Incredible. He turned that monster to ash instantly, Shin remarked, but the alchemist, Akan, disagreed. You're looking at the wrong thing, she countered. It was the technique before that which was truly terrifying. He neutralized the opponent's logic entirely. Can a mere human truly reach such a god-tier rank? Akan gripped her trembling wrist, her heart racing with the thrill of witnessing such a monster-class awakening. Meanwhile, Master Shinoni stood at the edge of the massive crater, looking utterly drained and exhausted. What am I supposed to do with this giant hole? He groaned. This was just a simple guild captain exam. The arena is totaled, and a high-ranking hunter is dead. Do I seriously have to reschedule this whole mess? He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, cursing his luck, when a sudden chilling voice pierced the air. Outstanding work, the unfamiliar voice echoed, instantly snapping everyone's attention toward the distortion. Space itself began to warp and bend, revealing a presence that chilled the very air. The girl narrowed her eyes in suspicion, while the blue-haired boy trembled. Another boss-level threat, but Shinonomi froze, his cigarette snapping between his fingers as he recognized the overwhelming aura. Impossible, ... double quotes, he gasped. Why is the Grand Overseer herself appearing in a place like this? The void tore open like a curtain, revealing the legendary Grand Overseer Yo alongside her shadow, Katami. Minato's eyes widened in shock. This was the same mysterious woman he had encountered once before. Director, what brings you to the front lines? Katami asked, but the Grand Overseer remained silent. Instead, she walked straight toward Minato and knelt in a reverent salute. So, ... I have finally found you. For hundreds of years I have awaited your return. My lords, the first progenitors. Her words sent shockwaves through the souls dwelling within Minato's mental sea. Nearby, Shinjei's group froze. Master Ya, is she really the Grand Manager? Hearing this, Ichika the Swordmaster whipped around with a look of pure disbelief. You should have known, but I guess it's your first time seeing a living legend. She's a founder of the Great Prophecy, the highest-ranking hunter in all of Japan. Shinji already knew her rank, but that wasn't what was bothering him. Why is the Grand Manager kneeling before a rookie like Minato? Akan shrieked. Even their master was stumped, simply shaking his head. I have no idea. Minato himself was reeling. He recognized the grandma from the backyard, but why was she bowing? Confused, Minato accessed his internal interface to speak with the souls within him. She seems to know you. Are you guys old acquaintances or something? The progenitors frowned. After a moment of silence, they all shook their heads. We've never seen her. Suddenly, Jiro the Sword Saint narrowed his eyes. Wait, that aura, I recognize it. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty as he traced an ancient memory. Seeing Minato's confusion, Grand Manager Y realized they didn't recognize her current form. Still nothing? I suppose I have become quite an old hag over the centuries. She folded her hands, her expression suddenly turning incredibly solemn and serious. Minato instinctively took a combat stance, but then she suddenly performed a ridiculous hip-shaking dance. Look closely, Riichiro. It's the hip wiggle dance. she chirped with a bright smile. Instantly, a vision of a young girl in pink doing that same dance flashed through their minds. The realization hit them like a critical strike. It's Y. It's really her. That's little Y, Melchas the mage gasped, her eyes nearly popping out. Jiro couldn't contain himself. Minato, let me take over. Switch characters with me. Taking control of the body, Jiro heartily slapped Yi's shoulder. Y. Long time no see. The 𝐘𝐄𝐂 guild stood frozen, watching Minato treat the Grand Manager like an old friend. Shinnonomi turned purple with rage. Minato, how dare you act so disrespectful to her? Ignoring the shouting, Jiro and Minato's body actually started dancing the hip wiggle alongside her. Shinnonomi finally snapped. You're dead meat. We're rerunning the captain selection exam right now. Kitamori cracked her knuckles in agreement. Let's blast this brat straight into outer space. Y watched her subordinates fuming with a gentle, amused smile on her face. Now, calm down. There is absolutely no harm done. Jiro didn't know when to quit, even patting the Grand Manager's head like a child. Haha, it's been way too long. Your hair has turned completely white, kiddo. Y let out a nostalgic giggle. You haven't changed a bit, Jiro. With no lives lost, the post-battle recovery and cleanup moved at a lightning-fast pace. Asahina's severed arm was successfully reattached, allowing the group and Hisagi to finally breathe easy. After all, Asahina had lost that limb protecting her. Sanop felt relieved for them both. Elsewhere, Akan was petting Captain Makoto's summoned cat, making Shinji explode with jealousy. Heiko tried his best to hold him back. Easy, man. Calm your stats down. The chaos settled as the scene shifted to the Great Prophecy Sanctuary, the Eternal Roof. Outside the secret chamber, Shinnonomi and Kitamori stood guard with absolute vigilance. Inside, Minato was stunned by the hidden scenery revealed before his very eyes. I never knew there was a garden like this inside headquarters. Is this real? I cannot show my face often. Y explained softly. So this is my only refuge. Minato? The progenitors? Yo's memories surfaced. Raised by them. Minato's stats wavered. Born then. Unbelievable. 3 million years. Impossible ranking tier. Artifact stops time. I remain eternal. Ultimate hidden trait. Like your skill. At my peak, top tier item drop, the Archive Guild. Unbound Shadow Hunters, reclaiming stolen artifacts. Deduction complete. Apostles did this. Fake power, extreme danger. Perfect logic, Minato. Recall the scene. Artifact enhanced strength. Buffing degenerate hunters. Jiro, hollow power. Yo nodded gravely. Nobodies became monsters. They rival oracles. Midori hunts them. Time skipped ahead. Bangroid. Battle zone. Divine light erupted. As rank hunter. Midori. 0 sipped tea. System barrier active. Choose your death. Die, Apostle 0. Destructive skill evolution. The district collapsed. Teammates watched afar. It begins now. Mikado stood ready. Relax. He's stronger. Wreck this city. Overkill. Danger nearby. They dodged death. Suddenly, a lethal sword flash illuminated the sky. It cleaved their position, splitting the skyscraper in two. But the nightmare was just beginning. Endless slashes reduced the structure to dust. Nearby, Nishina and Mikado touched down gracefully. Let Midori handle that. We've got our own trash to clear. Mikado cracked his knuckles. Their foe was Apostle Hajime. Meanwhile, Midori's battle raged. Midori's expression darkened as he stared into the abyss of his opponent's power. His ultimate wind-infused sword key, had it really done 0 damage? Apostle 0 sat undisturbed, sipping tea as if the apocalypse wasn't happening around him. A violet barrier had negated everything. Midori gritted his teeth. Was this an S-rank skill? Or a legendary artifact? 0 set his cup down and slowly rose with predatory grace. Finished your tantrum? He stepped beyond the safety of his violet shroud. Defying gravity, he walked upon the air as if it were solid ground. Midori didn't waste words. The moment the target emerged, he unleashed a second awakening. Manifesting endless orbs of emerald destructive energy. They converged on 0 from every angle. A blinding explosion consumed the atmosphere. The Minfong Wall Technica concentrated blast rivaling a tactical nuclear strike. But as the smoke cleared, Midori's blood ran cold. Zero's voice echoed, untouched by the blast. Ever been to an aquarium? Safe behind glass, while the predators circle. That is how I feel watching you. It's utterly bored. Midori's eyes narrowed into slits of pure fury. He realized Zero possessed a hidden, absolute defense trait. Ignoring Midori's shock, the Apostle continued his cold analysis. I see it now. A powerful beast feeling pity for a weak comrade? How pathetic. Born a monster for the battlefield, yet you cling to human sentiment. A weapon made for war, yet unable to protect a single soul. The villain's mockery cut deeper than any blade. Rage exploded within Midori, a burning fire consuming his very spirit. Unable to hold back, he cloaked himself in aura and charged like a comet. 23 years ago, a mountain range was nearly leveled by a mysterious pulse. Shinonomi, then a special ops hunter, arrived to investigate the anomaly. Alongside Manager Yo, they found a massive crater radiating overwhelming mana. The Ichihara estate ... erased, he gasped, spotting something at the epicenter. He peered into the abyss. A newborn baby lay there wailing, the source of the cataclysm. A single birth caused this level of destruction? Shinomi muttered in disbelief. Manager Yo stepped into the hazardous zone. Stop! It's too dangerous. She ignored him, walking calmly toward the crying infant. The baby's raw power shredded her skin, drawing blood with every step. Yet, she held him close. It's okay. You were scared, weren't you? Her warmth reached the child's soul, calming the storm within. The child ceased his crying and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The chaotic mana vanished. The storm... it just stopped. Yo turned to him, her eyes burning with a new resolve. He is ours now. His name is Midori. Years passed in a blink. 9 years passed, and the infant had grown into a formidable youth. Standing in a desolate corridor, an old man waited. His icy gaze pierced Midori's back. You're that cursed child everyone whispers about, aren't you? This was Hinoki Kiru, a high-ranking veteran of the elite Special Ops unit. Beside him stood 12-year-old Ichika. Midori turned slowly, his eyes cold and devoid of any human emotion. Kiru's voice dropped to a threatening growl. Don't you dare cause trouble for us. One slip, and our anti-immortal unit will hunt you down. Midori remained unfazed.
Don't worry.
I won't. The old man let out a sharp grunt of disdain and turned to leave. But he froze mid-step as Midori's parting words hit like a blade. That's why you're still standing. Kiru glanced back, his eyes narrowing in a silent, tense standoff before finally disappearing into the shadows. Nearby, Ichika couldn't suppress a sudden giggle. Something funny? Kuru glared at the girl. Meanwhile, in the training hall, a dark realization grew within Midori. Everyone here is so fragile. They break with just a light push. They're all just weaklings. Suddenly, a sharp shout echoed from behind him, breaking his train of thought. A wooden sword flew toward his head, but Midori's overflowing mana shattered the weapon into 1,000 splinters. Midori's eyes flashed with irritation. What the hell do you think you're doing? The surrounding trainees recoiled in fear, unable to withstand the boy's overwhelming and oppressive presence. Yet the challenger didn't flinch. You're wrong. Come on, pick it up. Duel me. The red-haired boy held out another training sword. Midori was genuinely confused. A sword for me? He frowned in disbelief, but the boy just grinned. This was 9-year-old Sumakoto. Time blurred as the seasons changed. In the training hall, Midori's frustrated roar tore through the air. Makoto? Hearing his rival's voice, Makoto paused his grueling physical conditioning and looked back. What is it this time? Midori gripped 2 wooden swords, his face shadowed with pure determination. I'm telling you, I won't lose again. Makoto went quiet for a moment, then let out a soft, knowing chuckle. Haven't you learned your lesson? Without another word, the 2 rivals clashed once more in a whirlwind of wood and sweat. Minutes later, Midori sat slumped on the floor, staring blankly at his hands. Damn it. Why can't I win? Around him lay a graveyard of shattered wooden blades. Another boy, Nisina, stammered nervously. You're too strong. Makoto, busy with his heavy lifting, immediately turned back to shout a warning. Hey, don't tell him that. 9-year-old Nisina-ku turned his gaze back toward the frustrated Midori. Midori was completely lost. Too strong? kind of nonsense is that? I lose every single time. Just then, another figure entered the hall to settle the confusion. It's actually a compliment. Your aura is immense, but those wooden swords are far too brittle. Even if you're better than Makoto, you lose once the sword breaks. Simple, right? This was 14-year-old powerhouse Makoto Tsuchi. Nisina held up a carton of eggs to demonstrate. Think of your power like these eggs. It's currently at its absolute peak. But if you grip them too hard, they shatter instantly. Combat works the exact same way. Midori stood there blinking, his young mind struggling to grasp their cryptic and philosophical explanation. Makoto smiled faintly, plucking a single egg from the container with 2 fingers. Suddenly, he ignited his aura, surrounding his body in energy, before hurling the egg at the wall. Instead of smashing, the egg hit the stone and bounced back like a rubber ball. The impact was so violent it scorched the wall, yet the egg remained intact, spinning on the floor. Midori froze in shock. It didn't break, he whispered, his mind racing to understand. Makoto retrieved the egg, noticing Midori's wide-eyed disbelief. Looks impossible, doesn't it? You must balance your offensive and defensive intent. It's more than just a simple skill. Mastering perfect aura control. That is the fundamental secret of every true transcendent. Nina channeled her mana into the egg and hurled it at the wall. Unbelievable. Every single egg bounced back without a single crack or scratch. Watching this impossible feat, Midori felt a wave of pure confusion. Makoto tossed him an egg, lecturing him on fine-tuning his aura to win. Mastering this meant his overwhelming power wouldn't cause any collateral damage. With a cool wave, the giant hunter vanished into the distance. Makoto watched in awe until Midori's sudden shout broke his trance. Makoto turned at his name, only to take an egg directly to the forehead. That wasn't on purpose. My hand slipped, he said jokingly. Let's train. Still going to surpass you in swordsmanship. Apologize first, Makoto barked, retaliating with a perfect egg strike. Despite the banter, Makoto agreed to help Midori evolve his skills. He kicked the carton up, using mana to suspend them midair. And so, Midori's grueling quest for aura control finally began. At first, even a spark of his energy made the eggs explode. Slowly, his control sharpened, until the eggs dented steel without breaking. Seeing the cratered wall, Makoto gave him a solid thumbs up. Meanwhile, Midori couldn't wipe the triumphant grin off his face. This mastery finally allowed him to channel power without shattering his blade. The two rivals clashed in a proper duel for hours on end. The onlookers watched their high-tier exchange in absolute silence. Nina and Makoto cheered, eager for their turn as time flew by. 4 years later, 13-year-old Midori joined the elite special forces. Midori excitedly confirmed his plan to support the European branch operations. The target was a special-grade prophecy known simply as Chaos. Still looking for a legendary swordmaster? Midori asked his friend. Yeah, I want to stand as your equal on the battlefield. They shared a determined fist bump, eyes burning with ambition. I'll be waiting, Makoto, Midori whispered with unwavering resolve. I won't lose anyone else. Protect this world for them. You destroyed everything I loved. Everything I fought to build. I'll kill you. I will kill you. Chanting those words, Midori lunged at Apostle Zero with murderous intent. But he was walking straight into the villain's twisted trap. The leader smirked, revealing a mysterious golden egg in his palm. He crushed the artifact, activating the crazed lifeblood fetus. A blinding golden light erupted, consuming the entire battlefield. The others froze in shock. Did something happen to Midori? Makoto felt a cold shiver of dread crawling down his spine. Suddenly, a dark silhouette burst through the light toward them. Midori, did you take that monster down? Makoto called out. Silently, Midori stared back as his aura morphed into a sinister purple. Makoto instantly knew. This wasn't the Midori he once knew. Who are you? Nina screamed as the degenerate energy flared. A chilling warning rings out. Midori cold-bloodedly thrusts his hand forward. Mana swirls in his palm. Disruption, he smirks. Detroit, November. 3 elite anti-immortal agents from Japan have vanished. Back at Midori's battlefield, 2 mysterious figures emerge from the shadows. Marquise Warren bites an apple. What's the verdict? He asks. That's Marca's U.S. branch. Beside him is Aston Taylor, crimson-clad and blonde. Aston kneels, scanning the scorched earth for residual battle traces. The energy levels here are insane, Aston notes grimly. This was clearly the ground zero of that massive awakening. A bottomless abyss stares back, a testament to that fierce, deadly clash. Marquis tosses his core. Midori. That guy's on another level. Is this the world's strongest? Why did he suddenly vanish? How could a top-tier hunter and his squad just disappear? Aston looks grim. I honestly have no idea what happened. News of Midori's disappearance hits Japan, throwing the guild into chaos. At the headquarters, Sonomi slams the floor. Oh, this is absolute madness. He stares at the report, refusing to believe the unthinkable truth. Lady Yo turns to the assistant. Still no sign of Midori? It's the same assistant who followed Midori at Minato's school. She clutches her necklace, her voice trembling with dread. The connection artifact is shattered. Its location is lost forever. Kitamori speaks up. Overseer, has our new hope arrived? Heavy footsteps echo. Figure steps into the room with authority. Yo smiles. It suits you perfectly, Captain Kaminagi Minato. Our hero stands tall, debuting his elite new captain's gear. Minato scratches his nose, feeling the weight of their expectations. I still feel out of place. Am I really captain material? Shinnonomi scoffs. The exam failed, but the directors all chose you. You fought an apostle. You're the only one for Makoto's seat. Minato falls silent, the weight of the past pressing down. He remembers his vow to the ancestors. Surpass everyone. Save everyone. No more deaths. I'm in. I won't let you down. His aura shifts instantly. Sonomi is stunned by his sudden resolve. Lady Yo's laughter echoes through the hall. I knew it. You're the only one fit for this mantle. Her eyes turn sharp. Now, let's talk about Midori's disappearance. Time skips. We find the blue-haired Iryu in a panic. He's sprinting for his life, looking back in pure terror. He checks the shadows, desperate to see if he escaped. Hey Yuri, join the Kamina squad. Minato chases him down. Iryu is scared witless. The new captain is a persistent monster. Back at HQ, Yo begins to reveal the dark truth. A massive gate appears behind her, bearing a roaring tiger. Midori is gone. So are Nishina and Mikado Suichi. Inside the secret vault, the two missing hunters are revealed. Bandages soaked in blood. Life support tubes snaked across their broken bodies. One look confirmed it. They were hovering at death's cold doorstep. Mikado dropped a bombshell. The apostle leader stole Midori's physical vessel. Minato's eyes widened. Pure, unadulterated shock hit him like a truck. He knew Midori's power level. This defeat felt completely, utterly impossible. Zin bit her lip, she knew. Then Minato roared. What? Impossible. How? Mikado's face was etched with the bitter sting of failure. That skill. It matched the strike used against the anti-mortals recently. An apostle's trait, likely artifact triggered. Now, the horrific reality remains. The truth is cold. Ichihara Midori is now an enemy of humanity. Midori fought until the end so we could escape. Hear this. Minato, I'm sorry. It's up to you now. Defeat number 0. Midori's desperate trust moved Minato more than any captain's order. Shinomi placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, offering grim advice. He needs 7 members. Shinji and Heiko are in, but you're short. Find 3 more hunters to hunt Midori. That is your quest. Transitioning. Iryu fled like a ghost was chasing him, screaming he'd never leave. Suddenly, Akan, the alchemist, blocked his path with a cold gaze. I have the captain's official transfer authorization right here, she said. Absolutely impossible. He snatched the document from Akon's hand, his heart pounding hard. Akan, take care of this brat for me. Suzuna Habiki. Iria's eyes rolled back. His own captain had sold him out. Give up. Minato and Akan smirked. You belong to us now. Kaminagi team, you dirty degenerates. Iryu shrieked at the top. Outside, Sakazaki adjusted his glasses, calculating the data with cold precision. Minato got the same treatment. Do you always greet people feet first? Hikotaro grinned, eyes gleaming. Looks like introductions are unnecessary then, right? Morning, Sakazaki. Our leader wants you. Iko delivered the blunt ultimatum. Past Todoroki is dead, leaving a captain's slot open for me. I'm entering the promotion exam. I won't serve under Minato. Heiko's smile turned predatory. Well now, don't be like that, genius. In a flash, Heiko lunged, unleashing a lightning-fast kick tearing the air. The shockwave pulverized the distant tree line into splinters with a crash. Yet Sakazaki vanished, reappearing calmly on a nearby chair, completely untouched. Hiko blinked in surprise. I missed. Oh, so that's his hidden skill. Sakazaki sighed, visibly annoyed by the golden-haired hunter's relentless, primitive interference. Fine, since you're so desperate, I'll give you one fair shot. 60 seconds. This courtyard. Touch me once and I'll join you. Anything goes, right? We need your stats, so I'll make you forfeit that exam. A massive draconic aura erupted from Hiko, shaking the very earth. Without a word, the genius Sakazaki clicked his system timer. Start. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to a dark, damp limestone cave dungeon. Deep within the limestone caves of Secondary Rift 17... Sakazaki spots a familiar face. Captain Tsuruzaki. It's fancy meeting you here. The captain doesn't even look up, calmly reeling in his line. Sometimes the biggest monsters bite in the quietest spots. He glances at his sharp protege. I heard you joined Todoroki's squad. Is that true, Sakazaki? The sudden question catches the purple-haired hunter completely off guard. I want to be a leader who saves everyone, he declares. Tsuruzaki's expression shifts instantly at those words. The captain's eyes narrow as he begins his lecture. Ambition is fine, kid, but listen close. You don't need a title to protect people, or do you think you're just not cut out for it? It's not that. You're just missing something vital. That's my honest take on your growth. Suddenly, the captain heaves his rod, yanking a massive hammerhead boss monster right out of the abyss. Back in the present, the countdown hits 0. Both fighters vanish into a sudden blur of high-speed motion. Hiko charges with explosive speed, while Sakazaki executes a lightning-fast retreat to create distance. Despite the gap, Heiko's raw physical stats give him the edge. He's closing in, a half-step ahead. The blonde hunter unleashes a devastating chain of kicks, driving forward like a human hurricane. Got you, Hiko thinks. But in this world, nothing is ever that easy. History repeats itself. Just as the strike connects, Sakazaki's body flickers, instantly reappearing right behind Hiko's blind spot. Seeing the same trick twice, Heiko begins to decode the logic behind the movement. It's definitely an active skill. Across the arena, Sakazaki sighs in mock frustration at being seen. Man, I really hate showing my cards to outsiders. This is his trump card, the all-powerful ego. A high-tier spatial skill allowing instantaneous teleportation within a 100-meter radius. The catch? He must physically visit the location at least once to set a warp point. Once the system anchors are set, he moves with terrifying speed and absolute precision. No matter how fast Heiko charges, he can't even graze the hem of Sakazaki's jacket. But instead of despair, a wild excitement begins to boil in Heiko's chest. I'm going all out, and I still can't touch a single hair on his head. Incredible. To reach Midori's level, this wall must fall. Sakazaki feels the burning intensity in Heiko's gaze. In a flash, Sakazaki teleports behind the blonde fighter, whispering a sudden, probing question. One question. What now? Hiko snaps back with a sweeping kick, but Sakazaki dances away easily. Sakazaki knows Hiko serves under Minato, but he can't fathom what makes that leader so special. Heiko freezes for a second, then simply shrugs his shoulders with a confident smirk. I get it. You have your own image of what a perfect captain should be. You'd do anything to boost survival rates by even 1%. To you, staying alive is everything. But I'll never trust my life to a leader who only cares about playing it safe. Sakazaki's eyes flare with sudden rage. He opens his mouth to strike back with words, but Hiko cuts him off instantly, his voice dripping with pure, unyielding conviction. Focusing only on survival won't change the world. I'd tear myself apart to shatter destiny itself. That's why I know, if it's Minato, he can actually pull off the impossible. I've chosen my path as Kaminagi Minato's right hand. Hiko's face glows with absolute resolve. In that moment, Sakazaki feels it the missing piece. He lacked the strength to be relied upon. Interesting. But despite your speech, I'm still the one winning this duel. He leaps back, checking the timer. 5 seconds left. It's perfect timing for the finale. Hiko grins like a demon, triggering Sakazaki's alarms. Signal, who the hell did he message? As he wonders, a dark silhouette descends from the heavens, clutching a lethal blade. It's the swordsman Shin. He instantly triggers his ultimate. Gilded petal / paired with heavenly descent. A storm of sword ki rains down, pulverizing the arena into a chaotic mess of dust and debris. But Sakazaki reacts in the nick of time, propelling himself upward to evade the cataclysmic strike. All the teleport points he saved, ... gone. Damn it. Did he really just level the entire campus? He was cornered with nowhere to run. While Sakazaki panicked, Hiko wasn't about to miss this opening. In a heartbeat, Hiko stood atop the adjacent building, channeling every ounce of mana into his legs. He triggered Flash Step, blitzing forward like lightning. His kick shredded Sakazaki's sleeve as the timer hit 0. I only needed to touch your clothes to win, right? Hiko smirked. Behind him, the swordsman Shinji sheathed his blade and approached the duo. Hey Hiko, was nuking the school in 60 seconds really necessary? Relax. I've got a valid excuse. Sakazaki's jaw tightened in pure rage. You bunch of low-life cowards. Using dirty tricks like that? Shinji raised an eyebrow. He turned to Hiko with a shrug. Wait, was my help unwelcome? Who knows? Hiko laughed. Despite his fury at the trap, Sakazaki was a hunter of his word. Whatever a loss is a loss. I'll join Minato's squad as promised. Hiko and Shinji shared a celebratory high of 5. Meanwhile, Akan and Minato arrived, escorting their newest captive, Iru. Mission accomplished. We've secured Iriokanum. Minato's eyes nearly popped out as he surveyed the absolute wasteland. What happened here? Did a boss monster plow through the school? You're writing the apology letters, Captain, Shinji joked. Minato's face fell. My first duty is paperwork. Don't sweat it. Big Sister Zin will handle the fallout, Hiko said, trying to reassure him. They had 2 new recruits, but 1 slot remained. Akan, the alchemist, looked toward their leader. We still need 1 more member. Honestly, I can't think of anyone else with high enough stats. Got someone in mind? Minato pointed ahead. Actually, I've recruited 3, and they're all austere. Wait, what? The team looked ahead. There stood the Master and 2 Special Ops legends, Midori and Mikado. Mikado, Suichi, and Hunoki. Ichika, as of today, we are temporarily under Kaminagi Minato's command. The revelation hit them like a physical blow. Their jaws hit the floor in pure shock. Elsewhere, atop a gargantuan clock tower, fate was beginning to turn in a dark direction. The massive clock face had become a dark council table. Apostle Zero, inhabiting Midori's body, sat at the center. Zero scanned the nearly empty room. Is this all that remains of our legion? Only 5 apostles were left. Our numbers had dwindled significantly since the last Great War. But I have Midori's vessel. We are 1 step closer to erasing the Great Prophet forever. Move out, for the sake of the prophecy. Meanwhile, deep within the Prophet's research sanctum, Shinnomi's voice was cold. Have you tracked their mana signatures yet? Director Kurohata nodded grimly. We found them. But the situation is more critical than we thought. The prophetic tomes held by the 12 apostles. They were originally 1 single forbidden book. Based on Midori's fragments, we've identified it. It's a special grade prophecy, the Bhagavad Gita. To trigger world-level destruction, they only need Midori's awakened power. That's the final key. Shinnomi's face darkened. The weight of this revelation was soul-crushing. He knew exactly how devastating Midori's full potential could be. Cut to Apostle Zero's location. He and his subordinate Comrade were streaking across the ocean like twin comets. Zero finally spoke. Hey, Comrade. Ever read the Bhagavad Gita? Never, sir, the swordsman replied, voice devoid of emotion. Zero let out a chilling laugh and began to explain the nature of the sacred text. Haha, it's Hindu scripture about selflessness and duty. Doing what must be done without hesitation. To name a world-ending prophecy after that, ... The author must have harbored a divine hatred for humanity. Zero cackled as they tore through the atmosphere, heading straight for the heart of the city. Over New York, their flight paths left a violent Strix 1 purple, 1 deep indigo. Across the sky, a young boy pointed up in awe. Look, Dad, it's so cool. The father barely glanced up. What's the big deal? Flying transcendents are everywhere these days. Don't you know? That's Ichihara Midori, the world's strongest awakened transcendent. He looks absolutely legendary. Quickly, the crowd recognizes Midori's face. Pulling out phones to record the world's greatest hero? Is that Midori? It really is. There's even a samurai with him. But why are they here? Look, he's glancing this way. The citizens cheer, oblivious to the lethal danger looming right beside them. Shifting to number zero's perspective, he gazes down at the tiny, unsuspecting humans below. He coldly sneers. Let the massacre begin. Catastrophic energy begins surging within his palm. Below, a young boy eagerly begs his father to take a photo with his hero. The father snaps the shot. As the boy poses, number zero unleashes a hellish aura from above. The entire sky bleeds into a haunting, deep purple hue. Locked within his own mental interface, the real Midori witnesses the impending horror. He screams stop in vain, and number zero ignores him, flashing a twisted, psychotic grin. The villain activates his disturbance skill once again. It's the same move that left a bottomless crater before. Scenes shift the Great Oracle's cafeteria. Minato is finishing his meal when Shinji the swordsman rushes in frantically. Gripping his phone, he gasps. Minato, look at the news. The situation is spiraling out of control. Shinji's screen displays an urgent global emergency broadcast. The headline: Ichihara Midori has attacked New York City, causing total destruction. Perspective shifts to the pavilion. Elder Yo faces a heated interrogation regarding number zero's rampage. What have you done? Richard Weiss, the American branch director, bellows, Midori, just erased New York. Answer for this. Yo calmly tells him to settle down, but Richard's rage only boils over. How can I be calm? The world's economic heart and millions of lives vanished in an instant. Seeing no choice, Elder Yo finally reveals the classified truth behind the awakening. That isn't Midori. His body's been hijacked by number zero, leader of the 12 Apostles. We've identified his true soul as Warren Hastings, a former British ranker. He's likely formed a dark alliance with invaders from another dimension. Their artifacts aren't tracked by the system. Someone or something is aiding their evolution. The revelation leaves Richard stunned as he struggles to process the cosmic betrayal. So, this isn't your organization's responsibility? Richard asks, his voice trembling. Possessed or not, Midori's face is on every screen. He can't hide his actions anymore. The White House is prepping a nuclear strike to eliminate Midori, Richard coldly declares. Unfazed, Elder Yo counters with a chilling question. Do you honestly think nukes can kill him? Richard isn't a fool. He knows the terrifying power scaling of a transcendent. Slamming the table, he yells, We know that. So what is your actual plan? Back with Minato, he finishes his last bite and turns to his team. Shinji, have you and the others cleared Quest Lesson 15 yet? Heiko nods firmly. It's already completed. Minato's eyes sharpen. Shinji, you're now vice captain of Kaminagi. Keep training until the deployment order. Iru and Sakazaki perfect your battle sync. I need absolute flawlessness for the coming war. Shinji senses a hidden strategy. And what will you be doing while we grind? Minato answers bluntly. I'm going to sleep. I need a deep meditative sleep. Don't let a soul wake me, he says, clenching his fist. Sleeping during a global apocalypse? Shinji is baffled by the strange command. But he trusts Minato's hidden stats. There must be a powerful reason for this forced rest. All right. We're counting on you to wake up stronger, Minato. Shinji leaves to continue the grind. We return to Elder Yo's tense standoff. Faced with Richard's interrogation, she smirked with absolute confidence. My next move? We crush them head-on using our most elite hunters. Meanwhile, Minato's squad pushed their limits. Iryu and Sakazaki sparred relentlessly. Nearby, Nishina and Mikado perfected their combat synergy. Akan and Hiko traded blows while Shinji trained under Master Ichika. As for our protagonist, he left a chilling warning. Do not wake me, no matter what happens. Sinking into a deep trance, Minato entered his soul space, where the great ancestors waited. The hellish regime to counter Warren's hunters began. Master-level combat training was now in session. It started instantly. The swordsman Jiro moved like a blur, hacking Minato into bloody pieces. Fortunately, this was his mental realm. His mangled body reconstructed itself in a flash. But before the protagonist could even react, Jiro's blade sang again, dismembering him once more. Vichiro narrowed his eyes, losing focus already. That's a pathetic display for a hunter. You demanded we hold nothing back. Prepare to be torn limb from limb. The air turned cold. Jiro's murderous intent was no joke. He was playing for keeps. That crushing pressure left Minato paralyzed, his face pale with raw existential terror. Even the blonde ancestor winced at the brutality. Hey Hinoki, don't you think that's overkill? Before she could intervene, the dark ancestor and Melchia's blocked her path. Ellerson's eyes sharpened. You're telling me to just watch? Nearby, the archer questioned the strategist. I know time is short and high-intensity training is vital, but this is madness. He's dying too often. If this cycle continues, Minato's very soul will shatter into nothing. Rand tightened his grip, knowing there was no other shortcut to god-tier power. There is no other path for him to survive. Midori is the ultimate transcendent. Minato stands zero chance without this hellish evolution. Ellerson understood the stakes, yet her rage boiled over at the sight of the slaughter. Even a monster's training needs a damn limit. Detective Av remained calm, relaxed. Rechiro might be blunt, but he knows the threshold. Minato will endure this hell. Melchius nodded, her gaze fixed on the boy's resolve. Dying and resurrecting 1,000 times. A normal mind would have snapped long ago. Yet Minato's eyes remained hollow and focused. Forgive me, he muttered softly. Ryachiro's presence was a suffocating weight. Even standing near him felt like a death sentence. It was a soul-chilling pressure, yet Minato's burning will refuse to flicker out. He begged Rishiro to continue. Without a word, the Master Hunter struck again. A single, blinding flash of steel, and Minato's body was severed into 3 parts. Rechiro turned back slowly, watching to see if the boy's spirit had finally broken. To his surprise, Minato's battle aura hadn't faded, was actually growing sharper. I'm too weak. I can't even touch a hair. Despite the agony, he stood. I must evolve. I have to get back to them. Again, he rasped. Kill me again. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, a figure stood atop the gate, waving. Long time, Midori. It was Aradin Banji, an elite operative from the Anti-Prophecy Organization's Indian branch. We once fulfilled a special grade prophecy together, didn't we? Have you forgotten? Without your strength back then, Mumbai would be nothing but a pile of ash. We were heroes here. Are you really going to burn it all down today? Aradin smirked. But Warren, the parasite wearing Midori's skin, had no interest in nostalgic chatter. Stop the act. As a guardian, you already sense the monster lurking inside this shell. Do you think pathetic shouting will wake his consciousness? That he'll just take back control? Let me share his final thoughts. I'm sorry. Please, just run while you still can. Warren flashed a wicked, villainous grin. Below him, Aradin could only grit his teeth in bitter frustration. I can't just run away, Aradin muttered. Midoriya is the city where I was born and raised. His aura suddenly exploded with raw power, a grim omen of the desperate struggle about to begin. At the Japan Branch HQ, Chief Yo began her briefing, unveiling the grim reality to her subordinates. For centuries, humanity has waged a bloody war against creatures from another dimension. It began with the towers, then the rifts, followed by the dark prophecies of the primordials. Throughout history, traitors have emerged. Humans siding with these monsters to bring about the apocalypse. Nearby, Sinonomi's phone buzzed. He checked the intel, his face twisting into a grimace of disbelief. India has fallen, he growled. The enemy is advancing toward Europe. Chief Yo didn't even flinch. As expected, she coolly replied. I'd only be surprised if they dared to strike Japan first. Kitawar, her assistant, looked puzzled. But Chief. Why is that? He just hijacked Midori's body, Yo explained. He hasn't fully mastered its hidden stats or core systems yet. The more he fights, the faster he evolves. Kitamori. Summon every captain to the war room immediately. She turned to Sinonomi with a sharp gaze. Sinonomi, you're heading to the front lines for this raid. The veteran hunter let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation at the news. Peace or war, you always work me to the bone. Maybe I should transfer to the Labor Department. Yo chuckled briefly before her expression hardened, and the atmosphere in the room turned ice cold. I'm joining the fray this time. Her words sent a wave of shock through them both. Time was of the essence. With the captains assembled, Yo delivered the final mission briefing. Team Kaminagi is in the final awakening stage. They're our only trump card against Chihara Midori. Your objective is simple. Stall Midori at all costs until their preparations are complete. A blonde captain scratched his head, looking skeptical. You make it sound so easy, Chief. Captain Hibiki nodded in agreement. Exactly.
How much time do we actually need to buy?
Captain Minato needs 2 days, Yo answered. Our battlefield will be the Pacific Ocean. We'll consolidate every hunter in the Japan branch and strike him there with everything we've got. As she spoke, pillars of light erupted around them, warping the group to the coordinates. Meanwhile, Warren hovered over the waves. He halted as a massive orb of light materialized before him. From within the blinding radiance, a new force began to emerge. The captains appeared, ready for war. Seeing them gathered, a twisted joy danced in Warren's eyes. Without a word, he began channeling immense energy into his palm, his mana fluctuating wildly. He unleashed a devastating beam of destruction. But it slammed into a shield. The 8-sided mirror. Shock flickered across Warren's face. His hide-air skill had been neutralized in an instant. Don't underestimate us, monster, Yo sneered. Let's rewind to the moments just before the deployment. Hisagi's squad had heard the captains were heading into a suicide mission and rushed to the scene. Captain Makobe, she cried out. Makobe turned, surprised. Hisagi, what are you kids doing here? We heard you're raiding the boss of the 12 Apostles, she stammered, her voice trembling. Please, take us with you, she begged. But Makobe's response was immediate and firm. Absolutely not. You aren't ready for this level, he said, shaking his head with a heavy heart. Are we just dead weight? Even if we can't fight, let us be your shields? Her eyes welled up with tears, her desperation clear to everyone present. Makobe smiled softly. Do you know why we're walking into this meaningless battle? Let's be real. The power gap is insane. We might all be wiped out in the first wave. But even if we don't make it back, you'll still be standing. You'll be safe. Carry our legacy. Take up the mantle and continue to protect this world in our stead. The weight of his words broke her. Tears flowed as she bit her lip to stifle a sob. As the captains vanish into the distance, Sant steps forward, placing a steadying hand on her comrade's shoulder to offer silent support. Asayana, the swordsman, rallies the remaining hunters. It's time. Let's move. They've entrusted this mission to us. We must guard the Kaminagi unit until their preparations are complete. There's no more time for hesitation. Right. Hisagi whispers, wiping away her tears and nodding with newfound resolve. Deep down, she offers a silent prayer. Please, ... Captains, stay safe out there. Back at the Pacific Front, Ye's sudden block against Warren's devastating attack leaves the other. Captain's in absolute shock. Incredible. She completely nullified Midori's chaotic energy influence just like that. Warren narrows his eyes, analyzing her stats. Is this a new system trait? Japan's anti-profit director. Midori's memory suggests she was like a mother to him. Yet she kept this high-tier skill hidden until now. Y speaks calmly. It's been 100 years since I last invoked this power in true combat. 100 years? The blonde captain gasps. Even veteran Senonomi is stunned. This is a first for me too. Her secret weapon. The Ata Mirror. This legendary skill functions in 2 devastating stages. Stage 1. By analyzing the enemy's trajectory. It reflects 100% of the incoming attack power. It's the perfect polar opposite to Melchez's absolute analysis technique. Recovering from his shock, Warren unleashes a chaotic barrage. From massive pillars of light scream toward the group simultaneously. The sheer pressure from this Boster attack makes the captain's hair stand on end. That move leveled all of India. We're finished. The group cries out in panic. But Y remains unshaken. Relax. I know this move. She activates the Ata Mirror once more. 4 identical pillars manifest before her, glowing with a brilliant, divine golden aura. This is stage 2. The ability to perfectly replicate any technique once reflected by the mirror. 2 apocalyptic forces collide, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion across the ocean's surface. Watching his attack vanish, Warren instantly decodes the trait. He realizes her power thrives on reflection. My own strike destroyed itself. It's your little game now. So this was your plan all along? Suddenly, Captain Makobe uses the sea spray to vanish from sight. With blinding speed, he circles behind the enemy, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He activates his signature combat move, the devastating Infinity Fist skill. A sonic speed barrage of strikes hammers Waren's face. It's no ordinary punch. Each hit inflicts a temporary paralysis debuff. Not bad, Waren sneers, actually praising the captain's combat prowess. Opposite him, 𝐘𝐽 is drenched in sweat from the sheer exertion of the assault. But Waren looks completely unfazed. He's taken these hits directly. He's totally fine. Refusing to back down, 𝐘𝐽 taunts him. Look like you're actually enjoying this, freak. He lunges, pinning Waren in a death grip. I've got him. Strike now. Instantly, the other captains surround them. Captain 𝐷𝐿𝐵𝐄𝐃 triggers her unique sound projection. Materialized resonance skill. A blazing phoenix takes flight, spiraling toward the target with lethal intent. The black-clad captain unleashes the Void Piercer. While the blonde captain activates Heavenly Bloom, his internal mana erupts into razor-sharp petals carrying a terrifying, murderous aura. They flood toward Waren like a tide. Nearby, the green captain summons his golden staff avatar. Finally, the bespectacled captain fires her soul judgment ray, manifesting a reaper to harvest Waren's life. Every ultimate ability converges on Waren. Go straight to hell, 𝐘𝐽 snarls inwardly. But the zero-rank apostle shows no fear. Dead. A chilling, condescending smirk twists his lips. You've got it backwards. You're the ones descending to the abyss. Purple energy spheres erupt everywhere, pulsing with an overwhelming destructive power. The captains realize too late's a trap. There is absolutely no way to escape. Hisagi's face flashes in 𝐘𝐽's mind. Damn it all, curses as the world explodes. A colossal explosion rocked the battlefield. As the dust settled, Waren stood there completely untouched by the blast. A wicked smirk played on his lips as he taunted them. Did you think numbers mattered against my absolute power? This is a clash of monsters. Why bring these low-tier degenerates to their deaths? His mockery was cut short as a searing heat radiated from above, triggering his survival instincts. Waren's eyes darted upward, sensing a lethal threat descending. Shinonome had summoned a miniature sun, burning with blinding intensity. Thanks for the distraction, he whispered. Waren stared in disbelief at the escalating mana, skill that grows stronger with every second. He frantically channeled mana into his palms to break the channeling. But Kitamori wasn't about to let him disrupt their ultimate move. Suddenly, glowing blue chains lashed out, binding Waren in a restrictive grip. Stay put, you monster, Kitamori hissed, her voice cold as the grave. This binding artifact is your cage. Waren's face paled. A transcendent skill. I can't activate any traits. Are these cursed chains suppressing my system windows? Locked in place, he watched as Shinonome unleashed the miniature sun directly onto his head. Is this your grand plan, old man? I'll tank it with my maximum defense stat? Deep purple energy erupted from him, but Yo had one more trick hidden. Using the mirror auto trait, Yo duplicated the sun, trapping Waren between two celestial fires. The trap was perfect. Two suns collided with Waren at the center. Damn it all, he roared as light consumed him. Perish for the sake of the future, Yo commanded. The resulting explosion rivaled a nuclear strike. Miles away, the Hunter Guild's fleet watched the horizon ignite. An operative quickly reported the status to his commander. Target hit. It's at that temperature. Nothing survives, not even our allies. A clean sweep, right, Commander Richard? The soldier grinned, but Richard's expression remained grim and tense. He knew the monster possessing Midori wouldn't fall to mere flames. Sure enough, at the epicenter of the charred wasteland, a violet light pierced the smoke. Midori's body emerged, flawless and ascending. Witnessing the impossible, the blonde soldier gasped, "No way. ... He's a god." Even Waren was shocked by his own durability. You bet your lives on that single skill? I'm impressed. Truly a Rankess effort. He burst into chilling laughter. But this vessel, its body, is a masterpiece beyond my wildest dreams. Thousands of degrees, yet not a single scratch on my skin. Incredible. He laughed maniacally, but the warships and jets didn't hesitate. Seeing the threat persist, the fleet unleashed a full-scale barrage of heavy artillery. Every missile locked onto the small figure hovering in the sky. Yet the high-tech weaponry shattered against a shimmering mana barrier before even touching him. With a casual flex of power, a mana tide swept through the air, detonating the fleet like fireworks. The destruction didn't stop there. A devastating energy wave surged toward the flagship. "Protect us," Richard screamed. Without a second thought, the powerhouse Marquis stepped forward. He channeled his entire life force into a golden shield. The impact was cataclysmic. He held the line, but a single blow had completely drained his mana reserves. Watching his barrier slowly shatter, Marquis gasped in disbelief. This overwhelming power. It is absolute madness. Deflecting at this range is impossible. Is he truly the apostle of the apocalypse? Meanwhile, Richard watched Warren's descent into pure insanity, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his fists. "Not yet," he hissed. "Not just yet." Warren finally settled his manic laughter, realizing he had overexerted his current mana pool. Suddenly, shimmering clouds of golden dust began to swirl around him, blanketing the entire battlefield. Confused, Warren scanned the area. The architect of this golden haze was none other than Director Yo. Somehow, she had survived that cataclysmic explosion. Her voice cut through the air like ice. "Out of mana, are we?" Apostle Zero. In her hand, she clutched a small vial pulsing with golden particles. To understand this trap, we must return to the moment the captains first gathered to strategize. Captain Hibiki hadn't minced words. "Be honest. We have zero chance of winning this, don't we?" Her brutal honesty left the other captains in a state of heavy, somber silence. Mob tried to soften the blow, but the white-haired captain only responded with a lethal glare. "You want me to lie? I dare you to make me." Mob gritted his teeth, firing back. As their bickering escalated, Director Yo intervened with a cold truth. "It's true. We cannot defeat him in combat." The captain's eyes narrowed as she pressed for answers. "Then how do we restrain Midori's vessel?" Yo produced a small glass vial from her coat, her expression unreadable. "Victory in battle is merely a tool. Our real objective is containment using this space-time prison. We will deploy a rank SSS artifact." Back in the present, the trap was finally sprung. The golden dust solidified into a celestial cage, locking Warren within its inescapable bars. It was the exact same sealing technique used during the legendary battle between Makoto and the elite assassin. Recognizing the structure, Warren's eyes flickered with a hint of familiarity. Director Yo didn't miss a beat. "Look familiar? This is the very artifact you once bestowed upon your own subordinates." Warren was stunned. He never imagined a second prototype of this ancient relic even existed. Yet despite his captivity, he remained unfazed. He knew they lacked the power to actually hurt him. Shrugging, he sneered. "And then what?" Yo remained calm. "To break this seal, you need massive aura output. But with your mana completely drained, you are nothing more than a caged bird." Warren's face twisted in fury. He had been outmaneuvered by this woman's cold, calculated strategy once again. But a moment later, a sinister, terrifying grin spread across his lips. "Just stalling for time? Once I shatter this cage, do you really think you can change fate?" Director Yo didn't bother explaining. She simply offered a knowing, enigmatic smile. "You're clueless, Zero. Give it 2 days. I'll show you something truly fascinating then." Warren frowned. He sensed the anti-prophecy organization was hiding a trump card specifically, designed for him. Even after witnessing the godlike devastation he had wrought, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Something I don't know? Could it be ... Kaminagi Minato?" Yo's face instantly froze. Her eyes widened in shock. How could he possibly know that name? Warren tapped his temple, mocking her. "Don't look so surprised. I have his memories." Midori saw that boy as the one who would shatter all prophecies. A true anomaly. Yo was stunned to her core. Did Midori truly place all his hope in Minato? "This is catastrophic." Unaware of her panic, Warren continued his chilling revelation. "The moment I took this body, Kaminagi Minato became my primary target for elimination. An entity that breaks prophecy. He is a glitch that cannot be allowed to exist. Director Yo Midori's vessel has evolved. My current mana output is just a fraction of its true potential. What you've witnessed today is merely the tip of the iceberg. I evolve through combat. My capacity for destruction grows with every second." Dark energy erupted from Warren, causing the celestial cage to groan and crack under the sheer pressure. Sensing the tides of battle turn, Yo desperately readied her ultimate 8-mirror skill. But it was too late, shattering his cage like glass, wherein lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. His hand tore straight through Yo's chest in one devastating fatal strike. She coughed up a spray of crimson as wherein flashed a chilling smile. Now, which way to Japan? The summary was grim. The entire Japan branch operation had ended in a total, crushing failure. Currently, Apostle Zero is mastering the massive energy dormant within him, reaching terrifying new heights of power. Midori's overwhelming aura surged so violently that even Ichika and Shinji felt it from miles away. Master Ichika's brow furrowed as he scanned the horizon. Shinji, do you sense that ominous presence? The red-haired youth nodded grimly. A massive wave of evil energy is approaching from the distance. Ichika scratched his head in frustration. Tisk looks like the old lady, and the others failed miserably. Let's head back to headquarters. We'll welcome our enemies there instead. Shinji nodded, sheathing his blade as the scene shifts to the anti-immortal pawn control center. Inside, the assistant Jin shouted frantically. Have we recovered the footage from the American fleet yet? All communications were severed after the blast, Staffer yelled. Switching to satellite imagery immediately, Jin's hands trembled as sweat poured down her face. Damn it. I can't use my optical eyes over the ocean? Dread filled her heart. What could have possibly happened to an entire naval fleet? Suddenly, dark silhouettes loomed behind her as Katami's desperate voice cut through the air. Jin, use your skill now. The room was suddenly filled with the battered forms of the captains. They had barely escaped Warren's explosion, but they were broken, bloodied, and stripped of their combat strength. The bespectacled captain exhausted her remaining mana, desperately trying to stabilize Yo's fading life force. Jin stood frozen in horror, staring at the massive, gaping hole torn through the old woman's chest. Kitori begged through a mask of tears, "Please save Madame Yo." Flashback to the mission briefing. Back then, Yo had assigned Kitori a critical role. Listen closely, Kitori. You are our lifeline. Your job is to extract the captains the moment the enemy strikes. Once we trigger the divine descent, use your skill to warp us to safety instantly. Kitori bowed deeply. Understood. I will succeed, even if it costs me my life. Before she could finish, Yo delivered a swift karate chop to her head, making the girl wince. Don't be a fool, Yo snapped. Your true mission is to ensure everyone returns home alive. Prioritize your survival above all else, even if the worst happens to me. Do you hear me? But, Madame Yo, ... Kitori started to protest, her voice trembling with uncertainty. But seeing Yo's terrifying glare and clenched fist, she jumped and shrieked, I'm sorry. I just don't want to lose you, she whispered, as childhood memories of Yo's care flooded back. Recalling their happiest days, Yo reached out and gently patted Kitori's head with a soft smile. No one is going to die today. I won't allow it. Suddenly the scene snaps back to reality. Yo's face was deathly pale as her vitals plummeted, forcing the staff to hook her to oxygen. Hang on, Madame Yo. Please, just stay with us a little longer, Quitar screamed in desperation. She turned to her sister, Jin, with pleading eyes. Jin was already pouring every ounce of effort in. I'm trying, but Madame Yo's artifact is freezing her time, making my reversal skill completely useless. The brown-haired captain groaned, clutching her side as she struggled to even speak. My healing can only stall the inevitable. I wound this deep. It's beyond my power to close. The time lock only works inside the anti-immortal pond. We just move her outside. Before she could finish, Shinnomi's stern voice cut through the panic. Everyone, get a grip and calm down. We can't do that. It's not while the situation is this dire. Suddenly, a soul-crushing pressure descended upon the room. They didn't need to ask who it was. Damn it, ... Are they already here? Shinnonomi hissed, his teeth clenched in pure frustration. Just as predicted, the villainous Warren and his 4 apostles have breached the Japan branch. Seeing the invaders, Kitori's eyes burn with rage as she roars for blood. She blinks toward the enemy before anyone can intervene, weaving her fingers for a strike. Skill activation. Void mosaic. Reality shatters into a geometric prison before her very eyes. This rare spatial trait allows her to instantly bridge the gap between dimensions. On a microscale, it functions as a high-precision teleportation skill for quick movement. However, at full power, the The structural fallout is unpredictable and utterly catastrophic. Under the void's influence, the surrounding architecture vanishes into a different realm. Sonomi screams in terror, "You idiot. The Grand Manager is still inside that zone." Apostle Zero scoffs, ordering the swordsman Hajime to eliminate the nuisance immediately. Hajime draws a legendary artifact known as the Holy Throne of the Distorted World. With a Kurahara slash, he unleashes a jagged energy wave that cleaves through space. The spatial attack collapses, leaving Kitori with a severed arm and a blood-stained floor. The Apostle in the crimson dress laughs. "Still as ruthless as ever, aren't you?" The white-haired Apostle nods in agreement. Pity, she was far too weak. Hajime narrows his eyes at the clearing dust. No, she's still breathing. Master Ichika's squad arrives just in time, pulling Kitori from the brink of death. "Kamina squad?" Kitori gasps, her eyes fixed on the terrifying Apostle Zero. Waren's patience thins. More pests? Do you truly intend to stand in my way? Master Y answers by drawing her blade, her killing intent saturating the battlefield. A massive aura erupts from her body, shaking the very foundation of the building. Our captain's still sleeping. We'll be your hosts until his awakening ceremony begins. Warren scans the hunters, searching for any hidden stats or potential variables. I recognize the elite members. But who are these two insignificant low rankers? He glares at Sakazaki and Iru, dismissing them as mere background characters. Since they aren't in Midori's memories, their combat power must be utterly worthless. Yet they dare to stand before an apostle. What is their hidden play? He locks eyes with Iryu, who wears a chillingly strange expression. Iru and Sakazaki ignite their energy. Warren feels a sudden shift in the mana. No more games. Ron prepares to crush the weaklings before they can act. He activates his interference skill, but the entire apostle group vanishes into thin air. Kitori stares in shock, her physical pain forgotten. Where did they all go? The apostles and Ika's team are gone. Who could pull off such a feat? She looks at Iryu, who is pumping his fist in a victory celebration. Sakazaki appears beside her, carrying a high-grade tactical medical kit. Relax. My teleportation skill just relocated them to a different battlefield. Your skill? Kitori stammers. Iryu runs over, fuming with competitive pride. Hey, that was our combined move. Give me some credit here, Sakazaki. Sakazaki shrugs. Technically, I'm the one who handled the actual spatial transition. Shut up, Kitori barks. I don't care whose it was, just explain the plan. It's a skill evolution. Iryu's hidden trait is called co-resident resonance. This support skill expands the target range of anyone he is touching. Sakazaki's solo teleport became a mass extraction, scattering the apostles across the map. As Sakazaki patches her wound, he reveals the secret behind his movement. My skill is limited, but I can teleport accurately to any location containing my gear. Iryu awakens my hidden skill. Everyone's scattered. 10 centimeters yearly expansion. Unstoppable prophecy tries surviving. Sakazaki dropped them for training. Apostles versus Nishina and Mikado. Teleported to the selection arena. Brutes exiled. Zero's trapped. Rift monsters swarm him. On Takajime's caught off guard. High-level teleportation trap, realized. Ichika laughs. Separation successful. Hajime fears for Master. He's in a one-way hell. Hajime remains skeptical. Why not send everyone? Artifact escapes are likely. Worst case, he returns. Director's one hit away. If he returns, whatever. Ichika's cold confidence silences. You're just lucky no bodies. The insult cuts deep. Eyes flare with intent. Spiral / steel screams. Silent dawn, cherry eyes. Low stance, firm grip. The useless trait awakens. Purging noise for perfection. Precision 100%. Lightning fast, divine strike. Dodging, she carves him. Too fast, Hajime's hit. Water splits under force. Master body's ultimate artifacts. Weaker than Makoto Kid. Red Apostle spots trap. 2 on 2, you'll lose. Leader already crushed you. Hunters crack their knuckles. What's the plan, Asura? It's crying. Degenerate. Restrain. Giant fist interrupts. Mikado's punch sends flight. The brutal lesson begins. He roared, Don't you dare underestimate our guild's power. Following Mikado's crushing blow, the team battle fractured into two separate lethal duels. As the Lightning Apostle glanced toward his ally, Nina seized the opening to launch a relentless assault. Activating his unique trait, he manipulated his hair like razor-sharp silk, binding the Apostle's body in a death grip. "This is for Makoto's blood," he whispered, his voice dripping with icy, murderous intent. Even while restrained, the Apostle grinned like a lunatic. "Did I finally push your buttons, little hunter?" Before the echo of his laughter died, two massive crimson lightning bolts tore through the heavens. The blast forced Nishina and Mikado back, as Set erupted into a fit of psychotic laughter. Her Queen of Heart skill activated, sending razor-edged cards swirling in a violent, supernatural cyclone. Nina gritted his teeth, analyzing the system window. Her trait was clearly high-tier object manipulation. Set didn't care for logic. "Go, my loyal minions. Bring Hanagi Minato to his knees before me." Upon her command, the cards underwent a terrifying evolution, expanding into massive, sentient monstrosities. Sprouting limbs, the abominations sprinted away. Nina gasped. He couldn't let these boss-tier pawns escape his sight. Realizing Minato was the target, he roared, "You monsters aren't going anywhere, not on my watch." As Nishina lunged, another streak of crimson lightning struck, cutting off his path with explosive force. The shockwave sent the long-haired hunter reeling. Standing in the epicenter was the Apostle Asura. From the thick smoke of the detonation, a bone-chilling voice echoed across the battlefield. "My skill manifests both joy and sorrow. Now, I'll slaughter you degenerates until nothing remains." With a swift gesture, Asura's sobbing face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. The heavens shattered with thunder, a terrifying reflection of the Apostle's spiraling mental state. Shift to Tokorozawa City. Shin's squad was ruthlessly ganking the Apostle with the colossal arm. Alchemist A pushed her mana to the limit, summoning a horde of stone golems to swarm the enemy. But it was futile. With one devastating swing of his titan-sized limb, the Apostle decimated the front line. The golems shattered like glass as the beast locked onto Hiko, sparking a high-speed clash of sheer power. Seizing the moment, Shinji triggered his Tengu dance skill, conjuring a lethal vortex to swallow the Apostle whole. This was the very same legendary technique his master, Ichika, had once used to dominate the ranks. Yet, the Apostle barely flinched. The defensive stats of this monster were off the charts. With a casual flick, he dispelled the whirlwind and ascended into the air, looking down like a god. Both sides halted, seeing her opponent unscathed. Alchemist A gritted her teeth in pure frustration. "Damn it! I knew the ranking gap was huge, but this power is insane," she thought. From above, the Apostle Dre mocked them with praise, his voice echoing with arrogant superiority. "Impressive, surviving this long? You must be the top-tier elites of the anti-immortal guild, but you're just annoying bugs in my path. I'm done playing games, ... so just die already." Hiko let out a dry laugh. Man, talk about a massive ego. He's really looking down on us. But Shinji wasn't laughing. His mind was consumed by a singular burning quest. Revenge for his brother. His eyes burned with bloodlust. "I don't care about his talk. Just kill him now." Shinji's unstable aura made her tremble. "Swoo." She started to scream, but the words caught in her throat. She knew his trauma was acting up. He was desperate to avenge Captain Makoto against the 12 Apostles. Dre's eyes widened at the name. A wicked realization dawned on his twisted face. "Aha! So you're Swoo Shinji, the pathetic little brother of that failure, Makoto. That Lothair degenerate died like a dog? What a waste of life. You Swoo brothers are just pure trash." The mockery was the final spark. Shinji, a ticking time bomb of rage, finally exploded into madness. Casting aside all reason and survival instincts, he snapped. Gripping his blade, he charged Dre in a blind fury. The Apostle's smirk widened. His trap was set. As the distance closed, the Apostle finally unleashed his hidden, devastating trait. His left arm undergoes a grotesque transformation, morphing into a heavy cannon. The devastating skill 𝐘𝐄𝐊𝐄𝐑. Malignant energy surges at the barrel's tip, radiating a chilling pressure that makes everyone's skin crawl in terror. Back at the Antaishion Japan headquarters, The bespectacled captain fights a desperate battle to keep Yo alive. Jin's abilities prove useless here. Clinging to Yo's hand, she's paralyzed by her own helplessness and rising despair. The heartbeat is fading. Realizing the end is near, Jin breaks down as tears blur her vision. Ignoring the sobbing girl, the captain barks orders at her unit, her voice sharp with urgency. Usima, team. Status report. Reporting. The other captains have mostly stabilized and recovered. As the healers finish, the hot-blooded Macabre leaps up, his eyes blazing with renewed spirit. Perfect. Time to regroup with 𝐘𝐿. But the captain in black pauses, sensing a shift in the air that chills his blood. Wait, ... something's wrong, before he can finish. The lightning apostles card monsters descend upon them like starving predators. The captains grit their teeth, realizing the nightmare isn't over yet. Damn it, their target is definitely Minato. They're here to finish him off. Nearby, Shinonomi roars a command. Defensive positions. Protect Minato until he awakens, no matter the cost. But fate is never kind. Crushing, familiar pressure suddenly anchors everyone to the floor. Sweat pours down Shinomi's face as he stammers. This energy, this wavelength. It's coming from outside. Iru mistakes the shaking for an earthquake, but Sakazaki's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. No way. It can't be. Deep within the limestone caverns, the 17th rift tremors violently as a spatial vortex tears open. Something ancient is trying to claw its way out. Captain Susuwaki grimaces at the monstrosity before the scene shifts back to the panicked Iryu. Realization hits Iryu like a freight train. You've got to be kidding me. Is that Apostle Zero? He shouldn't be free yet. Even Sakazaki is stunned by the terrifying speed of Warren's escape. Snapping back to reality, Sakazaki shouts, "Move it, Iryu! You have to draw him away." Iryu cowers in terror. Are you insane? That's suicide? But Sakazaki's eyes are desperate. Please, man. Lend me your strength. We have to save Captain Susuwaki. Suddenly he chokes on his own words. A massive, familiar power erupts from within the building, vibrating through the very air they breathe. Inside the infirmary, a figure stands tall. Minato reaches out, hovering his hand over Yo's fatal chest wound. Pure, radiant energy begins to coalesce in his palm, pulsating with a divine light. How long was I out? Minato asks calmly. Jin wipes her eyes, whispering barely 12 hours. They said it would take days for you to wake. But, can you actually beat that monster? Minato looks her in the eye, his voice steady and unwavering. Can I win? Watch me. Suddenly, his aura shifts. Minato yields his vessel to the great ancestors, his voice deepening with ancient authority. Sorry for the wait, Yo. A golden light envelops them as the skill activates. Medicea Divina. Page 364 of the 𝐘𝐿𝐄𝐀𝐿. The supreme healing art of the Saint King, 𝐷. Drawn from the Akashic records in Wari's mind, this skill unleashes the absolute pinnacle of restorative magic. Before their stunned eyes, the gaping hole in Yo's chest seals shut, leaving the skin flawless and unscarred. The onlookers gasp in shock. Jin screams, "It's gone!" The captain realizes the truth. This isn't just healing, it's a total cellular reconstruction of her internal organs. Complete biological restoration. What kind of God-tier system logic is this? On the bed, Yo's eyes flutter open. The first thing she sees through the haze is Minato standing over her. She knows instantly. This isn't Mina... ... The ancestral spirits have awakened. So, you've returned to save me, 𝐷? The spirit gently clasps her hand, a soft smile on Minato's face. Yo, you always push yourself too hard, Yo whispers back. I tried, but I wasn't strong enough. I'm sorry, 𝐷 shakes her head gently. Don't be... You did a magnificent job, Yo. Your wounds are gone. Rest now, when you wake up. Let's share a meal like we used to. A single tear escapes the old woman's eye as she hears those words. With a faint smile, she slowly nods. Inside Minato's mind, the ancient predecessors witness this scene. Their expressions turn colder and more serious than ever. Cut to the battlefield. Swordsman Asahina unleashes his blade, parrying the lethal cards with absolute precision. Meanwhile, Hisagi activates her martial arts, channeling her inner aura, hardening her limbs into razor-sharp blades that slice through the enemy. But the swarm is endless. Exhaustion sets in as the enemy numbers barely drop. Asahina curses, "Damn it, there's no end." It's the Eva raid all over again. It's an army where every grunt has the power of a high-tier ranker. Hey, you hearing me? While Hisagi is distracted, a 3 of spades card strikes. The impact sends her flying backward. She quickly recovers her stance, spitting blood. Crap. You think a pathetic strike like that can break me? I'll protect this world for him. This is the legacy the captain left us. I won't fail. She screams, her eyes tearing up. Den. A familiar voice answers her call. Well said. Suddenly, a barrage of fists obliterates the cards into dust. The one who intervened was none other than Captain Makabe. Hisagi stares in shock. Captain Maka. Back. Makabe replies with a sheepish grin. I'm back. What? But sentimental talk has to wait. We have work to do. Nearby, Captain Yorizura swings his massive bat, shattering the card soldiers into fragments. We're here to back you guys up. Get ready. The team's morale instantly skyrockets. Makabe looks toward the sky and mumbles, "Actually, it looks like we won't even be needed." From his perspective, Minato has finally stepped onto the battlefield. A brilliant blue mana shroud envelops him. Seeing him, the card army swarms in for a collective kill. Unfazed, Minato draws his blade back, activating the Hinoki wave sword style. A fluid arc of energy, like a crashing tide, carves through the entire enemy formation. In a single, clean sweep, our protagonist has completely annihilated every card in the area. Cut to the summoner girl. Her eyes go blank as she feels her entire legion vanish. Noticing her distress, Asura barks, "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you?" She stammers, "Impossible. My army of 500 cards. Destroyed in an instant." Asura realizes who's responsible and snarls like a rabid beast. It's that target, Kaminagi Minato. Need to kill him now. He's the priority. Finish him. On the other side, Mikato has no intention of letting them move. Clenching his fist into a heavy iron hammer, Mikato strikes toward the enemies with pure rage. They're the ones being handled. Asura is confused. "What do you think you're doing?" Suddenly, an octagonal seal glows on his right arm. It's the Divine Tracker seal. Seeing the mark, Mikato unleashes his pursuit skill, God Seal Impact. Endless energy spheres erupt from Mikato's fist. Asura's face pales as the mana hits him. He thinks, this many mana bullets? But why are they moving so damn slow? From his view, the spheres are crawling like snails. Asura feels insulted, as if this were a joke. You moron, these pathetic slow bullets could never. Suddenly, the spheres accelerate, homing in with lethal velocity. Even an idiot like Asura realizes it now. He's the target. They're tracking the mark from that first hit. These spheres are seeking their target. Still, speed like this won't touch me. Suddenly, Mikado's voice chills his spine from behind. My bullets really that slow? He unleashes a triple fist combo at blinding speed, blasting Asura across the battlefield. However, the Apostle still stands, his murderous rage fueling his power. You filthy piece of trash. A desperate roar echoed as he realized those energy spheres were nothing but a deadly trap. He's baiting my defense to land a fatal blow. It has to be that, he hissed inwardly. Mikado saw through the delusion. You've got it all wrong, degenerate. Look behind you. Asura looked back. Spheres were screaming toward him. Panicking, he leaped into the air to evade the impact. The energy spheres accelerated with terrifying speed. The Apostle's face contorted in sheer frustration. How are they getting faster? What kind of monstrous skill is this? Before he could process the chaos, Mikado lunged forward, delivering a crushing blow that sent his body plummeting. The spheres rained down relentlessly. With no room to maneuver, he was forced to activate a defensive skill. Mikado touched down, shaking his head in mockery. Really haven't figured it out yet? Those hidden stats. They're marks carved into you by my every strike. Each mark triggers a skill evolution, doubling their velocity instantly. As if on cue, the spheres reached a new tier of speed. Asura couldn't even track their movement anymore. They're too fast. ... double quotes, he realized in despair. There's no way to evade this. The energy spheres detonated against his body one by one. His face twisted in agonizing pain. Each projectile packed the raw power of Mikado's full-strength melee strike. After enduring the barrage, Asura's broken body fell like a lead weight. Above, the chaotic sky finally cleared. "The storm has passed," Mikado muttered. Below him, the pathetic apostle was desperately crawling away through the dirt. Mikado's voice boomed. "Is that all your rage could manage?" That piercing gaze felt like a death sentence. Asura trembled uncontrollably under the weight of his presence. "I can't let him touch me. Stay back, you monster. Get away." He activated his trait, Mirror Domain. A toxic purple haze erupted, corroding everything it touched with a hiss. Elsewhere, Set had fallen. Asana's hair acted like living restraints, binding her target in a lethal grip. Yet Set remained eerily calm. "Let me go. I refuse to die like some rotting stray dog." "Don't move," Mikado growled. The hair tightened like a mummy's shroud, siphoning the mana directly from her core. Her summoned cards lost their glow and fluttered to the ground like dead leaves. Terror took hold. "My mana... It's being drained. My skills won't activate." Back at the main front, the corrosive fog kept Mikado at bay, but he had other ways to kill. "My energy rounds start off painfully slow," Mikado explained. "Only 5.56 meters per second. Barely the speed of a bowling ball. But don't be fooled. Each homing orb carries the impact of my strongest punch. With 20 marks stacked, their speed has reached 5,800 kilometers per hour. Dodge this if you can." His voice rang out with absolute dominance. A rain of energy rounds descended from the heavens, shattering the earth into a million jagged pieces. When the dust finally settled, Asura was gone. Not even a fragment of his degenerate body remained. Staring at his fist, Mikado's mind drifted back to their brutal training days long ago. Back then, the swordsman Mikoto had sighed. "I'm actually jealous of you, Mikado. That skill is totally broken. If I get tagged once, it's game over." Mikado just barked back. "You idiot. It's a nightmare to use. High-ranking hunters are impossible to hit, and the first mark takes forever. It's way too slow. Just look at him dodging right in front of me, damn it." Mikado cursed as his heavy strikes failed to even graze Midori's shadow during their spar. He sighed in frustration. "Don't you think it's weak? The total firepower is capped by my own base stats." Midori just grinned, then stopped complaining and hit the gym. "You've got the potential." Mikado could only shake his head at his friend's simple-minded logic. Spoken like a true genius. "Just watch Heil reach the special squads with this skill. I won't lose to you." Midori's eyes lit up with excitement. "That's the spirit. Once we awaken our hidden stats, we'll dominate these dungeons together. Even as we climb the ranking tiers into adulthood, our guild will always stand as one." Back in reality, Mikado's voice dripped with cold resolve. "Just wait, Midori. This time, I'm the one dealing out the retribution." Nearby, the high-ranking hunter Asahina finally neutralized his target with lethal, long-haired precision. Seeing Midori approach, he nodded. "Your lightning nullification trait saved my life. My side of the quest is officially cleared." Beside him lay the charred remains of the lightning boss. Mikado shouted urgently, "We need to back up Shinji immediately. Even with a 3-man party, taking down an apostle-tier monster at this level is a total suicide mission." Asahina agreed, though he noted that girl, AAN... She mentioned a strange new skill evolution earlier. The scene shifts to Shinji's location. The party is currently struggling to survive against the degenerate apostle Dre. "Die already. Don't you want to join your brother in the afterlife?" Dre screamed, while Shinji gasped for air. "On, is it ready?" Shinji cried. "Wait," she replied, "just a bit longer. It's me, Minato. I can do this." Lesson 15. I'm dismantling that cannon. As she spoke, the artifacts on her fingers began to glow with blinding intensity. Inside a memory within Minato's mind, the master alchemist began explaining the true essence of their power. Alchemy is the supreme field of matter, transformation, and molecular restructuring. Master the world's blueprint to turn knowledge into power. Do that, and you can transmute reality far beyond any hunter's imagination. Minato stared in awe. Transmutation? So the skill in Lesson 15 is a matter-altering power? The alchemist nodded. Exactly. But for now, focus on your combat survival and basic stats. If it's Sinomia on, she'll master that skill evolution instinctively. Back at the front, Dre let out a maniacal, degenerate roar. He charged his primary cannon, unleashing a rain of destruction that threatened to tear the dungeon floor into fragments. The ground exploded in a sequence of fire. Shinji and Hiko were trapped, unable to close the distance against the bombardment. The attack patterns are pure chaos. We can't predict where the next blast will land. They cried out just as a direct hit slammed into Shinji. Hiko panicked, but Shinji shoved the pain aside. I'm fine. I managed to trigger my defensive guard in time. Wiping blood from his face, he glanced at On. We can't hold this boss back much longer. It's now or never. High above, Dre sneered. How many more hits can your puny hunter shields take before they shatter? 1, 2, 3. Let me show you the true meaning of despair before you perish in this hole. The leader told me to save this move, but ending you now is more satisfying. This is the end. Suddenly he spat out dozens of grotesque eyeballs. These were refining eye artifacts, cursed rank items. The eyes swarmed the battlefield, locking onto the party as Dre explained their terrifying hidden trait. These satellites mirror my power. They will execute the exact same devastating skill as their master. In other words, a synchronized barrage is coming from every direction. There is nowhere left to run. Instantly, the eyes glowed with a sinister violet hue, priming a destructive blast that made the air tremble. Haha, this entire zone will be incinerated by my fire. Burn into nothingness. He shrieked with madness. Shinji and Hiko were cornered with no cover. The heat was already melting the ground beneath their feet. Desperate, Hiko turned to their last hope. On, it's all up to you. Save us from this. On's eyes snapped open with fierce determination. I see it. See the path to victory. A floating eye appeared right next to Dre. I see you too, he mocked with a cruel, jagged grin. The eyes formed a perfect geometric seal. At the center, a massive sphere of raw energy condensed without any warning. A pillar of absolute annihilation erupted. The entire battlefield was instantly drowned in a blinding, violet flash of pure energy. Safe above the blast, Dre laughed hysterically at the sight of the total carnage. They're dead, finally. The leader has granted me the ultimate power of a god. To those who mocked my failures, watch me burn this world down. Revenge is finally mine, he declared. But as the smoke cleared, a strange emerald radiance flickered from the center of the crater. To his disbelief, On stood tall. Her mana shield had neutralized the entire blast. Not a single scratch remained. Ray's patience finally snapped. Gritting his teeth in pure irritation, he growled, Seriously, just drop dead already. With a lethal glare, he unleashed a surge of purple mana to delete everyone from the Earth server. But before it could reach On's party, her emerald aura flared up, completely neutralizing the devastating blast. Dre stood there frozen, his mind racing. How could his ultimate fire shells have no effect at all? Noticing his pathetic confusion, On smirked. Let me educate you on how this actually works. Mindless allows me to rewrite any analyzed skill. I've converted your destruction into pure healing energy. To prove her point, a soothing green light enveloped Shinji and Hiko, washing over their battered bodies. Instantly, every wound vanished. The duo stared at their hands, shocked to find themselves back at peak condition. On wasn't finished yet. She pushed her mana further, explaining the hidden secondary effect of her skill. I've used the excess energy to buff us. For 1 minute, our physical stats are massively enhanced. High above, Dre's face contorted in sheer horror. What? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? On gave him a cold, pitying smile. You wouldn't understand anyway. Just know this, your time is up. Seeing his power rendered useless, Dre's arrogance vanished. He spun around, desperately trying to flee the battlefield. On let out a mocking sigh. You actually think you can escape from us now? In a flash, Hiko rocketed into the sky, his grip locking onto Dre's body like a steel vice. He unleashed the 8-snake kick barrage, raining down a flurry of strikes that left Dre drenched in blood. Man, my body feels lighter than air, Hiko laughed. Below, Shinji's form ignited in a fierce crimson aura. Raising his blade high, he channeled the Hinoki split strike. Fusing it with the devastating willow slash, he unleashed a storm of intersecting sword beams, weaving a lethal web of pure concentrated energy. The massive grid of light ascended, shredding Dre into nothingness, before he could even utter a final scream. Sheathing his blade with a cold click, Shinji muttered, "That's for the past. Go meet your end again. Die a second time in the afterlife, assuming a monster like you even makes it to heaven." Dre, one of the 12 apostles, was officially eliminated by Team Kamisagi. But suddenly, the toll hit on. Her vision blurred as her body gave out. She had pushed her skill synchronization beyond its absolute limit. Shinji spun around, his heart dropping as he saw her collapse. She's lost consciousness. Memories surged back to 7 years ago. A grand estate was being swallowed by a roaring inferno. Little An stared at the flames, her voice trembling as she questioned Midori. Why were you late?" Midori's expression was heavy with grief. "I'm sorry. Special prophecy. Nightmare's claws. It was too much." Her father, a diplomat linked to the Great Seer, had accidentally triggered a cursed painting's ancient seal. The artifact had warped reality, dragging the entire world into a nightmare dimension centered around their mansion. It was a horrific scene. Midori had rushed inside, desperate to halt the prophecy's grim conclusion. But her parents, the guests, and the servants were all slaughtered. Was the sole survivor. Her small voice pierced the silence. "You're a transcendent, the strongest in the world, aren't you? You're supposed to stop these prophecies. You're supposed to save everyone. So why were you late?" Her eyes overflowed with tears as she screamed. Jane, the assistant, stepped forward to explain the truth. But Midori signaled her to stop. He stood silent as An wept before the smoldering ruins. Years later, she learned that day Midori was stopping a global extinction event, saving hundreds of thousands. An cursed her younger self. How could she have said those heartless words to him? Midori was only 16 then. The scene shifted to their training days, where the young alchemist asked, "Don't you hate this life?" She whispered, watching him constantly on guard to stop the prophecies. "You have no freedom. You spend every second saving selfish people who only blame you." "Why?" Midori just smiled softly. "My teammates are here. We might walk solo paths on our missions. ... But our hearts beat as one. We aren't always together, but we fight with the same purpose. With them, I'm never truly alone." Back in the present reality, the alchemist's eyes fluttered open as she returned from the dream. "How long? ... How long was I out?" "Less than a minute," Hai replied. Then, An suddenly turned to her teammates with a heavy confession. "Shinji Hiko, I truly owe Midori an apology. That is why I have to do this." Shinji cut her off instantly. "Forget it. I'm the one who needs to thank him. To my brother, Midori is an irreplaceable legend." The dark-haired girl stood there, completely stunned. Hiko dusted off his gear, eyes burning with resolve. "I feel the same way. I'll surpass him one day. Can't let him die before then, right?" Gave a sharp wink. "Let's move. Time to rescue Midori." Ahead, Sakazaki opened the tactical warp gate. Deep within the Oracle, HQ's limestone caves, Subspace 17, the atmosphere turned lethal. Our awakened protagonist, Minato, finally materialized amidst the shadows. Captain Tsuruzaki froze in shock. "Minato, is your rank-up training already finished?" Minato didn't look back. "Captain, get everyone out of here. The seal is failing. He's planning to nuke the Oracle with maximum distortion output. Number 0, I see you." Minato marched toward the spatial rift, ignoring the captain's panic. "Minato, wait, too late." Minato dived headfirst into the swirling dimensional abyss. The moment Apostle Zero spotted him, a twisted, wicked grin spread across his face. "Haha, a surprise guest. Welcome, Kamisagi Minato. Come to play the hero." "No," Minato declared, runes igniting on his palm. "I'm just here to save Midori." Wherein narrowed his eyes, remembering the cryptic warning he had received from Yo. "Just wait 48 hours, and we'll show you something truly terrifying." He calculated silently. Asterisk, he needed 2 days to peak. It's only been 12 hours. Asterisk. A look of arrogant relief washed over Warren. "You're early, boy."
Oh.
And completely unprepared. Minato didn't waste another word. He launched forward, a blur of pure, lethal energy. Asterisk, asterisk skill activation, radiant piercing strike. Asterisk, asterisk, he struck with the force of a supernova. The devastating impact sent Warren hurtling through the air like a broken doll. But Minato's brow furrowed. Asterisk, chai. He blocked it. My penetration stat wasn't high enough, asterisk. Across the battlefield, the dust settled as the enemy regained his footing. Warren corrected his posture, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Impressive speed. But now, you die. An overwhelming ocean of crushing mana erupted from his body. To tear through dimensions, he funneled every drop of aurora into a catastrophic distortion wave. Absolute destruction. Minato stood his ground, whispering the counterspell, distortion. Inside his mental world, the Guardian roared, "Wake up, the reckoning has begun." 𝐘𝐂 lay lazily on the soul water, yawning. But it's so peaceful in here. The Guardian's voice turned like ice. "Rowan, initiate the divine link, now." The pink summon lunged forward, sinking its fangs deep into 𝐘𝐂's leg. "Ow, damn it!" 𝐘𝐂 screamed as the Guardian yelled, "Stop sleeping and do your job." "Relax, relax," 𝐘𝐂 hissed. "If he dies, we all die. I already shared my seal." Back in reality, a violent violet-blue aura exploded around Minato's entire frame. Warren's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Impossible. That energy's signature. A mere human using distortion? I'll grind your soul into absolute dust. Minato entered a sword stance. First, I need to stabilize my safety zone. Asterisk, asterisk skill. Truth seal 𝐘𝐄𝐄𝐿. Asterisk, asterisk. The invisible barrier shattered Warren's offensive flow. The Apostle's lethal energy couldn't even graze Minato's skin. The defense was absolute. The primordial strategist's voice echoed in his mind. This narrow space is a disadvantage. We're being boxed in by his power. Use your distortion to neutralize his. Then strike while he's wide open. We need to close in with Melchez's skill and end this now. Only Minato can pull off this lethal combo. Back in the fray, our hero draws his blade back, prepping a devastating thrust. A sudden bone-chilling aura grips the air, forcing Captain Tsuruzaki to retreat in pure terror. Minato activates the Hinoki Blade skill, fusing it with high-tier lightning magic. A new evolved skill is born, Purple Lightning. He unleashes a lightning bolt at God speed. It tears through Warren, leaving him mangled and sent flying back. But Minato doesn't stop. He pursues relentlessly, giving Apostles Zero no room to breathe. Accessing his alchemy skill, he instantly manifests a legendary spear and bow. Leaf Spear meets Slayer Bow, the ultimate Moonring destruction. The projectile screams forward with world-ending force. Without missing a beat, Minato imbues the spear with pure lightning energy. It evolves into the Lightning Spear Cannon. Catastrophic blast slams directly into Warren's chest. Warren's arrogance vanishes, trembles, wondering what kind of monster he's actually fighting. How can he wield multi-tribute skills without using any ancient artifacts? Is he the one to end the prophecy? Still, can a mere human truly hurt an apostle? Whereon bellows. Despite the flashy attacks, he's only scratched not a single deep wound in sight. Minato is drenched in sweat, his mental stamina redlining. The strategist watches, gritting his teeth in frustration. Is it still not enough? Has the Apostle's adaptation speed already surpassed our wildest projections? Oblivious to the strategist's worry, Warren smirks, savoring what looks like an easy victory. Humans simply lack the time too, but Minato cuts him off before he can finish. Midori is still in there. Suddenly, Warren's rhythm shatters and his aura falters. His mana flickers back to green as his eyes begin to shift. Warren growls in irritation. Midori, you're still fighting back? Warren struggles to regain total control of the host. Minato shouts to his friend, "Everyone is waiting for you to come home, Midori. I haven't even begun to repay the debt I owe you for everything." Back in the mental realm, the strategist feels Minato's resolve. "We get it, Minato. Do it now." Following his lead, a stunning girl in a crimson dress steps forward. She touches Minato's soul and whispers, "Full power release? Awaken." In the physical world, Minato erupts with overwhelming crimson energy. His hair and eyes bleed into deep red. With a cold gaze, he declares, "From here on, I'm going all out." Flashback. During the training with Joycero, the progenitors gathered to plan the raid against Midori. The strategist Ryan finally spoke up with a heavy heart. "Our conclusion is bleak. Even with hellish training, Minato's victory chance remains near zero. The detective takes a long drag of his cigarette and nods in somber agreement. Midori is evolving at an absolutely terrifying, alarming pace. Analyzing the fight data and his destructive history in 𝐑𝐄𝐀𝐄, Midori is destined to reach progenitor rank. Even with Minato's insane growth rate, he can't bridge that gap in such short time. Hearing this, the girls cry out in panic. There has to be another way. Ran remains silent. There is one way, but the price is devastating. Patanjali steps up. If he lacks power, I'll force open his hidden chakras, his life force nodes. It will grant him godlike power, but only for a fleeting moment. The backlash will shred his soul and body. This damage could be permanent and irreversible. The blonde girl screams in protest. That's suicide. Can't do that. But Minato interrupts, his voice unwavering. Please, do it. I'm ready. Rikiro frowned, analyzing Minato's movements. Minato vowed revenge for Midori. Speed peaked, blitzing forward instantly. Radiant light fists struck hard. Blood sprayed from Warren's face. The Apostle's defense finally shattered. My guard was pierced. Both triggered disturbance skills simultaneously. Their energies neutralized each other. Don't underestimate me, Warren roared. Fists clashed in a vortex. Warren swung a desperate punch. Minato caught it, targeting vitals. Pure Serenity style, Warren froze. Minato drew his sword instantly. Hinoki waves / sliced air. He chained multiple lethal skills. Warren had 0 recovery time. Countless slashes covered his body. System watchers were utterly stunned. Adaptation complete. Finish him now. Cloudflow blasted Warren skyward. Warren felt death approaching fast. Minato predicted his every move. Minato awakened his golden lightning. He dove like a thunderbolt. Lightning Dragon Claw dealt devastation. Solar Flare triggered on impact. Golden Light charred the Apostle. Minato moved for the kill. Warren used a hidden elixir. Instant recovery artifact activated now. He unleashed a divine storm. Rift shattered, and Warren escaped. I am finally free now. Minato remained calm and cold. I'll wait for your buff. Suddenly, Minato's power-up expired. Internal injuries crushed his body. You reached your limit, boy. Your life force is gone? I'll kill you right now. He launched a final strike. Alchemist A appeared beside him. Mephiles, she cast the spell. Akan rushed to Minato's side, eyes wide. Wait, didn't Shinji say you were completely out for the count? What on earth is that? She stared as a sphere of volatile energy swirled in Minato's palm. The Divine Hurricane skill? Hearing that name, her jaw dropped in absolute shock. You can even mimic Midori's signature traits. That's insane, even if I'm starting to get used to your miracles. I'll explain everything once this war is over, Minato replied. Number 6 said you finished Quest 15, right? Aiken nodded firmly. Triumph attained, though decoding that system logic took every bit of my focus. Minato didn't waste a second, getting straight to his objective. Good. I need your support immediately. Use Mephiles to analyze and dismantle Divine Hurricane. If Midori awakens, you must protect the guild for me. Back in the heat of battle, the black-haired girl arrived just in time, neutralizing Warren's strike and converting it into a full recovery buff for Minato. Seeing his prey fully restored, Warren's mind fractured in pure, unadulterated rage. How is he healed? That was my austere ultimate move. It shouldn't be possible. Screaming in denial, he unleashed another devastating wave of divine hurricane energy from his blade. But his attack was instantly transmuted into healing mana, leaving the blonde apostle gnashing his teeth in fury. Damn it! Why? How can a mere degenerate do this? Ignoring his tantrum, Akan smiled brightly. Everyone is safe now? Minato gripped his hilt, feeling the divine hurricane power fortifying his stats. The tide has turned. I can still fight. We fight together. It's time to tear Midori away from the clutches of Apostle Zero. His face radiated the absolute confidence of a true high-ranker. With Warren's interference skill neutralized, Minato and Shinji blurred into motion, raining a relentless barrage of slashes upon him. However, the effects of the legendary elixir were still active, keeping Warren's HP from hitting 0. My strikes are landing. His regeneration is slowing, and Akon's buff is holding. Suddenly, Hiko lunged forward with explosive speed. locking his legs around Waren's neck in a brutal grapple, activating his kinetic impulse skill. He delivered a bone-shattering knee strike directly to Waren's skull, forcing the Apostle's eyes to roll back. Seizing the opening, Minato and Shinji unleashed Purgatory Blade, riddling Waren's body with dozens of lethal punctures. From Waren's perspective, being humiliated by a pack of low-level brats was a fate worse than death. "Curse you all," he snarled, triggering Jade Destruction, an AO skill that summoned countless orbs of annihilation around the group. This was the very massacre skill he had used to wipe out the elite captains in the previous floor battle. Simultaneously, far below the chaotic battlefield, Kitari reached her hand toward the sky, whispering, "Don't worry, Grandma. I won't fail. I'll protect our savior at any cost." A sudden spatial shift occurred, driving Waren to the brink of insanity. Teleportation. Are they seriously using high-tier movement skills now? Before he could react, the massive Mikado appeared, delivering a devastating uppercut that launched Waren into the stratosphere. "Hey bastard, wake up," Mikado roared, unleashing a mountain-shattering rain of fists that left the Apostle gasping for air. But the assault was far from over. Tendrils of hair suddenly snaked through the air, binding Waren in an inescapable cocoon. Asahina had finally entered the fray, his eyes cold and focused. Mikado then activated his exorcism seal, bombarding the Apostle with holy energy as he spiraled toward the earth. Retracting his strands, Asahina glanced at his master. "Aren't you going to check on him, Master?" Ichika looked away. "No need. I've nothing left to say to Midori. Let the disciples finish this." Hovering above the fallen Waren, Minato's gaze was ice-cold. "I see it now. Your life force is flickering out." Panic finally set in as Waren realized the gravity of his situation. His regeneration had halted. The elixir's duration had expired, and his wind affinity defense was shattering into dust. Minato raised his blade, a divine aura igniting. Activate. Hidden Art. Invisible Purgatory Transmission. The dual strike tore through reality, severing Waren's soul from Midori's body in a flash of blinding light. This is impossible." His final scream echoed through the void. A violent explosion of azure energy erupted from Midori, illuminating the entire dungeon floor. As the light faded, Midori's eyes snapped open. The true host had finally reclaimed his throne. The Hinoki Blade's ultimate technique, the invisible slash, was forged for a singular purpose. By honing sword ki to its absolute limit, it severs the intangible. At its peak, it carves through soul and flesh, even without a physical edge. Within the depths of Midori's mental realm, Waren's shattered form shrieked in agony. "How could you possibly sever my soul's pathway?" "Damn you!" he roared, lunging forward with desperate malice. But his essence dissolved into nothingness. Midori seized control of his body once more as Aken rushed to his side. Nearby, Shin collapsed, gasping for air. It worked. "Id buff is still surging through me." Suddenly, a phantom whisper drifted past his ear. "You did it. I had net heartbeat." Shinji felt the familiar weight of his brother's hand resting on his shoulder. He spun around, searching, but saw only empty air. Meanwhile, Midori stared at his trembling hands in shock. "Zero's memories. They've finally vanished from my mind." Before he could process the silence, An crashed into him. Pulling the stunned blonde into a desperate hug, Minato approached with a grateful whisper. "Midori, thanks for suddenly..." A sinister purple aura erupted from Midori's right arm. A pulsating golden egg manifested on his limb, vibrating with malevolent energy. Midori's eyes widened in horror. "Zero, you're still lurking inside me." Instinctively, Midori crushed the egg, shouting a frantic warning. "Minato, move." It's a life preservation artifact. A blinding golden flash consumed them. Midori gritted his teeth, realizing the Apostle's true endgame. Damn it! He's trying to seize Minato's body as his own. As the light dimmed, Midori stood on guard, signaling for An to retreat while watching Minato warily. But Minato remained eerily calm, his voice steady and cold. "So you had a second soul-stealing artifact. I knew you'd try to possess me when backed into a corner." Ren and Asahina watched from the distance. Even though the voice was familiar, they remained on high alert. Is he... really himself? Or has that monster taken over? Minato smirked. "He's inside me, all right." Within Minato's spiritual sea, Wherein cackled, celebrating his victory, blind to the nightmare awaiting him. I've won. I don't need Midori anymore. I'll end the prophecy and claim this body. He gloated like he'd hit the jackpot. Ignoring the murderous glares of the ancestors surrounding him, before he could blink, a blade of pure light tore through the darkness toward him. Outside, Minato whispered, "You chose the most dangerous place in the world to hide. Where in Hastings, the ancestors will feast on your soul now. 400 years of agony await you before you crumble into dust, erased from reincarnation forever." With Zero finally being handled by the ancestors, Minato flashed a peaceful smile. "It's over. Welcome back."
Elsewhere, Master.
𝐘𝐄 teleported back to the training mountain. Before her stood Hajime bound tightly to a tree. "Still alive, I see." Hajime glared back coldly. "What do you want?" His expression remained unreadable. "Your master is dead. Truly a pity." Hajime's eyes flickered for a split second. Yet he shrugged it off. "Whatever. My loyalty was never real to begin with. So why let me live?" 𝐘𝐄 answered, with a chillingly calm tone. "Because you're still teachable, 𝐾𝐿. You're about to experience training that'll make you beg for death." With a single stroke, she shattered his chains, freeing him from his wooden prison. She had used her special status to spare Hajime's life. Her mission was to monitor him, but in reality, she was taking him as her disciple. Back with Midori's group, Mikoto arrived. Midori grinned, ready to celebrate. Instead, he was met by Mikoto's massive, incoming fist. But the giant stopped just inches from his best friend's face, a silent vow of loyalty in his eyes. "Welcome back. Asahina and Mikoto have breached Zero's base to hunt him down." Inside the sanctuary, the High Manager asks, "So, has Midori finally returned?" Nearby, Jin restores Katami's severed arm. Katari confirms, "Yes, he's back in his true vessel." The manager teases with a smirk, my. "Back to professional mode already?" Chidori apologizes. "Forgive my outburst. I'm just relieved you've recovered." "Thank you," she whispers, her body trembling as tears well in her eyes. Yo smiles softly. "Go brew some tea for our young Midori, then." Jin nods emotionally. High above, Shinnonomi exhales a long trail of cigarette smoke. Finally, a smoke. "You've worked hard, Yushima." Captain Yushima remains cold and silent. "The losses are too heavy," she says. "I can't simply smile and celebrate yet." A helicopter thunders in the distance. The old man sighs, eyes narrowing at the horizon. True, the real cleanup starts now. Midori's chaos won't fix itself. Inside the transport sits the massive powerhouse, Richard. Ignoring the noise, Shinami mutters, "Let them taste the joy of victory for just a moment." Iryu brags to Captain Hibiki about his combo. "Look, Captain, my teleportation." The captain cuts him off instantly. "Sakazaki isn't here to see your show." Iryu's face goes pale. He frantically scans the area, screaming, "Where did my partner go?" Elsewhere, the guild leaders surround Midori, their voices a flurry of concern. "Safe at last. But how is he that strong? Is your body holding up?" As the questions mount, Akan the alchemist steps in as a human shield. "He's still recovering. Everyone gets 10 seconds. Make them count." Minato watches with a gentle smile, but suddenly his knees buckle and he collapses hard. Panic erupts. The crowd rushes forward, hearts pounding as they check his vitals. The void seal on Minato's hand bleeds from blue to pitch black, is in a coma. Yahadi screams his name in terror. Everyone swarms the unconscious hunter. Akan freezes. This is impossible. His physical wounds were completely purged. Minato, another desperate cry rings out. His life force is fading fast. Mid watches silently, a dark realization dawning. It's this sinister energy. It feels familiar. A flash of memory strikes. Mid looks down coldly. "You aren't really Minato, are you?" A presence emerges. "I am Jayan, a primordial dwelling within this boy's soul." The revelation leaves Mid, and the others paralyzed with shock. Only Akan reacts. "A primordial Jian." The entity continues with chilling calm. "I intended to wait for the awakening, but time has run out. I must force the trade." Jian's gaze hardens. "To those bound to Minato by fate, .. I entrust him to you. Save him." The plea echoes across a mystical flower field. Minato lies motionless amidst the blooms. Elsewhere, a mysterious hand raises a smartphone. On screen, a man speaks solemnly. If you're watching this, I've likely already perished. Suddenly, he breaks into a cheeky, familiar grin. It's a V. I'm heading out to stop them from stealing your body for good. I don't know if I'll make it back from this dungeon alive, ... But listen, none of this is your fault. Seeing a friend murdered changes a person. The real monsters are the 12 apostles mentioned in the forbidden prophecy. They are pure evil incarnate, hell-bent on devouring this entire world. Even if the void consumes me, please, don't carry the weight of this guilt. The camera pans to a dark castle. Well then, I've arrived. Wish me luck. I still dream of us sharing that Malu chai tea back in Mumbai. The footage cuts out, leaving only his radiant, haunting smile behind. Mid broods in the shadows until a ball zips past. 𝐀𝐅𝐓𝐄𝐑𝐒, let's move. Yeah. Inside Tio's high-tech headquarters, alarms blare with urgent breaking news. Screens flash Midori's face. The headline screams. The most dangerous transcendent in history. Status? Deceased. Midoji's death is officially confirmed as the world watches. During the Joint Pacific Operation, questions arise among the elite hunter units. Did we really kill him? Rick snarls, knowing they barely left a scratch. Yo, sighs. We can't leak the prophecy. Some truths are too heavy. This deception is the only play we have left to make. The curtain falls here, he mutters, accepting the bitter taste of defeat. Rick Checker rises. Countless S-rank prophecies remain. We can't lose Midori yet. He throws the doors open. He's awake, and we use him as a weapon. For the world's survival, Yo agrees. The heavy weight of destiny hangs low. At school, whispers spread. From world's strongest to ultimate villain, insane. Mid ignores them, focused on the court. Wi-Chi prepares a high-speed pitch. He was just a ranker athlete. Now he's a globally wanted criminal. Is this even real? Inakio adds, Middy, you're way too famous now. I didn't ask for this, Mid counters. The enemies were just too overwhelming. Next time, I'll be ready. He fires a shot that shatters the concrete wall. The ball disintegrates, threads scattering like the remnants of a fallen hunter. Mid's eyes glow with resolve. Wi-Chi asks, is your mana core stabilized? My stats are fully restored. He holds a perfect ball, shocking everyone around. Wait, you repaired that? Mid ignores him. Time for me to head out. Wi-Chi watches him go. Come back alive. Don't let Minato's flame extinguish. Mid's stride never falters. I know what I have to do. Inside TEO's medical bay, Akan calls out. Mid enters the silent, sterile room. Any change? Hanada shakes his head. He's still lost in a deep coma. Shindy adds, his condition is plummeting. The system interface shows critical failure. He can't breathe. His wounds refuse to close, bleeding out like a curse. Even divine healing spells are useless. His voice trembles with pure, raw fear. Akan whispers, Minna. Eyes snap open with a desperate new plan. Finish the story, Jian. Tell me how to save him. Minato remains motionless. Jian's consciousness flickers within. So, the little hunter has finally returned? As I said, he broke his limiters. His soul is fractured beyond repair. Jian notes, normally, there are ways to mend a broken spirit vessel. But something dark happened. Her gaze turns cold. An intruder has entered him. An enemy, they gasp. Meanwhile, in a realm beyond the physical world, Minato blinks at a strange sky. Is this? It's a dream? A hidden dungeon? Mountains echo with his name. Malessier. Minato realizes he is utterly alone. Where am I? Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the absolute silence. Your vessel has reached its absolute limit. Death is now your only destination. A shadowy creature writhes in a mysterious hand. An unknown figure laughs playfully. The seal on your power is broken. Minato steps forward, his anger flaring. Who are you? The shadow only smiles, hiding a truth that could end everything. He vanished like ash. Sky darkened. Multi-eyed face, raving horror. We are the star cluster. Masters. She laughed. We are enemies. Lightning struck Minato. Mystic light. We craft your prophecies. It boomed. Twisted face. We are your doom. Purple aura flared. Yahaji froze. System confirmed. The sky bled. Tower glowed. 300 years ago. Interdimensional invaders. Eternal enemy. Suo whispered the eternal enemy. Only the marked can fight. Magic seal burned on his hand. Minato? Dark presence inside him. Minato lay dying, mind eroding. The cluster is eating him. How? Shinomi asked. Touch him. Seal pulsed. Rely on spirit. Your bonds are the key. Blue energy exploded. Light filled. I'll guide you inside his mind. Deadly danger, beware. Red cracks, eerie voice whispered. Fail, and your souls shatter. Jian knelt. I beg you. Save the future. Save humanity. Save Minato. Desperate plea. He is our captain, Hiko said. Our important friend, Shinomi added. We never abandon him, Su avowed. Jaeon wept. Thank you all. Blue explosion. Mental dive began. Wasteland appeared. World's end. I regress to change fate. I won't give up. Never. Minato faced the eldritch boss. You like reincarnation stories, right? That's our game, she sneered. Predicting your doom, she laughed. Worlds collided. Warning signs flared. We watched from the shadows. Lunar structures loomed. Earth hung. Soon you enter the stars. Strike fighters roar through a glowing purple rift as the sky fractures over jagged mountain peaks. In a few millennia, your technology might finally reach the level to breach our dimension. On a vast savanna, primitive tribesmen face a colossal horned beast amidst the towering mountains. She taunts Hanagi Minato. What do you think happens when two different races finally collide? Your history is the proof. A wasteland of giant bones and broken spears marks an ancient battlefield. The answer is always the same. A brutal war for total territorial dominance. She touches a spatial rift with a twisted grin. Life, by its nature, craves endless expansion. We act now to prevent a future where your kind utterly exterminates us. A grimoire with a cryptic sigil manifests. We shall use prophecy to erase this world. Minato's brow furrows in a tense stare at the mysterious book in her hands. If you see the truth, isn't there a path to peace or cooperation? Minato demands. Her gaze turns glacial as red rifts bleed behind her. How tragically naive, she sneers mockingly. She laughs maniacally under a dying sky as the purple rifts begin to widen. Her sudden, chilling laughter leaves Minato reeling before her face resets to a calm mask. Every word drips with contempt, sending a jolt of realization through Minato's soul. In that future, our true hunter is a transcendent, a descendant bearing your very mark. His eyes widen. A transcendent hunter? From his own bloodline? The revelation strikes like lightning. She spreads her arms wide. Has found that path to peace yet, little hunter? A smug smirk plays on her lips. It's impossible. They stand locked in a tense standoff. The atmosphere turns heavy as purple rifts tear through the dark, gloomy heavens. Coexistence is a fantasy. There is no middle ground between our species. Let me simplify it for you. A predator looms over the frozen, blood-stained tundra. If a beast survives only by eating your kind, could you ever live in peace? Despair hangs heavy over a graveyard of giants as the pressure becomes suffocating. If a tree turned all oxygen to poison, would you not chop it down immediately? Her eyes gleam with cold calculation. This is the law of survival. I won't hesitate. Panic surges through him as a black circular sigil burns onto his palm. The owner of the mark? A voice echoes from the depth of the void. You're the variable every regressor fears. But now, you're weak enough to crush easily. Then there's Zero, a fool who thinks he's actually our equal. She smirks, yet he's the perfect puppet to receive my power and sacred artifacts. Rage blazes in Minato's eyes as pure, unbridled hatred consumes his spirit. Memories flash like lightning, you... You were the puppet master behind everything. She remains unfazed by his fury. Failure is just a step, no matter the cost. Countless loops, again and again. An endless cycle of failed attempts. A blue sigil pulses. We regress further back, yet a transcendent always stops our plan. Shadows writhe beneath her feet. But this long, tedious journey ends today. Black tendrils suddenly lash out, snaring Minato in a lethal, crushing grip. He gasps, caught off guard. Now, I'll enjoy watching the life fade from your eyes. Grotesque, nightmare eyes begin to sprout across her distorting face. The hour of judgment is here. Shadows tighten their grip around his struggling form. Elsewhere, the group is pulled into a realm of pure, blinding azure light. John's voice rings out just as the seal begins to activate. My power is sealed, but my consciousness escaped. I'll guide you to Minato's side. Shinomion stares into the abyss. Kanagi's mental world, are finally inside. A blinding light exploded before her. Shinomion's eyes widened in shock as they traversed Kanagi Minato's vivid memory fragments. Yaha Myoji watched the memories flicker, whispering Minato. Sensing a strange presence, Suo-in looked toward the sky. Suo Makoto's stern silhouette materialized. Every shared moment with the squad flashed before his eyes like a quest log. Suo Cindy froze. Could these be the hidden memories of her brother and the legendary Suo squad? One by one, they fell. From 𝐑𝐄𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐍𝐄𝐃 to Kazuyamana, their final moments replayed like a tragic cinematic reel. Suo Makoto drew his last breath. With tearful eyes and a trembling voice, he choked out one name. Minato. Suddenly, Jian screamed, I see him! Within a blood-red void, a purple rift revealed two dark shadows facing off. A colossal, purple, Kraken-class monster coiled around that fractured dimension. She glanced back. Are you ready? Her blade surged with crimson mana as she gave the order to strike. They unleashed their ultimate skills simultaneously, blurring toward the target at god-tier speed. Jian roared the signal. The entire squad surged forward, activating their movement skills in perfect unison. The boss monster's eyes locked onto them. As tentacles lashed out, On began channeling a high-tier magic circle. Nearby, Kichotazo leaped high, channeling explosive force into a devastating roundhouse kick. Mid thrust his hand forward, a surge of azure mana erupting from his palm like a beam. Cindy brought down her crimson-wrapped blade. Their combined ultimate moves collided with the monster, triggering a massive shockwave. In another dimension, the multi-eyed entity glared at his opponent, his voice dripping with malice. Now perish ... Kanagi Minato. Minato struggled, his body crushed by the boss's suffocating tentacles. He fought to break free, but the grip only tightened. I can't resist, he thought, as darkness consumed him. His vision blurred. If I black out, it's over. Suddenly, in the real world, someone bolted upright. Captain Duima. The medical staff scrambled around a patient strapped to the intensive care unit bed. Consciousness level 300. GCS is 3. Vitals are flatlining. Prepare the defibrillator immediately. Duima grit her teeth. If the patient dies during the mind link, the diver's soul will be lost forever. Hurry up, she barked. Meanwhile, back in the void, the antagonist watched with a cruel smirk. Let's see. Minato's life force was nearly drained. Cracks began spiderwebbing across his glazed gray pupils. In an instant, Minato's body shattered into fragments. Outside, the heart rate monitor flatlined to 0. Heart rate and brainwaves both 0. Ushima and Cosimo let out a desperate, soul-crushing scream. No, Minato, the villain leaned in, whispering, farewell. This universe now belongs to our constellation. Suddenly, a microscopic rift fractured the sky directly above her head. The rift expanded, shattering the dimension. On-Squad burst through the fragments just in time. Minato, still clinging to existence, looked up. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped his crumbling form. His shattered body reconstructed in an instant. Everyone? He whispered. The villain looked up, unnervingly calm. So, you broke the barrier? Above. The black veil dissolved as the Kraken monster began to disintegrate. How? ... How are you here? Minato stammered. Kitch grinned. Master Jian paved the way for us. Cindy placed a firm hand on Minato's shoulder. Sorry we left you to carry this burden alone, Minato. The fragments of his suffering flashed through her mind. Under On's watchful gaze, Cindy spoke again. Mid's gaze was unwavering as he joined them. From this moment on, we are one. He vowed to fight by Minato's side until the end. Shocked, Minato stared at the comrades he'd almost lost. About that constellation, ... Cindy began to explain. I only recently discovered the truth behind their involvement. What? The team gasped. Minato looked down. his eyes lingering on the brutal wounds they had sustained. "Thank you." He glanced at Cindy's scars. "Your words? They've given me the strength to keep fighting." Minato smiled, a rare warmth in his eyes. "Thank you all." Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. "So, you're the guide who led these pests here?" The woman sneered, her lips curling into a vile grin. "It's been an age, hasn't it? Grandmaster Jian." Jian stood silent, an ominous aura radiating from his body. She chuckled darkly. "Forgive my rudeness. Seeing your face brings back such vivid memories." Her next words dripped with poison. "Your family, your parents, and especially your little sister." John's fists trembled with rage. She was young and soft. Then a monstrous maw erupted from her head. A slime-slick tongue slithered out, hungering for a feast. Teeth clenched in pure hatred, Minato's squad unleashed their mana, charging the witch. Jian gasped, screaming for them to stop. The witch sneered, tearing open a spatial rift. Abyssal tentacles surged forth, dragging the hunters into a void, where they began to dissolve. How can his power remain this overwhelming, even within another's mental realm? "Fall back. She'll devour your souls." The hag cackled, feeling nostalgic yet, John. "This ends just like your family's tragic demise." "Fine, I'll drop them here to crush them before eating." Suddenly light pierced the sky. A radiant pillar struck down, severing the tentacle's path from Minato's group. Shindy and the witch stared up, blinded by the sudden celestial intervention. The witch recoiled. Two figures descended from the blue, leaving Minato in utter shock. "Well done, Kanagi squad," one figure said, hand over his heart with pride. "Thanks for shattering the outer barrier." The girl in bare pajamas added sleepily. "Good work. Now, the real battle finally begins, my lady." Minato gasped as he recognized them, the legendary duo Claude and Natasha, who, Akan nudged him. "Forgot you met them on your first day of recruitment." Minato nodded slowly, recalling Hikotazo's bold declaration from that fateful day. "Listen up. Minato is officially one of us." He realized Dit was that man. "I heard they retired," Shindy whispered in disbelief. "What are they doing here?" Dark mana swirled around the witch. Claude remained calm, eyes fixed on the target. "Lady, let's crush these Star Union degenerates quickly, so we can chat with Kannagi." He smiled down at the trainees from the Japan branch office. Claude Kannagi's senior. Beside him, Natasha murmured about defeating the Star Union pests. Natasha Shino, Kannagi's peer, glared at the two newcomers with growing irritation. "Who are you?" The witch grinned, thrilled by the sudden challenge as they landed. "Halt. Star Union trash," Claude announced. "Behold the princess of the noble Ute bloodline." She simply kept her eyes closed, still lost in her eternal slumber. "You're not worthy of speaking to her?" Shindy and Akan screamed in absolute shock. Natasha Hiko wondered about this Ute lineage as the princess drifted toward Minato. "Hello, Minato. Nice to meet you. Will you help me save my world?" "Save, the world." Minato stumbled back, completely overwhelmed by her sudden request. Clutching her pillow, she whispered, "If you agree, I will save you right now." Minato froze, his gaze locked onto hers, wavering at the weight of her promise. The witch's voice growled through the darkness. "I see. The Ute have arrived." "Kannagi Minato must die? This fate is absolute?" the woman screamed in fury. "Inferior, Ute scum. Do not dare stand in the Star Union's path." Black slime surged toward the team. Khan shrieked as the filth grabbed him. "Disgusting," Minato cursed, unable to activate his skills after touching those cursed tentacles. Meanwhile, Claude shouted, "My lady, escape now." Tasha sat up. "Fine, I'll step in." The black sludge closed in. Suddenly Natasha's eyes snapped open, revealing piercing blue pupils. Her skill, Esteter, activated instantly, blasting the darkness away with sheer force. The corrupt slime turned pure white. The trap had been broken. "You pests," the witch roared. "You're nothing but nutrients for our evolution." Brown leather boots crushed the white filth over the nobleman. Claude stood tall, remaining hauntingly silent. He stepped forward with chilling composure. Then, in the blink of an eye, Claude stared her down. He reached out, pressing a single finger against the woman's forehead. A concentrated mana blast erupted. Her skull shattered into nothingness. "Damn you," she spat, fading. You ruined my chance to kill Minato? You will regret this. Claude just smirked. Is that so? I will pray that day never comes. Her physical form dissolved. Reincarnation was no longer an option. Minato gasped in disbelief. It is over. How did they manage to defeat such a monster? Shindy stared at her healed body. I am... whole again. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to fracture. The earth split open. Gravity failed as they drifted. They had survived the first wave, but at a cost. Natasha sighed, lounging comfortably. So cozy here. A voice snapped back. Stop sleeping in someone's subconscious. Claude checked the perimeter. My lady, staying in this mental realm any longer is dangerous. She nodded slowly. You are right. Let us return to the real world before we discuss the rest. A powerful rift pulled Minato's team back. Claude and Natasha remained. Do not forget Minato, she whispered. She smiled mysteriously. We have placed our bets on you. Minato could only stare, frozen in confusion. The dreamscape shattered. Back in reality, Minato bolted upright, gasping for air. His eyes darted around the room. Where am I? He looked at his hands. His fatal wounds were gone. Something caught his eye in the corner of the room. He turned his head slowly. His entire party was there, slumped over in exhaustion. Shindy was fast asleep against the bed frame. Akan had passed out on the mattress, his hands still folded neatly. Tazo was snoring at the foot of the bed. Mid leaned against the wall, eyes shut tight. Minato let out a soft, warm smile. Guys, ... Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway. The door swung open. Zin stood there, panting. Minato, you're finally awake, thank God. Jin rushed in, recalling the chaos. Since the 𝐂𝐽 group returned, my skill finally activated. I used time reversal to heal you. Minato clenched his fist, feeling the strength. Thank you, Jin. Jin bowed her head slightly, her voice trembling. Minato.
What?
I should be the one thanking you. Memories of his bravery flashed back. He had saved Grandmother Yo and the entire Echihara clan. She looked him in the eye with a smile. I'm just glad I could say it. Minato smiled back. A sudden noise woke the others. Akan jumped up. Hey, you are awake. The commotion woke Shindy and the rest. Mid-waved, while Tazo grinned ear to ear. Morning, sunshine, Tazo teased. Then her expression softened. It is finally over. Minato laughed, feeling the bond of his guild. Thanks, everyone, even you, 𝐂𝐽. Oh, the hero is finally up. Claude was leaning against the doorway. Mind if we join? Good, the whole squad is finally together. Shindy frowned, noticing something off about Claude's tone. Claude, why are you acting so weird? Claude just brushed it off with a playful wink. Shindy's heart skipped. Then Claude's face went cold. I think you have all realized it by now. We are not from this world. The room fell into a deathly silence. Shock painted every face. So you were hiding your true identity all along? Claude clapped his hands. Wake up, my lady. Natasha opened her eyes. Morning, Minato. Per our contract, you are now responsible for saving our world. Minato listened, then scoffed in disbelief. The system had not warned him about this. Save your world. I do not even know how. And I definitely did not sign up for this. Natasha nodded calmly. Fair point. The rest of the group shared the same confused thought. She just admitted it. Natasha's gaze darkened. On our planet, identical towers are appearing everywhere. Minato's jaw dropped. Towers. Like the ones from the ancient legends. The room erupted in murmurs. This was not just a local threat. It was a planetary invasion. Towers, you mean the otherworld labyrinths from 300 years ago? John screamed. Explain yourselves. Natasha spoke with a trembling voice. The catastrophe that once decimated your world is now ravaging our dimension. Claude stepped forward, finishing her grim sentence with a heavy heart. The Star Legion intends to use our realm as a bridgehead for Earth's conquest, ungasped. What? Natasha's eyes snapped open. She locked eyes with Minato. Minato... You must demolish every single tower. Not one can remain. Only your power can stop this. Minato stared back, his gaze clouded with disbelief and intense skepticism at her sudden request. The scene shifts to a desolate sky, fractured by jagged streaks of ominous lightning. 6 months ago, amidst an inferno, A solitary flower bud pulsed with a faint ethereal azure aura. Before this oppressive devastation stood a lone figure. Natasha watched, paralyzed by the horrific destruction unfolding before her. Claude waited at the rift. "My lady, we must leave." Natasha turned, her footsteps heavy with the weight of loss. She bit her lip, suppressing her rage and helplessness as they abandoned their home. "Wait for me," she whispered. "I will return with the Transcendent Seal and reclaim everything we lost." "Back in reality," Natasha warned, "your world is already being pulled into this cosmic vortex." She explained the interdimensional war for absolute dominance, leaving Minato and On completely dazed and confused. A galactic war. Natasha's expression darkened. "Doesn't Earth also bleed for the sake of conflict?" She spoke of territory, resources, and manpower, the ancient triggers for every bloody crusade in history. In the past, your great nations fought ruthlessly to seize these assets for themselves. History repeats itself, but now on a universal scale. Minato listened, though the concept felt entirely alien. "Forgive me, it is too much." Natasha sighed. "Let us walk. Perhaps some fresh air will clear your minds." Claude. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the loyal servant obeyed his mistress's command. A shimmering portal manifested behind him. "Honored guests, please follow me," Natasha invited gracefully. As Minato's group stepped through, the breathtaking vista left them utterly speechless. Minato's jaw dropped in pure awe. They stood in a vibrant town filled with bustling citizens. Natasha inhaled, savoring the phantom scent of the air. "This was my home," she explained, "a small kingdom on the planet 𝐘𝐄𝐂." Suddenly, a small child approached On, offering a delicate flower with a shy, innocent smile. "Thank you," On whispered, reaching out. But her fingers passed through the petals like cold mist. The girl ran right through her toward a woman nearby, leaving On shivering in confusion. "You cannot touch them," Natasha noted, as more children phased through her own spectral body. "This is an artifact's manifestation, replaying my memories." The group's curiosity flared at the high-tier magic. "It is so lively," On pointed at a wall poster. "Wait, is that you, Natasha?" Claude translated the script. "The coronation ceremony commences in 5 days." The poster featured a younger Natasha, her face radiating a gentle, benevolent warmth. Shindy realized the truth. "So, you really are a princess?" Natasha pointed ahead. "That was my house." Anamid followed her gaze, their heads tilting back as they looked up. ... And up. "That is a massive castle." Mid compared the royal grandeur to Minato's humble family stories. Minato's attention drifted to a mother nearby, tenderly wiping her young son's face during their meal. Memories flooded back of him as a child, waiting for his own mother to serve dinner. A faint smile touched his lips. "Mom, I hope you're doing well." He turned to Natasha. "You had a beautiful life." "Thank you," she replied softly. Her smile faded into a grim warning. "Minna... Watch closely until the very end." The end, he frowned. Suddenly, a streak of crimson lightning tore through the sky. The heavens shattered. A malevolent, eldritch darkness began to swallow the picturesque town hall. The group watched in horror as the invasion began. The peaceful citizens descended into frantic chaos. "What is that?" the sky screamed. "What is hovering up there?" Mid's voice cracked with terror. "Could it be... ... Double quotes, Mid stammered. "A tower?" Minato stood frozen, his heart sinking into his chest. "No." John's jaw tightened, her teeth grinding as the nightmare of the past returned. Natasha's gaze darkened. The nightmare was beginning. Massive structures descended from the sky, hovering like omens of doom. A hellscape erupted. Inferno-engulfed buildings crumbled as the screams of fleeing citizens filled the air. From the shadows, monstrous wolves emerged, beginning a ruthless massacre of the innocent. Some were frozen in terror, unable to resist, while others were consumed by the merciless, unyielding flames. Minato, Midoji, and Akan stood paralyzed by the chaos. Akan winced, hearing a piercing, distant scream. Her face hidden, Natasha's voice trembled with a chilling realization. That scream was mine. This was a manifestation of her darkest memories. Under the spectral sky, one question haunted them all. Why? The word echoed with a desperate, defiant grief that refused to accept this fate. Midoji bowed her head in sorrow, while Shinji's jaw tightened, eyes blazing with a vengeful fury. So this is how it was. ... Akan called out to Natasha, but she only turned her back to them. She stood silent before the rising inferno, remembering Claude's final command. "Princess, you must run." "Claude, what is happening?" she cried. But there was no time for explanations in that dying world. "Go to the Hill of Light." Natasha ran, her path littered with the blood-soaked remains of her people. Why had the gods abandoned them? She saw hands reaching from the rubble, crying for father and mother. Natasha Minato's voice broke the trance. "Is this vision of the past?" "Every time I sleep, I see it," she whispered. "The day the Star Legion decimated our world." Beside her, Claude remained stoic, his eyes closed as he swallowed the bitter taste of total loss. Shinji and Mid were speechless, struck by the horror. Akon's own traumatic memories surfaced as the world burned. Minato stepped forward, narrowing the distance between himself and the broken Natasha. His mind drifted to the primal awakening and the original sin of human weakness. The tower must fall, because humanity was too fragile to survive on a cosmic scale. Humans were mere insects before the otherworld's power, destined to be crushed under the invaders' heels. I couldn't suppress my rage. ... Minato finally grasped the weight of the words spoken that day. He placed a steady hand on Natasha's shoulder, his voice filled with conviction. "Natasha, show me the way." With a hunter's resolve, he asked, "How do we save your world from this nightmare?" Overwhelmed by his resolve, Natasha's composure shattered, tears finally streaming down her face. Suddenly, the magic seal on Minato's hand erupted in azure light, pulsing with ancient, mysterious energy. The system was resonating, projecting visions to restore Natasha's hope amidst the crushing despair. Of her past? Elsewhere, Ichizo and his men watched the horizon, their faces set and grim. Unyielding determination. Rage flickered in Ichizo's eyes like a brewing storm. "I will hunt every last member of the Star Legion." Tokyo's lights flickered indifferently as two vehicles tore through the night at a lethal, breakneck speed. Inside Hanagi Team 1, a heavy silence reigned. Every hunter was mentally preparing for a suicide mission. In the second car, Konami was throwing a tantrum. "No way. I didn't sign up for intergalactic war." Isuke's patience snapped. "Shut up, you brat. Your whining is more annoying than the apocalypse." "How can I be calm?" Konami screamed, mourning the peaceful life that had slipped through his fingers. "We saved the city. We're supposed to be partying, not heading back into the meat grinder." "Why am I saving another planet? What even is a planet anyway?" Ikotao grumbled in agreement. Neimin nodded, shocked that even the High Commander had greenlit this insane crossworld. "Operation." "Calm down," Yo replied smoothly. "We'll all receive specialized gear. The Kannagi team is getting priority treatment." Konami wasn't buying it. "I'm quitting. I'm done with this suicidal squad." "I need a hug from Captain Hibiki," turned to Akan, hoping for some comfort. Akon's expression turned demonic. "One more word, and I'll end you." Konami whimpered, instantly regretting his existence. "Nothing good ever happens to me," he muttered. What the hell is that Kannagi kid actually planning? Minato gazed out at the passing city, his expression as cold and unreadable as a frozen wasteland. 12 hours prior, the survivors had gathered before Yizo, unaware that their true awakening was just beginning. "Long time no see, Minato," he sneered with cold arrogance. Minato's expression remained unshakable. "Indeed." Nearby, Melthios spoke up. "Forgive us. We never anticipated the Star Legion's sealing spell would be this powerful." Ailson scratched his head in shame while Pataly sobbed uncontrollably. "Oh, my skill failed us." Valentine whispered, "Hush now, it's over." John spoke up from the shadows. "Nonsense. Your support skill was the key to defeating that monster." Minato turned with a smile. "Good work, everyone," Minato said. John's expression darkened. "Drop the formalities. We need to discuss your future immediately." Minato nodded in agreement, his eyes burning with a newfound, radiant determination for the path ahead. "I will save Natasha's world," Minato vowed. "Tell me, how did you defeat the Star Legion in the past?" The squad fell silent, haunting memories of the ancient war resurfacing as they recalled their desperate, brutal tactics. "We bit them, slashed them, and crushed them. Pure violence." Minato sighed. Not exactly the strategic intel I wanted. John's face turned grim. Brute force was our only option. Minato froze, confused. Wait, what do you mean? Claude explained calmly, since their assassination attempt failed. The Legion is forced to rewrite their entire strategy against you. Time is running out. Defense is our ultimate defense. We must strike planet 𝐘𝐄𝐃 immediately to survive. The plan is a full-scale raid on EUT. Minato's jaw dropped. You mean right now? Into deep space? Ichizo's face tightened. Why hesitate? This is the only way. Minato struggled to process the scale. I get it, but ... John's eyes flashed like a blade. Suddenly, fragments of the past began to resurface. Return to the origin where we first met Minato. An ancient sanctuary stood tall within the ancestral forest. Her words ignited his dormant memories. Their black car raced toward a massive pillar of light piercing the sky. The light originated from a massive magic circle near the tomb hidden. Colossal interdimensional gate to another world. Natasha stared, mesmerized by the blinding radiance. That light. She rubbed her eyes, peering through the car window. What is it? Minato whispered. That gate. It's a direct shortcut to EUT. The party gasped in disbelief. A direct jump, Claude stammered, his mind reeling from the sheer impossibility of such a massive teleportation. Makoto squinted at the pillar of light. It's blinding. But how is this possible? He couldn't trust his senses. Our gates require transit stops at multiple planets just to reach Earth, he explained, still completely shell-shocked. From worlds with poisonous atmospheres to realms ruled by savage, primordial beasts that dominate everything. ... And planets with 10,000 times normal gravity. That journey takes 2 weeks and that's considered fast. Natasha was awestruck. Single portal transporting an entire army instantly. Such ancient magic is unheard of. Midori's voice dropped low. Suddenly Minato pointed ahead in shock. Look, there's something blocking our path. Memories flooded back. Ichizo's voice echoed in her mind. Minato? Remember the beast we faced at the tomb? How could I forget? Minato replied. The apex predator hibernating deep within the ancient tower? He recalled the terror of facing the void worm alongside Ichizo. Then, the grim realization finally hit him. It's a Legion pawn, Ichizo smirked. Exactly. It's a failsafe triggered by the portal's activation. They were surrounding them. Minato was baffled, but Ichizo's eyes gleamed with a terrifying, bloodthirsty hunger for battle. Minato, give me control. In a flash, the magic seal flared, and the soul swap was complete. The car jolted violently. Inside Minato's body, Ichizo glared at the swarming void larvae encircling the light. 10,000 army decapitation? He sneered with godlike arrogance. You dare stand in my way, insects. Count me in, Midori appeared suddenly. Ichizo's eyes flared with challenge. Oh, you want a piece of this? Soon we'll settle who's truly superior. Midori shrugged nonchalantly. Name the time and place, Ichizo. But for now, I'm venting my frustrations on these monsters. I'm tired of being the weak link. Midori was dead serious, but Ichizo just burst into laughter. Fine by me. Let's charge together. Makoto, move out. Ichizo barked. Makoto snapped to attention. Understood? Full speed ahead. He charged into the fray, prepared for a life-or-death struggle. The others watched in stunned, breathless silence. The void larvae fused together, their writhing bodies forming a colossal, nightmare-inducing monstrosity before them. Blades sang as Ichizo's killing intent exploded. It's been too long. Prepare for total annihilation. Standing side by side, their auras merged. Finally, a battle worth fighting. Let's show them our true power. Atop the racing car, they faced the abyss. From the darkness, a titan-classed black serpent rose to strike. His only striking feature was a sharp, white-rimmed grin. Minato drew his katana, unleashing the Hinoki single-blade style, Cloud Drift. A brilliant blue-white aura erupted from the steel, illuminating the abyss of night. The strike cleaved the massive serpent in two, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with shock. He had evolved a basic starter skill into a masterpiece of high-tier mastery. Recalling his past weakness, his current stats were legendary. He was no longer human. sensing a heavy, murderous gaze fixed directly upon him. Minato turned. "What about you?" Midori froze, eyes wide with pure disbelief. You roared from the car about their elite guild, right before Black Sludge slammed the glass. "Disgusting," she shrieked. "I am not getting my hands dirty with these degenerates. The horde is endless." He panicked. "The vehicle's durability is failing. We're surrounded." "Teleport us, Sakazaki," the redhead screamed, as the situation turned terminal. The black corruption surged, threatening to swallow them whole. It needed a miracle. Midori began channeling, a sphere of hide-and-seedy light manifesting in his palm. He watched in awe as Minato prepared a devastating draw strike from above. Standing on the edge, Minato gripped his hilt, ready to unleash a secret art. Activating the Hinoki style, he flashed back to years of brutal hellish training. Through sun, rain, and waterfalls, every drop of blood led to this moment. The Water Sever skill triggered, shredding the flying monsters into ribbons instantly. With a cold click, he sheathed his blade as the car accelerated forward. Both hunters stood guard on the roof, clearing every obstacle in their path. Midori drifted into a memory of the Great Seer, an ancient woman playing matcha. She spoke a cryptic prophecy regarding the Supreme Kagvid awakening. Waizen had hidden the truth of destiny itself. "Don't carry this burden alone," she warned. Kneeling in the dirt, Midori's face was a mask of pure regret. "I'm lost," he whispered, staring at hands stained with the blood of the fallen. How could he ever atone for the lives he had snuffed out in his madness? The old woman sighed. "To be honest, I don't follow your logic." They blinked. "You were too careless against his killing intent," she continued bluntly. Though guilt would haunt him like a curse, she urged him to break the cycle. Midori looked up, finally meeting her gaze as the truth sank in. "Struggle, fight, survive. That is the only answer you will ever find." "Survive," he questioned.
Right.
"Return to your true duty," she commanded with authority. "Carry the weight of your pain and march forward through the darkness." Looking at the stars, she smiled. "As long as you don't give up, ... I will find my light," he vowed. Suddenly, the driver screamed, "Car ahead!" Minato sprinted with explosive speed, his hand blurring toward his katana's hilt. He froze for a microsecond, locking eyes with the oncoming runaway vehicle. The car was suddenly encased in a jade energy sphere, floating safely midair. The driver gasped, stunned by the divine power that had just saved his life. Minato watched Midori in shock. He was manifesting the legendary divine hurricane skill. A catastrophic gale capable of leveling dungeons lay dormant in that technique. Yet he controlled that destructive force perfectly to shield his comrades, refusing to slow down for even a second. Midori stacked Time Gale onto his barrier. "Is that Irankes windshield?" Mid raised his hand, roaring wild wind, as he gathered the monsters into a single point. The moment his command echoed through the air, every beast plummeted into a massive vortex. Midori watched as not a single monster escaped the trap. The purple-eyed girl gasped. Incredible. He's controlling multiple tempests at once. A mysterious figure watched his every move through a massive command monitor. Silence followed until Green Hair shrieked. "It's transforming into a giant serpent again. It's gaining on us. Help." Minato laughed. "Not bad, kid. Is that a wind barrier skill?" "Is that your true hidden power?" Minato praised. They stood back to back, ready for war. Dropping low, Minato swung his blade. Inoki One Sword style. First strike. Midori unleashed a whirlwind as Minato countered with his heaven-shaking hurricane. Jade missed. They fought in perfect sync. Below, a mother and child watched the sky. "Look," the mother whispered. "The wind itself is protecting us." Red Hair sighed. "Almost there. Good job, you two." They sat atop the speeding vehicle. At the ancestors' tomb, DUI watched them. "Fast work. Hope everyone is safe." Clutching a hardcover book, DUI muttered, "How do I pronounce this name again?" It was Minato's name. Closed the book, leaving their final fate to the stars. "The prophecy says they will arrive soon." Hanagi, the gravekeeper, let out a sigh. They reached the tomb and were greeted by a friendly young man. "Welcome, everyone. I am Hanagi, the guardian of this tomb." Kanam blinked. "Guardian, what is that?" Izuku explained that he was the manager of this ancient, sacred dungeon site. Hanagi overheard and beamed. "Exactly. That is spot on. My family has guarded this place for generations, like monks in a holy temple. I clean, welcome tourists, and sell souvenirs. This sacred place is my home." Suddenly, Hanagi spun around, his friendly expression turning grim and serious. He stared at the eerie pillar of light above the tomb with visible fear. "Work won't be normal today," 𝐾𝐄𝐿 nodded. "Anyone would freak out seeing that light." Hanagi's eyes widened as he spotted a familiar face. He locked eyes with Minato. "Wait, .. It's you." He dashed forward and high-fived the stunned Minato. "You are the Guardian," Minato stuttered. "Wait, do I actually know you? Don't remember? We used to play in the tomb's library all the time." Memories flooded back. Minato saw his younger self as Hanagi continued. "I wore thick glasses back then. No wonder you did not recognize me. 𝐑𝐄𝐿, you took over? Where's your uncle?" Hanagi's smile faded instantly. "Let's discuss that later." Minato gripped his weapon, nodding in silent agreement. "Time for the main quest," Hanagi said, gesturing toward a hidden stone staircase. The path glowed. Hanagi held up an ancient tome to reassure the group. "Following the family's secret texts, I will lead you to the teleportation gate." Flashback. A young Hanagi ran through the library. "Careful now," his father warned. "Stop running around the library, son. This is a sacred place." "Sorry," Minato started it. "He was chasing me like a monster." "Dad, please read him the legend of the great ancestors." The father smiled, patting their heads. "This isn't just a playground, boys. It is a place of mystery." He pulled out an ancient, weathered scroll. "Gross. It is filthy." 𝐑𝐄𝐿 gagged. His father replied, "These are the Voidmark records." He spoke of a mysterious transcendent who fought alongside the ancestors eons ago. History remained silent on what followed. Minato's father patted his head, entrusting the future to his awakened seal. "The mark has manifested. Follow the first ancestor's path and guard this world, Minato." The boy nodded obediently. "I'll give it my all." To please the young hunter, Father 𝐑𝐄𝐿 began a legendary tale. "No visitors today? Ready for a story about the great ancestor?" Minato's eyes sparkled with pure excitement. He chose the epic planet slasher saga. But for young 𝐑𝐄𝐿, it was just another boring history lesson. Not again. Despite the whining, they sat together, lost in stories of ancient power, a rare, peaceful memory. Back to reality, Hanagi spoke calmly of his father's death. Minato froze, unable to believe the tragic news. "He's gone?" Hanagi's voice remained steady as he recounted the dark events. 2 months ago, tomb raiders breached the sanctuary. My father was ambushed by that monstrous void insect. Minato's rage flared. Hanagi remembered the beast, a predator that had sniffed out the tomb's hidden energy. Rumors say an S-rank hunter eventually took it down. But help arrived too late. Jian realized the truth. Breaking the first seal triggered the constellation's trap. The void insect was a sleeper unit, waiting for the seal's hidden power to awaken. Beast. It was a cruel twist of fate that his father encountered it. Guilt washed over Minato. The weight of his past actions started to crush his spirit. Was it me? Did my awakening cause this destruction? How is this power even possible? "Don't blame yourself," Hanagi whispered. "The real villains are those bastards from the star constellation." Minato was left speechless. Hanagi turned back, offering a faint, bittersweet smile. "Forgive me. I got caught up in my own grief." He shared more about his father's legacy. He was the previous guardian. Out of respect for the ancestors, he married into the Hanagi bloodline. As they walked, Hanagi spoke of a man with a gentle soul and zero ambition. "I inherited his temperament, steady, calm, and free from the chaos of deep emotion." They reached the abyss of the stairs. Behind the shifting mechanical doors, a blinding light emerged. Minato gasped. The chamber was covered in ancient, glowing system runes and strange markings. "The heart of the tomb," Hanagi announced. Minato looked up, sensing an overwhelming presence. Hanagi nodded, reading the curiosity in Minato's eyes. "The ancient texts call it the warp gate crafted by the ancestors and the void transcendent. Perhaps it was your predecessor's work." Minato froze. "My predecessor." He tried to ask more, but Chiso cut him off. "Questions later. We have a mission." Time was ticking. They needed to reach the target planet immediately. The team stood in awe. Minato sharpened his focus. I get it now. Stepping toward the portal, Minato gave his thanks. We're heading out, DUI. Stand in the center, Hanagi instructed. Your void seal is the only key. Only a transcendent can trigger this warp. Minato waved. See you on the other side. Good luck, Hanagi whispered, watching them leave with a heavy, contemplative gaze. Suddenly, he called out, Minato, ... That monster that took my father, ... Will you end it? Minato paused, his voice low and cold. Yeah. Then, I'm placing my hope in you, Hanagi said. Avenge him, please. Tears finally broke through his calm facade like a child's. I'll never forgive them. Beauty, I'm too weak to fight. He reached out, offering his total trust to his comrade. Minato, can I entrust my revenge to you? Minato gripped his hand tight. I'll settle this score. Consider it a promise. I'll exterminate every last one of them, Hanagi wept, overwhelmed by hope. Minato raised his hand, the seal began to glow. Sorry for the wait. Destination. Out. With his departure, Hanagi stabilized.
Oh well.
Minato watched the gate fade, his transcendent mark glowing with power. Simultaneously, the party crossed the warp gate, traversing the cosmic void toward an unknown dungeon realm. The system sigil on Minato's hand blazed. Recalling those monsters' atrocities, a cold, lethal rage consumed him. They razed Natasha's homeland and slaughtered DUI's father like worthless insects. Fueled by vengeance, Minato roared his vow. He would annihilate every degenerate in the Star Cluster Guild.